Testing mic 12, testing mic 12. Testing mic 8, testing mic 8. That was my bad. I got to press green, sorry. Testing mic 2. Ooh, that one's nice. Hello, sassy pants. Okay.
Clerk's mic, clerk's mic. Wireless mic 2.
Podium mic, podium mic.
Wireless 1, wireless 1.
Yes. And do you want to make me a staff PC? Staff PC.
Do that. And that people are
All right, welcome back. Oops. It's Tuesday, February 9th at 10:39, and we are resuming from closed session. So we will call to order a joint special meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Do we have our newest First Five California Commissioner, Elsa Jimenez, with us today to lead us in the pledge?
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Elsa. Thank you for joining us. Would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Yes. So let's get ahead and start it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I just want to recognize that Elsa Jimenez, our Monterey County Director of Health and First Five California Commissioner. Elsa grew up here in South Monterey County, and she has been working with the County of Monterey since 2001, starting as a chronic disease prevention coordinator and rising to the appointment of Director of Health in 2016. And we really appreciate you, Elsa, as a fearless advocate for children and families in Monterey County, and also want to recognize the equity-based approach that you bring to your work. And we're so proud that you are representing Monterey County on the State of California First Five Commission. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any, okay, we're going to do our announcement of Spanish interpreter services by Jocelyn Martinez. And I'll just mention for anyone who is Spanish speaking, we have translation services available, interpretation services available on Zoom by selecting the globe icon at the bottom of your screen. And at this time, we don't have services available for those calling into the meeting, but we will continue to work on that.
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español. Se les avisa que tenemos interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. En su pantalla, si selecciona el icono del mundo y presiona el lenguaje español. En estos momentos no está disponible para aquellos que llaman a la Junta.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections from the public agenda items?
There are no additions and corrections.
All right. So we have one item on the agenda, adopting resolution authorizing the auditor controller to amend the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget by increasing appropriations in the county's administrative offices and other financing, releasing cannabis tax assignment here. So do we have I guess it's a consent item. So do we have a staff presentation, or would we just go straight to? Sorry, what was that?
Oh, Brett, thank you. Point.
Oh, okay. Mr. Buki, would you like to briefly comment on this item or present?
So this is on the consent calendar, but we'd be more than happy to present this. Amy Woodrow is here and can provide the Board of Supervisors with further information. Amy?
Certainly. Good morning, Supervisors. Amy Woodrow. I'm a hydrologist with the Water Resources Agency. And just a little bit of background. We're bringing this item to you today. It's essentially authorizing two budget amendments that are related to funding a portion of the match that's required on a grant that we have from the State Water Resources Control Board. And this grant is for a project that will protect drinking water supplies for Castroville, Marina, and Salinas by destroying wells that can act as conduits for impaired groundwater, which can move seawater intrusion or a nitrate impaired groundwater between aquifers in the coastal region. This work is something that will accomplish a task that was actually defined in an agency ordinance that was approved by the Board of Supervisors back in 1994. That ordinance didn't identify any funding to complete the work, which is why we're kind of on this timeline with it. But the agency brought this project forward as part of its 2017 recommendations report as a priority for addressing the advancement of seawater intrusion. And the 90-day working group that was convened in response to that recommendations report supported moving forward with this work. And at that time, the agency was directed by the Board of Supervisors to pursue grant funding. In June of 2020, we did secure a $9 million Proposition 1 grant from the State Water Resources Control Board. And the state portion of that will cover over half of the project, but the agency is required to match 46% of the grant funds, or roughly $4.2 million. We're satisfying part of that match through in-kind services, through previously completed work or existing agency programs, but we do require an additional $2.66 million in other funds to get this project across the finish line. And staff came to the Board of Supervisors in October of 2020 requesting a contribution of $2.66 million from the Cannabis Assignment Fund over a 3 fiscal year period. And at that time, the Board of Supervisors approved that by a 3-2 vote. We are looking in the current fiscal year for about $400,000 of that 2.66 million. And the October 2020 action did not include amending the county and water resources agency budgets for the current fiscal year, which is why we are bringing the item back to you. This did come to the budget committee on January 27th of this year, requesting the budget amendments. At that time, the budget committee did not unanimously recommend the action, but did move it forward for discussion, which is why we're having this before you today. So your approval of these 2 actions would amend the county's current fiscal year budget and the Water Resources Agency budget to appropriate that $399,499 from the cannabis tax assignment, which would allow the Water Resources Agency to move forward with the well destruction project that we are working on currently. That's kind of my quick summary of it. I'd be happy to take any other questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, we knew this was coming, but this is critical to my district and your district, Chair. But this is the biggest thing we've done to start working on stemming the saltwater intrusion and to bring back the 180 and the 400 aquifer, so we don't have to keep drilling down to into the deep. So to me, this was one of the most important decisions we've making in a long time. So at the time, right, I'll move the item forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your presentation. Yes, we have heard this before, so, you know, everything's moving forward. But I did want to ask a question because I know that there was a request to have an effort made to work with the landowners of these wells to see if there would be any kind of contribution at all from the well owners toward the cost of the destruction of these. And I'm wondering if that came to any fruition.
So good morning, Supervisor Adams. This is Brent Buki. So we did reach out to the landowners specifically on these well destructions, and the match that Amy is referring to has been paid by the landowners to the agency for activities that we do as a function. So I think there's over $1.5 million, Amy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Already that the landowners have paid, and because they are assessed already in CSIP and they're continuing to make those payments and have for over 20 years, they feel that they've done that contribution. And I essentially agree with that statement that, you know, we're not, we are working with others, Castroville Community Service District on their well, and they are looking to contribute to us, as well as Monterey One Water. They have a well on their property that there's going to be a contribution. And so we're not going to get into the millions, but we will be into at least over $100,000. And so we are looking for entities that are able to assist the agency to do that.
Great. And would that money be returned to the cannabis assignment account?
So we won't take that money. Any money that goes towards that 2.6 will reduce that money that we asked for from the cannabis assignment tax.
The following months. Okay. Thank you very much for that explanation.
Yes.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Board comment question. So I do have a couple questions. If the and I just, you know, recognizing that we have quite a few other requests of cannabis money coming to the board later in the afternoon for really essential mandated health functions, serving life and health of our community members. If the cannabis assignment fund balance wasn't available to fund this project, how would the Water Resources Agency move forward? Do you have reserve funds? Do you have other funds that could potentially be made available to keep this project moving?
So originally, this is Brent Buki. Originally, when we went forward with the state on this grant, it came to us as a 75-25% match. And we had anticipated only having to cover 25% of the cost. That obviously changed when the sitting down with the grant administrator, they felt that it wasn't justified to be the 25-75 split, and they worked it out to I think it's 54-46. Is that right, Amy?
That's correct.
And so in order to secure that funding, because it is the $9.1 million, the agency had to agree to moving forward by taking money from CSIP and SRDF, and we pledged that money. But by doing that, we were taking it away from planned projects that were already in the works. And so to secure the $5 million, we stalled the other projects with the statement that we were going to continue to look for money. And when we came back to the board, we explained that to the Board of Supervisors that we had dedicated the money from those other projects, but it'll create the problem that we're seeing at the dams, having all this deferred maintenance. We keep putting this stuff, kicking the can down the road, and we can't complete our task, and we can't keep the system up. And so that's how we would do it. It would have a significant impact on both of those projects without it. And my understanding is when this was approved by the Board of Supes back in October, that money was removed from the list. It's not still sitting there as available, that it was identified for the Water Resource Agency over the next 3 fiscal years. And so I might not have those details 100% correct, but I know Amy has been working with Joanne Iwamoto tracking that money.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I appreciate the background on the other funding, but if without this cannabis funding, would there be some other source of revenue within the Water Resources Agency that could be used to fund this project?
We would have to take it away from other projects. Yeah, that's how Water Resources Agency, we're underfunded in almost every one of our funds. And so in order to do a project, you have to defer other projects, other maintenance. And so, yeah, it'll have an impact, but yes, it would come out of CSIP.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question, if you could just explain, just for my own background, the Water Resources Agency as an independent agency would typically be responsible for funding the projects that you're working on, but in this case, you're asking for the county to backfill funding because of the shared interest in the outcome of the project. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, and the way we presented it previously was it's agriculture supporting agriculture, right? As it was presented to me from my board of directors, the cannabis tax is generated from revenue in the Salinas Valley, and based on the reports on water use, it is occurring in the Salinas Valley. Not all those taxes are coming from the actual growth, but the agency's not asking for all the tax. We're just asking for a portion, and in my mind, that was approved back in October of 2020.
Okay, and just, I know this does require a 4/5 vote, and the vote back in 2020 was a 3-2 vote, so I'm not sure that would have been approved completely to have the transfer of funds. But I do want to just be on record as saying, like, I do think that the work to secure our groundwater from saltwater intrusion is important work, and I commend you and the Resources Agency and the partners who you've been working with on this. I do think there's a role for the county to play in terms of supporting the effort. But the full $2 million over the 3 years is something I'm really struggling to justify, given the other needs for the cannabis funds that we have facing us immediately this afternoon, as well as what the community made clear to the board about how they wanted cannabis funds to be spent. And so I can find reason to support the transfer for this year, but I'm really would ask that you go back to the table, the drawing board, and really look at where the Water Resources Agency can fund these projects from other sources, recognizing the limited access. We're going to potentially fully expend our cannabis fund this afternoon. So I just want to, I guess, be on record with those points. So we do have a comment from Supervisor Alejo, and then we'll go to public comment next.
You know, Madam Chair, just in response to what was just being said right now, this item did come to our board, and we had, well, the previous board before your predecessor was on here, and we did take a vote, and the majority of the Board of Supervisors already voted to do this. So this is coming back to just make that appropriation of just a portion. The board already approved a much larger amount. This is going to be done over several years, so they're only asking for the portion for this year to start this work now. But I did want the public to know that we already made a decision on this. We had the deliberations. We're now just moving forward on it. And this is one of those commitments that we made because we knew how important this was to protecting our groundwater. And this is a project that we don't have much choice. We also drawing down state dollars to do some of this work. So like Supervisor Phillips said, I think it's imperative that we move forward on it, you know, but this is not the first time we've already deliberated and discussed this item. Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment? We have one person from the audience. Yeah, please go ahead. Please come. Yes, thank you. We'll start with our audience here at the board chambers.
Good morning. My name is John Bailey. I'm chairman of the Water Resource Agency. This, just give you a brief history on the CSIP project. I was involved with this 31 years ago, and the conception and the drawing and what it was going to do for the 12,000 acres that the project sits in. It's a wonderful project, works great, has done what we wanted it to do, and it's going on 20 years old. So the funding mechanism, we have funds in the CSIP and the water project that are available, but those fundings that we pay into are for maintenance, operations and maintenance. You have a 20-year-old project, we're already starting to see the results of that. So it's just like what we have down the reservoirs. It needs continual maintenance. So the funding's there with the agency, but it would be a great help to get the funding out of the cannabis fund. And like I said, it's agriculture is scratching, agriculture is back. And this project is essential to the coastal region and will be a great benefit. This is over a period of 3 years. So the money's there. We hate robbing Peter to pay Paul. And it's all the money's coming out of the same pocket. And I've been involved for multiple years in the water agency. And it's just, we have, as Brett said, we have a tendency to kick the can down the road and not take care. I mean, we put duct tape on things that break. So it'd be nice to do some maintenance with funding that we don't have to pull out of our pocket for another area. So I look for your support and the rest of the supervisor's support in approving this. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and we have we did have someone on the Zoom for public comment. The name has disappeared though. So if you are on Zoom and would like to, Ricardo Diaz, we will allow you to unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you, Chair. This is Mike Labar, Mayor of King City. I appreciate you looking at this opportunity for our region. This project of well destruction is probably one of the most important first steps that we need to be taking. And it is a tangible effort that will make a significant difference in addressing seawater intrusion, protecting our groundwater and drinking water, and also at the same time leveraging state dollars for the benefit of our residents. Additionally, this project also will complement other goals, like from the Salinas Valley Groundwater Sustainable Basin. Sorry if I got that wrong, but I do urge your support. This is something very, very important that needs to be done for our region. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board.
Okay, we'll continue. I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand up, but we'll continue with public comment, and we'll give Ricardo Diaz a chance to unmute and speak for 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Chair Askew. I live in the affected areas of Castroville on Cypress Street, which is a mile or less or two from the Salinas River, saltwater intrusion. My house has been sinking for over the decades, and it's very important to Castroville that we get these things fixed and give funds to the appropriate places, because a lot of things are going on in Castroville, like a population increase of housing that you all know, and it's just taking our groundwater and and then how are we going to fix it? I just wanted to say something today because this is something I'm more interested in than the other things. But I think that the 2-3 vote is not very good. And I also think that supervisors should listen to their constituents on every single thing and vote that way, not with, that's kind of weird that it was 3-2. But anyways, I don't know everything about it. I just wanted to make my voice heard, and you guys heard my name before. So thank you for all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and taking the time to join us today. There was another hand raised in Zoom. It has fallen off. So Maria Ramirez Sevilla, if we could give her permission to unmute and share your comments. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. My name is Maria Ramirez, and I'm one of the care coordinators and Parents as Teachers Home Visitor Program Coordinator for Go Kids. Go Kids is the lead for an early childhood collaborative in partnership with City of Salinas, Natividad Medical Center, and the County Department of Social Services. First Five has been instrumental in providing us with best practice strategies via webinars and trainings like the Infant Family Early Childhood Mental Health Trainings, learning groups, and mental health series to continue to support families virtually and meet families where they're at, even more so now. When we went into shelter in place back in March, First Five responded right away by asking what supports we as an agency needed and what supports were the families needing, and staying connected was key. And that was going to look different.
Maria, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're on a different item right now, so we can. I will bring you back. I think that was for our First Five portion, so I will bring you back for that. Okay. Sorry. No, you're good. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Y'all catch that? Seeing no further public comment, we'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Phillips.
For all the reasons stated, I move approval.
Second.
Right, we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Supervisor Alejo. I would just, I think I'll put it out there. Would there be any agreement to make the transfer approval for the 1 year and ask the Water Resources Agency to continue looking for additional sources of funding before coming back for the following 2 years allocation?
Madam Chair, if you're putting that in the form of a substitute motion, I would second it.
Sure, I will consider that my motion and your second. Any further discussion? Okay, we will take a vote on the substitute motion, which would be a 1 year allocation of cannabis funds, $399,499, asking Water Resources Agency to continue working to find additional funding sources. I will take a roll call vote, and we do need 4/5 for this motion to pass.
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, the motion does not pass. We'll move on to the original motion.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
No.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Oh, goodness.
I know this.
I will vote aye. However, I need to be on record that cannabis funds are some of the only discretionary funds that we have, and the needs in our community are significant. And I would hope that similar consideration would be given to other requests for cannabis funding to meet other needs in the community when they're brought forward. So with that, the motion
Chair
carries.
Askew, I just wanted to add that this action today is only this appropriation. So future appropriations for the remainder part that you were concerned about will still come to the budget committee just like this did, and it will also come to the full board as this did. So I think the practical effect of what you were trying to achieve, I think, will be done nonetheless, just like this partial payment came to us today. So I think you can feel assured that we will still deliberate those future augmentations in the future. It won't just be automatic. So I think it's achieved. I think the message, although why I voted against the substitute motion, is because I think for those farmers that are dependent, that have been working on this, I think I just wanted to convey a message of how important it was and to keep our commitment for a vote that we already took. But I think I just wanted to address your points that those items will still come before us just like today did.
Madam Chair, I really need clarification on this motion then. Because my understanding was by voting yes today, we were committing $400,000 this year and $2 million for the $2 million total for the next 2 years. That's why I was uncomfortable voting yes, because although I support the project, I do not want to encumber $2 million over the next 2 years when we know what kind of a budget year we're going to be facing this year and next. Supervisor Alejo's comments seem to contradict what I believe the motion meant. So I would like to have clarification, please.
Could we get clarification? Do we have budget staff on the line that could clarify, please?
This is Ezekiel Vega. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us, Ezekiel.
Yeah, no problem. So what I see on the report itself is right now it's asking you for approve the appropriation increase of $399,000 for current fiscal year 2021. However, the Board of Supervisors already approved the $2.6 million back in October. So the board, so as I read the report itself, it indicates that the Water Resources Agency has the intent to include the rest of the approved amount by the Board of Supervisors in their requested budget. So when the budget is requested for fiscal year 21-22, the Board of Supervisors, Water Resources Agency will have the ability to approve that funding at that time.
So technically, we are only approving $400,000 from the Cannabis Fund for today. Is that correct?
Based on the way that the action is written, I understand that is correct, and I will ask a county council to verify that.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair, members of the board, I'll do my best. I'm not a budget analyst, but as I read the item, Mr. Vega, I believe is correct that this does not commit future budget years with this vote today. So the agency's budget will come before you again in June, and you will have the opportunity. They will include the money in their proposed budget, but the board will have the ability to decide whether to keep that money in the budget from the Cannabis Fund or not. That's how I read the action.
I think that's
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then with that clarification, I would like to have the opportunity to change my vote.
Point of order, so the reconsideration would need to come from someone who voted in the positive and the affirmative?
You already had a vote, so a motion to reconsider would be in order by somebody who voted aye. That would be seconded, and then you would vote on whether or not to reconsider if that passes, you would reconsider the vote.
All right, let's do it. I will make a motion to reconsider the vote.
I'll second
Is
that.
there a second? Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So motion to reconsider by Askew, second by Alejo. Do we have to do public comment again? Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Any board discussion? Seeing no hands raised, I'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye. And this is a motion just on to reconsider, and then we have to revote again, right?
Correct.
Simply to reconsider. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, so we're back to reconsidering the motion, consent calendar item number 1 on the joint Board of Supervisors and Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors meeting. Would anyone like to provide a motion?
Move approval.
I'll
Second.
We have, I'm sorry, so move approval by Supervisor Phillips, a second by Adams. Any board discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Request a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
That would be an aye again, with a strong message to Water Resources Agency to please go find other money. Thank you. Okay, so the motion carries. Thank you all for entertaining that. We will adjourn now the special joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We will reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting on public agenda items. Could we get a roll call, please?
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
All right, are there any additions or corrections on the public agenda?
There is a correction to the 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters. For item number 30, it is in receipt of a revised board report. And for item number 31, it is requested to be pulled from the agenda by the department and to be brought back at a later time.
All right, County Council, any additional
Yes,
comments?
Chair, thank you, members of the board. In the interest of time, staff approached the appellant on item 31.1, the McIntosh matter, and asked if the appellant would agree to continue that matter to February 23rd. The appellant has agreed to that. However, because it's a public notice meeting, we will need to technically open the hearing at 1:30 and entertain a motion to continue to February 23rd at 1:30. Thank you.
All right. Moving along to our consent calendar, would anyone from the board like to pull any item numbers for comments or questions? Seeing no hands, is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item from the consent calendar today? Seeing no hands, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
I'll move consent.
Second.
I think I heard a motion from Supervisor Adams and a second from Supervisor Alejo. We'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, consent calendar carries. We'll move on to our ceremonial resolutions. We have...
Chair, there was a email communication to pull item 35 off of consent. I don't know if you were made aware of that.
Okay. We do have it's backing up here. We had a request to pull item number 35 off of consent. Would you like to read that email, or is there any comment related to that?
If she is in the meeting, you should allow public comment on that.
Okay. Nina BD, we see you on the call, and we will go back to item number 35 for comments.
This is Nina Beatty. I requested the item to be pulled. I wanted information about whether this Verizon contract is an existing contract or whether it's a new contract. What additional equipment or antennas or cell towers are needed for this system, and make a request that there be no increase for peak pulse or decibels for any additional services. There's a vague reference in the description of the item to additional wireless services, but that there be no increase in the peak pulse frequencies and the decibel levels in the county from any additions to the system. But I would like clarification about what this contract is concerning, and oppose any increases to RF radiation from increases to the county's antennas and equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, for joining us today. I do believe we need to go back and vote on 35 specifically now that we've received public comment. At least that's what I've been advised by our county council. So we will be happy to entertain a motion on item number 35 from the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Ma'am, I point of clarification. I thought 35 was already included in the previous motion, so we've already voted on this item.
Supervisor,
County
it
Council,
was,
would you like to advise?
but the item was not pulled as requested by a member of public, so to be safe, I'm recommending that you re-vote on the item after public comment.
Okay, got it.
Does that clarify your question, Supervisor Alejo?
I guess we could do it over. That's fine with me.
Okay, so I believe I have a motion. I believe I heard from Supervisor Phillips. I didn't
Yes.
catch the second. Is there a second?
Lopez seconds.
Thank you. Motion from Supervisor Phillips, second from Supervisor Lopez for item number 35. We'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. All right, now we will move on to our ceremonial resolutions. We have 3 resolutions, items number 3 through 5. The first is to adopt a resolution in support of a campaign to increase enrollment in California's low-income rate assistance programs. We have a short presentation by Ms. Danielle Suarez, and we are running a bit behind, Danielle, so if you're able to keep your presentation as brief as possible, we would be appreciative so we can continue on with our agenda today. But you, I believe, Daniela, are on the panelists, so we will pass the mic to you. Thank you.
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thank you. I did have a presentation. I can't see it on the screen.
I think you would need to share your screen. You should have permission to share your screen.
Got it. Okay. Well, because we have short time, I'll just kind of quickly go over it. So my name is Daniela Suarez. I am the Community Relations Specialist with Central Coast Energy Services, and we are a nonprofit organization and also the LIHEAP Utility Assistance and Weatherization Service Provider for Monterey County. So the reason why we developed this resolution was to promote and encourage Monterey County residents to enroll in PG&E's discount rate programs such as CARE, FARA, and Medical Baseline that can provide from 18 to 30% discounts on energy bills. Yes, that's the presentation. And so utility bills right now are the second highest living cost for residents in Monterey County, even before the pandemic, due to the shelter-in-place orders and rise in unemployment. Higher energy bills have intensified an already serious problem of energy insecurity, especially among low-income households. So 2 of the main programs is California Alternate Rates for Energy program, also known as CARE, and Family Electric Rate Assistance programs, also known as FARA. And these 2 discount programs provide eligible customers with monthly discounts on their energy bills. The CARE program provides eligible households with 20% or more monthly discounts on electricity and gas for up to 2 years. And new income guidelines make it easier for residents to enroll. There's no proof of income needed. Similarly, FARA provides 18% monthly discounts on only electricity bills. This program is for households that make a little more money and have at least 3 people in the household, and participants qualify through income guidelines. And then also very quickly, the next slide shows the medical baseline as an allowance that bills at the lowest rate for customers who rely on life support equipment. These include all types of respirators, iron lungs, hemodialysis machines, suction machines, pressure pads, and pumps, also motorized wheelchairs and more. And due to COVID-19, a signature from qualified medical practitioners are not required. For all these programs, residents can apply online through PG&E's website or even call them to get an application mailed. We really hope that residents in Monterey County enroll in these programs to make their energy bills more affordable. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and thank you to the board for adding this resolution to the agenda.
Thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing this important information. We'll all do our part to get the information shared with our respective constituents. And we went a little bit out of order. I don't know if we wanted to adopt the resolutions before we continue with presentations. We have 2 more presentations, but I would like to entertain a motion to approve.
Lopez moves the resolutions.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second, Adams.
All right, I've got a motion from Lopez, a second from Adams to adopt our ceremonial resolutions for today, items 3 through 5. Can we get a roll call?
Supervisor Alejo.
Could I do public comment? Public comment. Sorry. Seeing no public comment, we will move to a roll call vote. Thank you. Oh, sorry, we do have a hand up. Okay, back and forth. We have someone calling in, so a phone number, call-in user.
Is this a public comment, general public comment, or is this on the specific item?
No, this is on our ceremonial resolution still.
Okay, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll do a roll call vote for ceremonial resolutions.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, thank you. Okay, so moving on, we'll do our next presentation is a resolution.
John didn't get to add his vote on that.
Yeah, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next resolution is proclaiming February 2021 as African American History Month in Monterey County. We have a very special guest joining us today, Queen Tay, who in honor of this resolution and African American History Month will be reciting some original poem. And while Queen Tay gets herself ready, I just want to introduce Queen Tay as a revolutionary poet. She's an activist, an entrepreneur, a spiritual life coach who lives in Seaside. We will pass the mic over to you. Thank you again so much for joining us. Queen Tay, it's all you.
Thank you all for having me today. I look forward to these Zoom meetings and presentations because it's an opportunity for me to wear lipstick, considering the world is wearing masks in public. So now I get to wear lipstick for you guys. All right. The title of my poem is God's Love. So I open my eyes and right away, I say, thank you, God, for another day. I don't know for sure how our hearts work, but I trust God to heal and rebuild us from all hurt. Who is God to me? Well, let's see. God is the love in our hearts, the breath in our lungs, and the Holy Spirit that dwells in you and me. We are born with many choices, so let's choose to use our voices to be a guiding light to anyone in need of sight, to get us all out of this dark cave designed to keep us enslaved so that we may be free, free to live, free to love, and free to just be, to become all that we dream of and fill the earth with our creativity and love. Oh, what a wonderful day this would be to absolutely see the beauty in our society, no longer as a fantasy, but truly real. Things we can witness, experience, and feel. Our ancestors call this alchemy, the power to change reality. Manipulating our perceptions and reprogramming our expressions will increase our blessings and ensure our successes. So let's trust God to guide our minds and hearts and let us know where to start, to light our paths and lead our way and tell us what to do and what to say. Let's trust in God with all our soul. He loves us all, Black to white and young to old. We must be grateful for God gifting us with his son. We must know that God is in all things in order for us to become one. For God is the creator, our most high Lord and Savior. We must obey and serve God to benefit from his favor. Oh, how we thank you, Lord, for all you have done and will do. We know that God loves us. Let's love all his creation to show God that we love him too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really, really special. We have a resolution that will be framed, and we don't have it here to present, but we really appreciate you joining us today, Ms. Elaine. Okay, let's see here. We are continuing on. Well, are there any comments from my colleagues on this presentation on the African American History Month? I'll just speak briefly. I feel that it is required of me as a white woman to take every opportunity afforded to me to be out front and to continue learning in my role as an ally to our communities of color, particularly Black and Brown people. And I'm proud of the policies that this board has adopted, our practices and plans to address systemic inequities that have been built into our practices and policies for generations. And I just want to take this opportunity to reaffirm my own personal commitment to advancing our county goals around governing for racial equity and with acting with intention to ensure that we are dismantling the systems that have created those discriminatory practices of the past that continue today. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this resolution forward. I did the same when I was serving as chair, and I think it's important to take these moments to celebrate the rich diversity, but in particular to the African American history, the leadership, the entrepreneurship, the scholarship, the artists. We have I think I want to commend this poet for sharing these powerful words, but as a Latino elected official, I think it's important to know and to express supporting our diverse communities, but more importantly, that in our actions that we take every week before these Board of Supervisors, that we're also concerned for those communities that often don't have a voice. And so I think in our actions, whether it's supporting African American-led nonprofits in Monterey County, African American businesses, efforts, and civil rights efforts, we should always be trying to not just say words, but in our actions, standing in solidarity and providing support for those items. We've come a long way in our county from where we were 10, 20, 30 years ago, but there's a lot more work to do. And I think I just wanted to express my support, a commitment to civil rights, to human rights, and to uplifting our African American communities and neighborhoods and families in Monterey County as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although we celebrate February as Black History Month, the truth is that we should be celebrating every day as Black History Month. I think that many of us who have lived in our families have lived in this country for generations bear a particular burden in our hearts over the way that African Americans were treated in our communities forever. I think that as I personally listen to the trials and the tribulations of some of my dearest friends who are African American, and I realized that we have not come very far, that it is up to each one of us to step forward every day and keep our hearts really focused on the injustices that have continued throughout our time. I just appreciate so much that our board, under your leadership, has brought forward this Black History Month resolution. And I really would encourage all of my colleagues and friends who will take the opportunity to look out for particular programs on television focusing on Black history, to make sure that you look at some of the articles or some of the books that you may have at home to read during this month when we do focus particularly on African American and Black history, just so that we can ensure that we're keeping this idea fresh in our hearts and allowing us to move forward in times that are challenging for many ways, but not the least of which the racism that continues to run rampant through our community and our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity just to share a few words. In terms of what we're facing today as a community, we know that our communities of color continue to be challenged. And so bringing this resolution recognizing African American Month here and across the nation really is what we're doing as a country, is an opportunity for us all to reaffirm our commitment to equity, to reaffirm our commitment to equality. And as we work on those concepts and put them into truth and action every single day, I just want to commend you, Madam Chair, and our community for standing together and reminding ourselves that there's still an opportunity to do the work in these times that we continue to trudge through together in terms of the pandemic. And so putting those words into action is a commitment that we've seen from this board over the last few years. And I just want to thank you for bringing this forward to highlight it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I obviously concur with the remarks of my colleagues, and I do thank you for bringing it forward. And it's always easy to look at these things, equity or lack of equity, through our own eyes, but you got to look at it a little bit through the eyes. And I saw that graphically when in 1964, they shipped us all from Fort Ord. They closed it, meningitis, and we went down to Fort Polk, Louisiana. And I was with part of my crew I was there with, and we had a Mexican-American and African-American with us. And when we went to the bars, we couldn't get served there. And it was a graphic example to us of how things were different in California and other places, but a lot of that eludes us. And so we got to look at also through the eyes of the Black community too. So I do appreciate you bringing this forward, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a hand raised still. I'm not sure if it's up from before. Call-in user number 1. I believe that was a public comment, general public comment request. Okay, so we'll hold that off until general public comment. All right, so we thank you very much, everyone, for your comments. Again, thank you, Quinte, for joining us. And we will move forward to adopting our next resolution, recognizing Friends of the Community Animal Services for their commitment to the County of Monterey. And I will ask Supervisor Lopez to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with me today, I have Carla and Barbara. Carla's with SCAR and Barbara's with Focus, which is Friends of Community Animal Services. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank them. We know going through this particular pandemic, a lot of folks have turned to their companion animals for love and support and a place to focus energy. But the work that Focus has been doing in our community for a long time started long before the pandemic, and their efforts to support our communities and their efforts, and specifically focused on our furry friends and maybe some without fur, is something that deserves to be elevated and acknowledged. And what really drew my eye to their cause this year is the fact that over the last 2 years, they've provided over $45,000 to help spay and neuter animals in southern Monterey County. And that number turned into 730 dogs and cats who were able to get spayed and neutered, helping to reduce the population, but also make sure that in the long term, they've reduced the tragic euthanasia of adoptable animals within our county. And so looking at all of the things that they do, including testing, on-site vet clinics, mobile spay and neuter events, subsidized spay and neuter programs, community education programs, and the microchipping, which we all know is so important in returning some pets back to their owners after they've been lost or have been misplaced through tragic events like 4th of July every year with fireworks, which we know can be traumatic for our animals. I just wanted to take this opportunity on behalf of our board to thank them and to thank SCAR and their partnership for focusing on the large need in our communities, especially in South County, and their efforts in the last couple of years. And so with that, I'd love to turn the microphone over to Carla Stewart to share a few words with us. Carla?
Can you hear me now?
Carla? Yeah, we got you now.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez, and to the members of the Board of Supervisors for taking this time today to acknowledge Focus, Friends of Community Animal Services, and all that they do for all the animals in Monterey County. Specifically for the animals in South Monterey County, SCAR is extremely grateful for their partnership. As you stated, we've been able to hand out over 700 spay and neuter vouchers to pet owners in South Monterey County, and we're talking owners, pet owners from Chular all the way down to San Lucas to the San Luis Obispo County line. And as you know, Supervisor Lopez, living in South County, there's a real lack of services. And so with their partnership and utilizing SNP Bus, we've been able to really maximize those grant dollars and be able to provide those spay and neuter services to the communities that really, really need them. And, you know, part of our mission is to significantly reduce the homeless population of animals in South County. And part of that is by spaying and neutering and reducing the number of animals that end up in our local shelters. So we just wanted to tell Focus, thank you so much for your partnership. Thank you for everything you do for animals in all of Monterey County, but specifically for those pets and pet owners in South Monterey County. We are forever grateful for your partnership.
Awesome. And is Barbara with us this morning?
I'm not sure if she is.
Yeah, I didn't see her on the list, but hopefully if she's in the attendee side, she'll raise her hand. But if not, we just wanted them to know that they are appreciated. Especially, we know that during the pandemic, the nonprofits are the backbone of our community. The government can't do it alone. And having key partners like SCAR and Focus to help us meet the needs of our community, whether they have 2 legs or 4, is greatly appreciated. And so thank you to all the nonprofits and partners that continue to help us meet the challenges of today. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carla, for joining us. And thank you, Supervisor Lopez, for bringing this resolution and opportunity to recognize these key community partners that we have. I see Barbara is on the line. Was Barbara part of your presentation, Supervisor Lopez?
She was. Did she make it?
She did. She's here. Do you want to just give a brief comment?
Please.
Yes.
Barbara, are you
Am
able
I
to
on?
unmute yourself? Okay, thank you.
Oh, there I am.
Well,
okay.
Thank you.
Well, I just, as the presiding president of Focus, I just wanted to thank the board for recognizing us. We work very hard at trying to reduce the overpopulation, pet population in Monterey County, and we've been very honored to partner and assist SCAR and several other agencies within Monterey County. We hope to be able to continue as the pandemic moves forward. We all know nonprofits are hurting. We have been very privileged to have some very gracious donors who have kept us moving forward. And I'd say more, but Supervisor Lopez took a lot of wind out of my sails with the things that we do. So again, thank you so much for acknowledging us.
Thank you, Barbara.
And thank you, Barbara, for joining us also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll be moving along to our appointments. We have appointments number 6 through 18 on the agenda today. Are there any supervisors who would like to pull any items from appointments? Any members of the public who would like to public comment on appointments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for, I will entertain a motion.
Lopez moves approval.
Phillips second.
Fabulous. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Phillips, for moving approval of our appointments numbers 6 through 18. Could we get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, we are moving on to other board matters. Board comments for today. We'll start with District 5 and work our way back, if that's all right.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. Two big issues that are going on in the district. I think it's for most of us. I want to give a special shout out to the Office of Emergency Services, to Building Services, to Public Works staff, and especially to the San Ardo Public Works for the incredible work that they've been doing since we had the atmospheric storm, the river, last couple of weeks. Particularly, they're working on the South Coast Big Sur at the Nacimiento-Ferguson Road. My hope is that Supervisor Lopez and I would be able to work together to advocate for federal funding to fix Nacimiento-Ferguson, since it is an actual Forest Service asset. The issue is looked to be beyond the county's maintenance responsibilities to address. I mean, it's an important road. It's really well used, and it's right now a mess. And I'm so thankful that we're doing the work that we are there. We're going to be, my district office will be hosting another fire recovery webinar with Office of Emergency Services this Thursday. It's 2 days from now, for residents and property owners who lost their homes or had damages from the River, Carmel, and Dolan fires. County staff from several departments, along with Cal OES, will be providing an update on debris removal, rebuilding, and reports on the impacts from the atmospheric river. You can link to the Zoom webinar on my Facebook page, as well as through the office, Monterey County Office of Emergency Services website. And then secondly, although certainly not in second place, I just want to let all of the residents of my district and for the entire county know that those of us who are engaged in working to serve you on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and I can speak for the staff of our county as well, are working nonstop to try to address the vaccination situation that we have in our county. It's very complex. It has to do with so many issues that are well beyond our control, but I just want to provide reassurance that we really are addressing this. We hear your frustration, and more than anything else, we just wish we had the opportunity to get more vaccine in our county. But please know, we're doing everything professionally and personally to bring more vaccine in, so that we can ensure that the people who are ready for the vaccinations can get them. And a special thank you to both the hospitality industry and the ag industry for the work that they're doing to set up an infrastructure so that when we get the vaccine, we're ready to roll and we'll be able to vaccinate so many more people than we're able to do now. So with that, those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams, and I agree. Everyone is working incredibly hard to secure as much vaccine as we possibly can get. To that point, I just want to give a quick shout out to Congressman Jimmy Panetta and his staff and his team, and our Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs staff and our team for the successful advocacy to get additional vaccine direct from the federal allocation to the VA clinic in Marina. I'm just thrilled as can be that we'll be getting 600 local veterans over age 75 fully vaccinated with that as a starting point with that vaccine. I will be hosting my second Wednesday with Wendy, which is an online community hour similar to Supervisor Parker's Hot Topics. I will be continuing the tradition. We included Dr. Deneen Gus last week. This coming week on Wednesday, I'll be featuring Gary Millay to discuss our Emergency Operations Center and Incident Command Structure and how the COVID response has been coordinated with support from EOC. And we'll be sharing that information on Facebook Live and later posted to YouTube. So please join us. We'll also be on Zoom. I also want to just give another shout out to the California Nurses Association. I had a great time this weekend joining them for a car rally in support of universal health care. I think if there ever was if the need for universal health care was ever greater and the significance of having health care for those, for our neighbors and those most vulnerable around us was ever more significant, it's now. So just thank you to the CNA for organizing that. I will move on to District 3. Supervisor Lopez, comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to first say, Supervisor Adams, absolutely you have my support to work with you, especially to call on the federal government for a response on Nassau Ferguson. I know I brought that up in my comments last week, and the calls haven't stopped coming in terms of support from both sides, your district and mine, in terms of needing to get that road fixed. I also just wanted to encourage our community to continue showing up to get tested. The sites are still available, and I know that there's a lot of expectation that the vaccine is just around the corner. It's here and it's starting to get out there, but helping to reduce the spread within our communities saves lives. So please get tested, show up at the sites that are available to you, and make sure that we're utilizing that resource as well. Lastly, I know last week I asked this board to send a letter to CVS regarding the decision to place locations in Monterey County. And I just wanted to make sure that I gave appropriate thanks to our delegation from Sacramento all the way to DC, our Congressman Panetta, our Senator Caballero, and our Assemblyman Rivas, who took that challenge on and worked diligently to get the response that we needed. We still hope that they'll add a site in Soledad, but we were informed that they would be adding that site in Salinas not long after our advocacy began. And so I just wanted to thank them for their assistance and their efforts to make sure that the outcome was what our community deserves. With that, I'll wrap my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we had the Super Bowl on Sunday, and there was a concern about whether people would be partying and helping to spread the COVID. And we, a lot of times we've had complaints about parties up in North County, and we just didn't see it. I saw one group of cars, and I asked the sheriff to stop by to make sure if they were doing anything, they were doing it the right way, social distancing and things. But that was the only one, maybe in some other areas, but it looked like people starting to realize that we have to be more responsible to get by this. And hopefully, I think you'll hear from Dr. Marino today that our numbers are still continue to be good and our hospitals are doing well. And so hopefully we'll get back to the red tier before too long and get our restaurants open and other businesses. We've been getting a fair number of calls of the 75 and over at our office and needing some assistance in getting through the morass to get signed up for vaccination. My office got pretty good at this because I couldn't figure out how to get signed up, so they had to get me signed up. So a lot of us who are older aren't as good with the technology, and so our office has been getting a lot of calls, and it's been pretty successful in getting people signed up. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to also just weigh in on the two recent victories because we acted quickly, because we reached out early to working collaboratively with our Congress member and state legislators. We were able to achieve those, I think, important victories for our community, from the VA adding the additional doses, committed to one clinic, I think, this Saturday, but hopefully that would be ongoing as the demand is there. And we certainly want to encourage all our local veterans who are enrolled in the VA healthcare system, because it's open not only to Monterey County, but surrounding counties like Santa Cruz and San Benito. We want to show there's demand so that the VA can continue providing that vaccine that comes from the VA allotment of doses, not from our county. So that's a plus for our county. I did want to thank Congressmember Jimmy Panetta, because I had constituent calls from family members who are having difficulty taking their elderly parents from Salinas to the VA in Palo Alto. But I also wanted to take an opportunity to thank Jason Cameron and Jack Murphy from the Military and Veterans Affairs Office and everyone else over there, because I know they were really doing a lot of the logistics with the VA, and they kept us surprised as supervisors of the development. So I want to really thank our team for their tremendous work in that follow-up. And same with the CVS. That's a federal program, so that's additional doses that come into our county, not from the county allotment. So those are all pluses, and it's because we acted quickly as soon as news broke. In fact, I got supervisors from Kings County and Napa County asking us how we did it, and they actually wanted to use our letter and reaching out to CVS's leadership to get CVS stores open in their respective counties. So I think we had a positive effect in also having other counties follow our leadership. Last couple of things I want to mention is that I'm proud to speak on a National Youth Summit this Saturday on the Fight for Ethnic Studies in California. I was invited to present on there. I look forward to doing that, as I think Monterey County has been a leader in really supporting ethnic studies courses in our high schools in terms of statewide policy. And lastly, I just want to mention that I mentioned it last week, but it was nice to finally see a Latino icon, a trailblazer in professional sports, who became the first Latino quarterback and head coach and president general manager of an NFL team, Tom Flores, from a small farm worker family who grew up in Sanger and Del Rey outside of Fresno. Finally got inducted at the age of 83 into the Hall of Fame. And I was just proud to support these efforts, and working. My resolutions were used in Fresno, Sanger, Huron, Los Angeles, and in the legislature. But it just helped drive community support for him to finally be inducted. And from seeing his words, how much it meant to him, these guys who have been waiting a lifetime, despite achieving greatness, they were still waiting to get that final induction into something that was so important in their lives. So it was really, I think we all celebrated, many Latinos celebrated across the nation in seeing his day finally come. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Moving right along, we have County Administrative Officer comments and referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, no comments this week, but we do have one referral from Supervisor Alejo, which is to establish an ordinance that would require employers to recall laid-off Monterey County hospitality, restaurant, and travel workers when our economy reopens, based on the length of service upon which they were employed prior to the layoff. And we will process that. We're asking our Workforce Development Board head, Chris Donnelly, and County Council Lester R. to lead that with their staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles McKee. Do we have any board comments in regards to our CAO comments and referrals?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just for my colleagues, I did want to let everyone know that I did reach out to the Hospitality Association. I've been also talking, of course, to the labor unions. This is just a proposal that's already been done apparently in San Diego, Oakland, and Santa Clara most recently. But in terms of counties, I was informed that Los Angeles County has also done this, and I believe it's something that the employers are already willing to do, wanting to do, but this just creates a process to kind of help guarantee that those workers will be put back in a place where they were prior to the pandemic. So I think this is just an issue of fairness, but it certainly brings a lot of relief, and it gives that promise to our dedicated hospitality workers, the second largest industry in Monterey County, that they're going to be the first to be called back as soon as the economy reopens. So I think this is a good thing, but I did want the public and my colleagues to know I did reach out to the stakeholders regarding this proposal before it was introduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I guess we'll filter it out. I just had a number of questions. Assuming this would just apply to certain industries, the question is, I guess we get into the question of why just certain industries and not everybody coming back to work. And then I'm assuming this is just in the unincorporated area would it only apply to. But anyway, I had some questions, but I guess we'll get those answered down the road. So.
Thank you. And CAO McKee, questions like that, we would be answering them at a future date?
Yeah, you would answer those probably as the item comes back. My guess is they'll have to come back with a request for further direction on the actual parameters of it. It is on the agenda for the referral reading today. I would just, if there's some specific direction you could give it, if County Council approves, or process it and we come back with a way for the board to give input at a later date. Either one is appropriate.
Great, thank you. And I just want to thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for bringing this particular referral forward. It is an issue that I strongly support, the right to recall ordinance. I know that Unite HERE has been working throughout the state to garner security for their workers who have been significantly and severely impacted by loss of employment due to the pandemic. And my understanding is that this would only cover employers in the unincorporated area, and that there is additionally an opportunity to work with our city partners so that we can have a larger impact in the region. So I look forward to working in partnership to see this move forward. We do have two public comments. We do public comment on the CAO comments and referrals. We will bring Gary's PC up for comment on the CAO comments and referrals. Gary.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you for
Great.
joining us today.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of the rest of the supervisors. My name is Gary Curcio. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. Supervisor Alejo did reach out, and we're candidly just a bit concerned as to why hospitality is being singled out on this ordinance. Why is it not inclusive to other industries? We are the hardest hit industry currently from the unemployment standpoint. We have still not anywhere near reopened to where we need to be. There's still no indoor dining. And it's the timing on this is certainly interesting, again, that hospitality seems to have been singled out. The other thing is the hotel general managers and the restaurant owners basically intend to follow pretty much the guidelines that are laid down by this ordinance. Very similar. These hospitality workers are like family members to these restaurants and hotels, and many of them have been with them for 25, 35 years. And we I think have the industry, I believe, has a pretty good reputation in caring for their employees. And we always continue to do that. Lastly, it seems odd that there is, if this is a COVID issue, why is there no sunset clause in this ordinance? I think that's something that needs to be looked into. So that's all for now, and we'll certainly be checking in later. But again, thanks for the time.
Got it. Thank you. And thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts with us today. All right. So there's no direction here. So we'll close public comment and move on to general public comments. This is the time for general public comments. Yep.
Yeah, just on this comment, just to respond to Gary, I did want to just make sure the public knew this came from hospitality workers. I spoke to several hospitality workers, and I mentioned this to Gary. I had met with workers that worked 10, 20, 30 years in hospitality. And so I just want to know that this came from them. They wanted this assurance, this promise that they were going to get jobs back. They are worried that they might not be called back immediately. And I know, and I believe, Gary, that most of our hospitality employers are going to call back their highly trained, their dedicated employees. But we get an ordinance so that there's some consistency, so that those few that may not want to do it now have a process laid out where they must follow that process. So I'm in agreement with Karen. I'm not arguing with him. I think most employers are going to follow this because it's very doable. Some have, in fact, have said that they're going to do that anyways. So this is a win-win. But this does provide that assurance, that promise, that peace of mind to these workers who are very anxious, who are stressed out, who are having a difficulty paying their mortgage and paying their rent right now. They want to be assured that they're going to have that promise to be called back first before other workers based on their seniority. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we will have additional opportunities to talk about this particular item when it returns. So with that, we'll move on to our general public comments. I will note the time is 12 o'clock. We still have one scheduled matter this morning. So we will move into public comment, knowing that we are on that timeline. This is now general public comment, includes public comment on issues that are not on today's agenda. We will limit public comment, I think, to 2 minutes this morning just to keep us on track. California's open meeting laws require elected bodies to conduct their business in open public meetings, and limits our discussion to items included on the posted agenda for a meeting. So this means that the board may not be able to respond directly to your public comment. However, we do appreciate you sharing your thoughts and ideas and feedback with us right now. So do we have anyone in the chambers for public comment? Seeing none, I'll ask anyone on Zoom that would like to make public comment. We do have a call-in user 1 who has been waiting very patiently for the opportunity to comment. This would be the time now, call-in user 1 for general public comment.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. Madam Chair, normal procedure for consent agenda items that are pulled is that questions are answered, and if any small presentation is made to answer those questions instead of those questions being dismissed. So I object to how my questions on the item number 35 were dismissed and not addressed at all. Secondly, I would like to talk about the Carmel Lagoon, which has been in the news lately, and I'm sure I share the sentiments of other residents that the millions and millions of dollars that have been spent to deal with this situation that was a preventable situation, in addition to staff, their safety being endangered every time a bulldozer has to be called to open the lagoon, and the safety to that driver of that vehicle. This has been done to benefit a few property owners and the initial developer of that area, and it goes on year after year. I'm sure that the town of Castroville and the other small towns in the valley would be happy to have the amount of money poured on them that has been poured on these few property owners in the lagoon area. It was very irresponsible by the board members and the Planning Commission who adopted this years ago, and they walked away and did not have to do all of the work that's continued over the years. This is essentially subsidized housing for the very well-off, and it's robbed money. This hearing already has talked about the substantial financial needs of the county. This area has robbed money from real pressing needs of the county. And the Herald even noted that residents didn't even want a wall that would have been a partial solution because it would block their views. So I request that the county increase any amounts or start amounts of assessments of these property owners to pay for the actual work that's being done on their behalf every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina, and thank you for your comments about the consent agenda process as well. I would encourage anyone who has questions that weren't answered in today's presentation to send an email to cob@co.monterey.ca.us with additional questions or comments so that they can be considered by the board and appropriate staff members. For anyone who's on Zoom on the phone and you want to raise your hand, now would be the time to press star 9 for general public comment. Seeing no additional general public comment, we will close public comment and move on to our 10:30 a.m. scheduled matter, which is a presentation from First 5 Monterey County, which is our Monterey County Children and Families Commission. We'll be receiving an annual report from Francine Rod, who is the local executive director of First 5 Monterey County. Francine, I see you on the line. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your patience as we moved our way through the agenda to get to this item. We will hand the microphone over to you now.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think our Commissioner Elsa Jimenez was going to lead us off here.
Yes, thank you, Francine. Good morning, Chair Askew, members of the board, members of the public. It is my pleasure to be introducing our fiscal year 2019-20 First 5 annual report to the board and to the public. I've had the privilege of being able to serve as a commissioner for 5 years and more recently was its vice chair, and am sad to say that this will probably be the last time, at least for the near term, that I present Francine Rod, our current executive director, to highlight all of the wonderful things that First 5 and all of our community partners are doing to really advance the well-being of our young children and families. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Rod.
Thank you very much for that. And I will now share my screen. Hopefully this works out well. All right. So good morning or afternoon, I guess it is now, Madam Chair and members of the board. I want to thank you for your time today. Can you all see my screen all right?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm Francine Rod, the Executive Director for First Five Monterey County. And I also want to thank now State Commissioner Elsa Jimenez for her time on the board and for her introduction. It's great to have a voice at the State Commission that can help to bring the children and families' needs to the state level. I also want to thank Supervisor Lopez, who is the chair of our commission. And I honestly have struggled with the next part about what I'm going to say, as we are becoming more aware of our role advocating for social justice. I think it's also really important for us to recognize and honor the land on which we all are standing, sitting, and watching is Native land, and that the indigenous peoples of the Ohlone, Costanoa, Esselen Nation are still fighting for federal recognition of their tribal governments. It's important to also recognize that the injustices that existed then with the forcible removal from their lands and from that of my ancestors from our countries, unfortunately, continue today. We have a duty to address both the symptoms of those injustices and the root causes. And I was heartened by hearing the comments by the commissioners today, by the board today. So I'm here to share with you highlights of some of the work that First Five Monterey County and many of the organizations we collaborate with have done in fiscal year 1920. It is a journey, and as Maya Angelou said, do the best you can until you know better, and when you know better, do better. With the support, collaboration, pushing and pulling, and honest feedback from our partners, we collectively are continuing to do better. Our annual report is available this year electronically on our website in both English and Spanish. And so we invite you to visit the website for a full presentation and to spend time going through it, because I'm going to rush through this as I know I'm between you all and lunch. So to begin, to remind folks about our mission, which is that we enrich the lives of children prenatal through age 5 and their families by strengthening connections and advancing quality in a whole system of care and support. And that the vision is that all children reach their unique potential in a family and a community that values, respects, and invests in early childhood. It's important for us to really remember that relationships matter, and that's why it is on all of us to lift up children and families, because they are the heart of our community, and together we raise Monterey County. First Five funding, it has primarily come from tobacco tax, which is a cigarette-based tax. With less people, thankfully, not smoking, unfortunately, that means our revenues are decreasing. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I wanted to set the stage about our funding decline. Our budget this year was $6.7 million, and we've been drawing from our reserves in order to meet the needs of the community. So we anticipate that in 3 years, we would have to cut $2.5 million in funding per year in order to be able to provide the same type of services we're able to provide right now, unless alternative funding is found. That means that instead of serving the current 25,000 children, families, and providers, we would only be able to support about 15,000. So right now, we already know that there's not enough funding to do the work that needs to be done. So that additional 2.5 or that 2.5 would help to maintain some essential community programs, develop and improve policies for families, and continue to prepare children for lifelong learning and healthy relationships. We heard some good statistics last week with the Bright Beginnings presentation that it looks as if some of the data and the work that we're doing is trending in the right direction. And so we want to keep that going, and prevention is a big piece of that. Why? Because 90% of the brain develops in the first 5 years of life. And although early childhood is critical, and it's critical to lay the foundation and the skills and behavior and the health outcomes, only 21% of public spending on children is spent on children ages 5 and under. So more than ever now, and we had some public comment. I know one of the folks who was going to make a comment, Dr. Carissa Purnell from Alisal had to leave, but she sent in her public comment about how important the work that we're doing is right now for Alisal. And this chart shows that the funding that we have is planned to be decreasing over the next several years. So now for just a few highlights. So much has happened since June of 2020 that it almost feels like a blur. But I did want to give you some highlights of what we did in last fiscal year and tell you a little bit about what's still happening now. So we believe that we work better together, and working together not only means collaborating with individuals and organizations, but also means making sure we are delving deeper into systems and policies that have been established so that they do not continue to oppress people. Our organization has made a commitment to what we refer to as READY, race, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and turning the idea of readiness on its head. We have been focused so much, I think, on saying that children need to be ready, that we haven't focused as much as we need on the systems that support children and families and making sure they are really ready. We know that individuals are complex organisms, and we need holistic solutions in order to support them. This is one area I'm going to ask for your direct support on. For example, when you're sitting in a meeting on housing, you may not necessarily be thinking about, well, what about the children? Are there playgrounds when we're building this housing development? Is there a childcare center? Are some of the rooms or the apartments big enough for family childcare and pointed right in the direction of the playground so that we can try and help our families get the support that they need? So when we are in these different meetings, sometimes we think in silos. And one of the things I really am asking you all as leaders in our community and all of us to think about is that nobody lives in a silo. We all are living in interconnected situations. And so to think about the children and the needs of the families as we are sitting in our various meetings. So that is one of the strengths of First Five, that we bring that holistic focus together and we work with other organizations and entities to do so. So all of these accomplishments are done in a way with other organizations in order to have long-term change to be sustained. Some examples of our funders are there on the screen for you. And we have been able to, in addition to our First Five funding allotment, bring in another about $1.9 million to help to support this work. So some of the things that had happened still in the end of last year, because at the beginning of the pandemic, as you all know, there were calls for diapers and wipes and essential items that were no longer available in the stores. So First Five and our funded partners and Supply Bank and some funding from some of those organizations that you just saw were able to purchase diapers, wipes, formula, and other supplies to help to support that effort. Our early childhood collaboratives are prioritized in communities that have been made most marginalized and that need more help and support than other communities. So for example, they're located in Pajaro, Castroville, Salinas, and South County. We've always had a focus on equity, and we look to seek to support those most in need. If you go to our website, I'm not going to show the video. There's several videos that are embedded in the report that are fun and educational, and so I hope you have an opportunity to look at those. Some of the services that are offered by our collaboratives include child development screening, parent-child play groups, parenting classes, mental health classes, and home visiting. So here's a testimonial from one of the families that participated in parenting education, who talked about how immensely that support has helped her and how she was afraid that her son might have perhaps have been in a gang if otherwise. She has 4 kids, 18, 8, 6, and 3, and has taken classes for years and never misses a class. She said she works in agriculture, and even if it's during a break or after a long day, it is my fuel. We also did quite a bit of work during the census with our local partners and the Monterey County Complete Counts Committee. Baktun 12 was a huge partner in some of this work and developed a photonovela. And it's been converted into video and is also on our website and was shared via YouTube and other areas to help increase the number of children who got counted, because children 0 to 5 are the most undercounted age range in the census. Families don't think they necessarily need to count their children, and yet they're critical. So through those partnerships, we were able to develop outreach materials for print, radio, and other communications. And we also worked with Building Healthy Communities to do outreach to organizations and entities to help raise the knowledge around the census. So, and to help parents get additional understanding, language support, and leadership skills to recognize that they have that power within them and to be able to use that power. That work started under the census and also is continuing with the Central Coast Early Childhood Advocacy Network, where we have pulled together and worked on in several, 2 years now, for an annual Parent Power Summit. So through a series of workshops, advocates have been well prepared to meet state legislators and voice the needs of children. And we held a legislative visit with Congressman Jimmy Panetta called Centering Children and Families at the Heart of the Recovery. And through that, advocacy letters and other supports were sent to the legislators to tell them what was needed and what parents hoped for from their legislators during this pandemic. In addition, our mental health training continues. It's got the horrible acronym of IFECMH, the Infant, Family, and Early Childhood Mental Health Series, but it does great work. So this past year, 195 English-speaking participants and 59 Spanish sessions were held, specifically only in Spanish for Spanish-speaking providers. And that series pulls together mental health, healthcare, early care, and education, and justice system providers so that they understand better about the constraints that our families are working under. And now more than ever, we're seeing the need for additional mental health training and support under the pandemic. One of the participants talked about an experience she had with a client who has autism, and how through her mental health training, she was able to develop a positive relationship with the family, and that the trainings keep her grounded and make her feel supported and energized. The online training, we had the training in person at the beginning of the fiscal year, then it moved to online, and it's continued to be online. And one of the participants said to me, "This training is a lifeline for me. I don't know what I'd do without this support." First Five was also recognized. In the interest of time, I'm going to push through these in terms of a few awards. Also, I hate talking about ourselves, but it's not for ourselves, it's for the community, and the work that we are doing is to support those individuals and organizations. So this is now I'm talking about the specific numbers and what we were able to achieve last year. There were 25,856 children, parents, and caregivers, and providers and educators that were supported. There's also an additional, we estimate, about 8,000 residents that were reached through the census. Over the last 20 years, our investments have totaled over about 120 million and touched the lives of over 500,000 young children, parents, and educators. And we're humbled with what we've seen in terms of some outcomes. And as I said, we are seeing some changes in numbers of children incarcerated or youth incarcerated, and graduation rates are up. We're not sure of those exact linkages, but we're pretty hopeful that some of the work that we've been doing in the community, along with our partners, has made a difference there. Here's where the expenditures come in, and you can see that 87% of our funding goes to program and services, about a little over $500,000 in administration, and in evaluation is $260,000. That we divide that up into our core roles. And that is how we make decisions about what funding goes into which areas. And so we have 5 core roles. The first one that I'll talk about a little bit is make connections, and that's where Bright Beginnings fits. And you all have been very supportive of Bright Beginnings, and we appreciate that support for the prioritizing the early childhood space. In terms of championing early childhood, that's where the work of our policy advocacy and communications and supporting of the work with the Wheelie Mobili and My Museum happens. The largest part, one of the largest parts of our funding goes to build capacity in the community through the mental health series. What happens under our CARES program, we're supporting Hartnell and Monterey Peninsula College. And then there's the kit for new parents that everyone is able to access. Quality Matters is another program that we support through the Monterey County Office of Education. And then there's technical assistance to child care centers to support their work and to ensure quality. The largest part of our funding goes to those collaboratives, those early childhood collaboratives, and they're listed there. And they are the key, the connector for families to support in the community. So as I mentioned, now the major part of the work of the collaboratives, and you'll hear from some other funded partners, is around COVID and connecting families to supports and services, and remembering that our youngest children still need interaction and support to be able to thrive. So to be able to pivot and to move the work from in-person to online and to do in-person where necessary has been a key area of focus for the work. And so again, just to reiterate that now more than ever, it's important to really make sure we're investing in prevention, supporting our families, obviously during COVID, the work that needs to happen for immediate support, as well as looking at what are we doing for long-term systems change. And so we do need to continue to invest and to remember that we don't want to I've been hearing the phrase kick the can down the road quite a bit today. And for us, that'll be the case as well, unless we're able to figure out a sustainable funding source for this type of work in our community. And that funding would be needed to continue to support essential programs, develop policies for families, and to continue to prepare children for lifelong learning. I don't have an ask for you today. I'm just letting you know, again, the work that First Five has been doing, and to ask for your continued support and vigilance as we start to think about funding for the future, and to remember that we're also involved and interested in helping to support the work that's happening under COVID and have been. I'm part of the collaborative that the Community Foundation has organized. We have funded partners who are participating in all of that. And so we're continuing to support our littlest children and families through this effort and through this time. So please think holistically, think prevention, early intervention, and connection. We have also established a fund at the Community Foundation called the Early Childhood Equity Stewardship Fund, so that general people from the community could also donate and put their money where our hearts are for our children. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Francine, thank you so much for the comprehensive presentation and making it so clear the work that you do and the needs of the organization to continue the work that you do. I will bring it to my colleagues for comments, questions. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You know, I honestly think this is the most important thing that we do, to focus on the engine of the train rather than the caboose. And I very much value the work that First Five does. Just a sort of an historical question. Has First Five been around? Was it 1994 when Prop 10 passed?
1997.
1997. So it's been around for more than 20 years now. And I just am wondering if my perception could be true, or if you have stats to back it up. And that's that, to me, it seems that there is a different kind of parent that we see today. You know, the parents have so much more loving a much more loving approach to their children. And I cannot help but feel that it has to do with this massive program that passed throughout all of California, and specifically looking at it from local eyes. What would you comment on that?
Well, I would hope that that would be the case. It does seem to me that, you know, when I'm in a grocery store or out and about, that parents are talking more with their children than just to. It's not do this, do that, do the other. It's talk, read, sing, play, talk with, and communicate with. And so, you know, we are hopeful that the programs that we have been implementing have made a huge difference. So thank you for noticing that.
Thank you. And then also just conscious of the fiscal constraints that you're under. It's really a good news, bad news. The bad news is, oh, there's not so much money for First Five. The good news is people aren't smoking as much. Hooray. But I was just wondering, I don't know the answer to this question. Are vape pens and you know, things like Juul, do they provide funding to First Five?
There are some taxes from vaping that is provided. It's not at the same level, and actually Senator Caballero is looking at introducing some legislation, which we'd love the Board of Supervisors to support if it does happen, that would look at a redress of that and making sure that some of the taxes are equitably provided to the various organizations and entities that got the tobacco tax as well.
Great. And then just a personal question, as you look back over these years, you've been with First Five now for how many years?
I would prefer not to answer.
Okay, don't answer. But
no, since 2004.
Since 2004, I couldn't quite remember. But as you look back over these past X number of years, what would you say has been the biggest change that you would attribute to the work of First Five?
Honestly, I would have to say that it really is changing the focus from individual children and families to really thinking about the systems and really focusing on equity. We've always focused on equity, but looking at the systems more as opposed to individual programs. And so I think that's the biggest success of the most recent years, is really trying to move that forward and to think about how we can get our systems ready for our children and our families.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you very much for your presentation and all these years and many future years of hard work on behalf of the children and families in Monterey County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Lopez, or should I say First Five Chair, Supervisor Lopez.
Look at that. I'm back in a chair role. No, thank you so much, Francine, for the presentation. You know, I just wanted to highlight for the board as well. Obviously, all of this is critically important work. And as a father of a son who just turned 1, I feel the continued need for First Five and its advocacy and its efforts to train, to advocate on behalf of and to support our families even more greatly than I did when I first stepped onto the commission. But I did want to share that while we continue to struggle with this sort of long-term picture and a potential fiscal cliff, we also are not sitting back and just waiting and asking others to solve the problem for us. We actually spearheaded the creation of an account with the Community Foundation this last year. It's not a ton of money, but it's just an effort to give the community an opportunity to invest in our children in a unique way. And I just want to highlight the fact that we were able to meet those needs and surpass the expectations on the first year of that with the help of many people, including members of this board making contributions. And so, Francine, for your leadership, for all that you continue to shine a light on, especially the needs of our families through the layered crisis that we had this summer with the fires and the pandemic and everything else that we have unfortunately had to take on as a community, knowing that there is a bit of a North Star for families in the form of First Five has been comforting. And it's something that I know the community has turned to as a place to find hope and to find guidance. And so I just want to thank you and all my fellow commissioners for the efforts that they put forward every single day on behalf of the families here in Monterey County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, and thank you for your work on the commission. We really appreciate your representing our county well in that space. Any other supervisors with comments or questions? I will make mine. I love the Together We Raise Monterey, and for me, the pandemic has really been a challenge as also mom of a young kid, and the village around me that has typically helped me and that I've relied on to raise my son has been, in many ways isolated from my ability to access that, and it's been really hard. And I know I'm not alone. I know that the other parents that I talk to are struggling significantly. So together, hopefully, we will be moved past this soon, and we can get back to together raising Monterey. I really, Francine, I want to call out some of the initial slides that you shared with us about the budget impacts to First Five. And I think the county has really stepped up in recent years in terms of funding for Bright Beginnings. Just earlier this morning, we made a large commitment of cannabis dollars to a water resources project, and I think that what I've seen is that when some of these other issues around early childhood education and the needs for investing in prevention come to the board, we don't have funds available, but other times we do seem to have funds available to invest in other community projects. And so what I would really like to see is that the county work closely in partnership with you to ensure that we're able to continue these essential programs and services that allow our families to have the support that they need to raise their children. So what I'd like to suggest is that we bring this, agendize a chance to have a conversation at the Budget Committee where we could explore some options for ways that the county might be able to support First Five and the work that First Five is doing into the future. So I'll throw this over to Supervisor Alejo if you'd be willing to put this on one of our upcoming Budget Committee agendas for a conversation.
We would, ma'am, but just as for the record, though, we did appropriate $600,000 additional dollars that we hadn't done previously in last year's budget to First Five and the early childhood education efforts. I do want to point out it's not like we haven't. We've stepped up where we can. Every year changes still differently, but last year we did put a $600,000 commitment forward.
We did, and that's great. And I'd like to have us continue that conversation about how we move forward. So before we completely spin down our cannabis assignment, I would like to have a conversation with Budget Committee about how we can make a strategic, long-term, meaningful investment in early childhood education for Monterey County future children and future families. So Francine, thank you for joining us. I will pursue that with Budget Committee Chair Alejo, and we will see what we can come up with. Are there any other comments from board members? Any other public comments on this item? We'll go to public comment. We have a few hands raised, and just in the sake of time, we are now at 12:30. We are into the lunch hour. We'll do 2 minutes for public comment, and I have Ricardo up first.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Francine, for that wonderful presentation. I was particularly interested in two parts of it, and I'm 45, and I've been a lifelong resident of Prunedale, and have many family members in Castroville. I'm a descendant of Ohlone Coast Indians that my grandma traced back to like 1823, with like photos of all like the grandmas and stuff like that. But and in another level, I have 4 children, and they're all 12 and under, and 2 of them are 1 and 3. And I was really interested in that, the Ohlone Coast and just the Native American stuff that you mentioned, and I'd like to get more information on that. Definitely. My grandma's done a lot of ground checking and searching, and she knows everyone from Santa Rita, I guess that's in Prunedale. That's where we're descended from all those years back. But I wanted to learn more about that. And then I'm an advocate, for like a lot of things around North County. I'm 45 since I was like 10 years old. My my aunt inspired me, Diana Jimenez, and ever since I was 10, I've been doing stuff for the community and stuff like that. And I have like 35 seconds, so I just want to say that yeah, that first 5 is awesome, and I wanted to possibly get more involved with however the liaisons would be for that. And thank you for that great presentation, Ms. Francine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments and for joining us today. Bernie, you're up next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. Yeah, I just want to thank First Five for that amazing presentation, and also this is how I believe that's prevention work, right? Supporting family infrastructure from the beginning is a great and first component towards what we call dismantling the school to prison pipeline. I work for Milpa, and we do a lot of. I mean, we know each other. You hear us here time and time, and I think this is a great opportunity on how the county can begin to reimagine what an equitable budget would look like. Funding type programs like this or services like this in a robust way. We're talking about the livelihood of our next generation. And yeah, I just wanted to say that, and this is a great. I think this is a great opportunity for the budget committee to really, really reimagine the possibilities here and how to expand it. And I mean, we're talking about racial equity, health equity, and I just, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Bernie, and thank you for joining us today. Next up, we have Maria Ramirez-Sevilla.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and board members. I hope I can share my personal statement, and I apologize for the confusion earlier.
It's all good. We're happy to have you with us now. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Like I mentioned earlier, my name is Maria Ramirez, and I'm one of the care coordinators and Parents of Teachers Home Visitor Program for Go Kids. Go Kids is the lead for an early childhood collaborative in partnership with the City of Salinas, Natividad Medical Center, and the County Department of Social Services. First Five has been instrumental in providing us with best practice strategies via webinars and trainings, like Francine mentioned, the Infant Family Early Childhood Mental Health trainings, learning groups, and mental health series to continue to support families virtually and meet families where they're at, even more so now. When we went into shelter in place back in March, First Five responded right away, asking us what supports we needed and what supports families were needed, and staying connected was key. That would look different for every family, but nonetheless, connection was critical. First Five was able to bring in more of the mental health lens during this time, and as an agency, we're able to feel supported, heard, and listened to. And when that happens, we're able to reflect and be intentional in our work. And in return, we're able to hold parents in the same way, and parents are able to do this with their own children. I had the privilege of observing this at a visit with many challenges and chaos and stressors, and a family was able to take a deep breath, slow down, tend to their child's needs, and wonder what their child might be communicating through their behavior. And this speaks to the work of First Five. When you feel held, supported, and given the tools, we can support families in a reflective, strength-based approach, and families become agents of change. To conclude, we cannot do this job alone or parent alone. It was mentioned earlier, it takes a village. We all need support. We all need hands. And First Five has been in our corner every step of the way, providing us with endless supports and being our hands so that we can continue to support and be the hands for the families in Monterey County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And we do have one comment to read into the record. Clerk, do you have the email from Dr. Carissa Purnell? I have it here. Okay, I will read this into the record. Okay, this is a written comment from Dr. Carissa Purnell. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Dr. Carissa Purnell, and I am the director of our 3 family resource centers here in East Salinas for the Alisal Union School District. I'm here this morning to express our gratitude to Mrs. Francine Rod and her First Five team for the support they have provided for the youngest members of our community for years, and particularly now during one of the most tragic moments in our time our families have been forced to navigate. In direct response to the pandemic, First Five has created a bilingual resource guide for both parents and community agencies and continues to post and share relevant information, including testing sites and vaccination updates. Their team also understands that there is no pause on early learning and brain development, and in addition to stepping up to directly address the pandemic, they continue to serve the educational needs of our 0 to 5 population with playgrounds, wraparound support, and their entire scope of service resources, from mental health care support to parenting classes. From adjusting our playgroups to offer classes remotely to delivering everything from craft supplies to diapers and sanitizer to the doorsteps of our families, our First Five collaborative partnership has allowed us to continue to be of service and support and to do our best to be a consistent source of routine and resources to the little ones and families who call Salinas home. First Five has and continues to be a voice of advocacy for the early learning and social emotional needs of our families, and does that by bringing together and supporting agencies from across the county to be of service in the neighborhood. Thank you. All right, any further public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will bring it back to the board. Is there any specific direction from the board? I would just ask that my request that we agendize this for a future conversation with Budget Committee would be a direction from the board.
Madam Chair, if you're making that as a motion, I would be happy to second it.
Fabulous. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. We could have done it by consensus, I think, but with a motion and a second, we'll take a roll call and then we will conclude this item. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, and we normally would do this for next year's budget anyway, so.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, thank you very much. And with that direction carries, we've received the report and we will adjourn to closed session for lunch, returning here at 1:30, where we will receive our COVID, our weekly COVID update. So we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you again, Francine, for joining us. Thank you, First Five California Commissioner Elsa Jimenez for joining us, and have a great lunch. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You ready to test mic 12? Mic 12? Testing mic 8, testing mic 8. Chair mic 6, chair mic 6. Mic 2, I don't know if this guy even ever uses it. Mic 2. Clerk's mic, clerk's mic. Podium mic, podium mic. Wireless mic 1. Wireless mic 2, wireless mic 2. Staff mic, staff mic.
Aquí está. Este lo voy a guardar para la... ¿Cómo sale? Le toque a ella. Muy bueno.
Laura, this is Valerie. We're going to send you the interpreter invite again. Test. Hi, Supervisor Lopez. I just moved you over to panelist.
All right, everybody, are we ready to resume? We've got all of our board members. Okay. It is 1:30 on February 9th, and we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call by the clerk, please?
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Wonderful. And could we get an announcement of the Spanish interpretation services by our wonderful interpreter, Jocelyn Martinez?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete español. Se les avisa que hay interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. En su pantalla, si selecciona el icono del mundo y selecciona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso. En estos momentos no tenemos el servicio para quien llame a la Junta.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And for anyone who is tuned in via one of our live stream channels but would like to join us directly via Zoom, our Zoom webinar ID number is 224-397-747. We'd love to have you join us and however you'd like to watch us. So our 1:30 scheduled item is a let's see here, briefing and update on COVID-19, including impacts and action, proposals, and plans to address. We will start with, we're going to move our agenda around slightly here. We're going to start with our COVID-related funding request, and we will be getting to our public health update from Dr. Moreno and Christy Michi after our funding request conversation. So I will pass the mic over to Ezekiel Vega to introduce this portion of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Can you hear me?
We can. You're live. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you. So I'll start just by introducing the different presentations that the departments will make today. First, I would like to share my screen and start with a brief PowerPoint to be able to introduce that. So I'll see if I can do that. So thank you again. This is Ezekiel Vega, County Budget Director, and as indicated before, I'm just giving a brief overview of the overall presentations that the departments will be presenting to you regarding funding request needs as a result of the pandemic. So the departments will be presenting information into three major categories: of revenue loss resulting from the pandemic, continued county response to the pandemic, and new or expanded response to the pandemic. So it'll be important to note that the last category on that bullet point, the new or expanded response to the pandemic, is for activities that the departments deem appropriate for a response of the county to the pandemic, but at the same time, also ensuring that some of those specific responses are implemented. So that'll be for new or expanded programs. So it's not something that the current county is currently doing, but it could be a program that either expired because of funding, or is something that they need to expand as a response to the pandemic. So the total requests from the departments amount to a total of $19.1 million. And I wanted to just make a point on the next bullet point. You see that cannabis assignments fund balance is $5.1 billion. In previous communications that we had with the Board of Supervisors and the public, there was a balance that was estimated at $8.6 million for that cannabis assignment fund balance. But due to the fact that we received policy direction from the board to set aside certain funding for the water resources project, we are setting aside $2.26 million, but knowing that those $2.26 million will be discussed as part of the recommended budget that will be presented to the Board of Supervisors for consideration in June. But given that we do have that policy direction now to set it aside by the board approval in October, we're just showing that so that it is very clear that this is an item where we receive policy direction. Similarly, we are also ensuring that the policy direction provided by the board during the budget adoption for fiscal year 2021 to reserve $1.23 million for the purchase of radios for the sheriff is also included on that. So that is a clarification and a correction from previous information that have been provided to the board in the past. Also, contingency assignment balance is $680,000. and the strategic reserve is $65.9 million as of this point. So overall, the department request that you see in front of you amount to $19.1 million as indicated before, and is broken down into the following dollar amounts that you see on the screen in front of you. It is worth noting that many other departments have identified funding gaps and strategies to address those gaps. So in essence, some departments said, okay, we have a problem, but we have a way to resolve this issue within our existing budget or existing funding. So these are the only requests that we're expecting to receive as of this point. And with that, I will turn it over to the first presentation on the agenda, which will be in the Health Department.
Thank you for that. This is Elsa Jimenez, and I'm the Director of the Health Department. And as Ezequiel indicated, I will be presenting our ongoing and projected COVID-19 expenses for the last 6 months of the current fiscal year. I just want to make sure, am I showing my presenters mode or the one slide?
No, we've got the single slide. It looks great.
Okay,
thank you.
Perfect, thank you. All right. So before you today is a recommendation to adopt a resolution to receive a report on our ongoing services and anticipated financial impacts, provide direction on continuation of the pandemic programs. I'm going to present 3 different options for your consideration. And then lastly, authorizing the county administrative office and directing the auditor controller upon the authorization of the county administrative office to release an amount not to exceed $6.6 million from a few funds that you have an ability to be able to do that from. I'm going to present to you by category our ongoing expenses. The biggest amount is really for wages for redirected staff. As you know, we've had to redirect staff from grant-funded work to be able to support our response efforts. And to this day, we continue to have some of our staff redirected. And then additionally, there's administrative support from, health IT, health facilities, health HR, et cetera, that are continuing to support our pandemic response efforts. So that's amounts to about $3.1 million. We've been able to bring on temporary staff to conduct contact tracing activities directly as county temps. And then we've also been able to contract with Maxim Healthcare to be able to bring on nurses to be able to perform case investigation duties. And that is projected to be a little over $800,000. As you know, our public health lab has not had the investment in it that it should have over the years. And so we've quickly had to ensure that our public health infrastructure is set up to be able to support the new demands on testing, freezer capability for the vaccine, et cetera. And so after anticipated revenue, we will still have a shortfall of about $600,000. And then lastly on this slide is continuation of the pilot program that your board approved for the month of December. We were able to support almost 300 individuals who successfully completed their self-isolation period and providing them $1,000 stipend for those that were not eligible for income replacement. So asking for $350,000 to be able to support up to 320 individuals. In terms of testing, we still have to have some ability to be able to respond to outbreaks at congregate living sites, and also the ability to be able to strategically deploy pop-up testing services in our community, particularly reaching those neighborhoods and those residents that may not have access to other testing services available. And then continuing to provide curbside clinic testing for non-patients at our county clinics. With having to see our patients via remote, we had to purchase blood pressure cuffs for our patients so that we can continue to monitor them through our telehealth visits, and that isn't reimbursable in our existing funding streams. And then lastly on this is about $800,000 for vaccination support. This would help to support our county clinics to be able to vaccinate residents that are not assigned to them. It would also give us an opportunity to be able to contract with VNA and other community providers to make the service available, as well as being able to continue having temporary vaccinators on board for when we don't have the ability to have volunteers available. And then lastly on this is the support of United Way's 211 services to be able to register and schedule, help support our residents with scheduling appointments at our county health department posted vaccine sites. Other unfunded emergency costs include continued implementation of the county's face covering order, about $100,000 to continue our temporary staff that have been really instrumental in working with our community businesses to ensure that they're compliant. A little bit of money to help expand our website changes, help to support the temporary personnel that we have at our call center, and some of the interns that are helping to support in this area. Continuing the activation and monthly fee for the hotspots that we are making available through our county libraries, and then just a little bit of money for additional workplace preparedness items like hand sanitizer, et cetera, through the end of the fiscal year. So as I mentioned, there are 3 recommendations before you. Recommendation 1 is to fund all of the activities that I've presented to you. The total estimated expenditures is a little over $8 million, but we're able to draw down about $1.4 million either through fees or through other revenue sources available for this activity. So really seeking support for $6.6 million. Funding option 2 really just helps to cover our county's response to the pandemic, tracing, outreach, and then the stipend pilot. Again, this would continue to pay for the staff that have been redirected to the response efforts, continue with our temporary and contracted contact tracing case investigations, and be able to support the stipend program to support up to 320 individuals. This would reduce the ask to about $5.3 million. And then lastly would be just to cover our county's response to the pandemic, which is just our redirected staff, lab infrastructure, and keep our temporary contact tracing and case investigators. So this would not have any funding for vaccinations, for vaccination support with scheduling, the stipend program, the money that would be going out into the community. And so then this would reduce the ask to just about $5 million. I did want to apprise the board that we did receive notice of an allocation up to $20.5 million. This is part of the national COVID release bill. Then the state received about $1.7 billion, of which $1.2 billion they're making available to local health departments. The anticipated term of the agreement will start March 1st and go all the way until July 31st of 2023. And this is really funding to continue to support testing, case investigation, contact tracing, surveillance, containment, and mitigation efforts. We don't have our direct allocation letter yet. We expect that to be forthcoming, as well as a webinar with the state to be able to ensure that local health departments understand the requirements of this new funding source, which again will take effect starting March 1st. And then lastly, just the recommendation is, seeking your direction on what level of the programs that I've presented to you and services that you direct the health department to continue to implement as part of our county's response efforts to the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsa. So we do have presentations from a number of different county departments on their health needs, and I'm thinking that we may do some brief board questions as we go, and then we can have the conversation towards the end. But if there are any board questions on the health department presentation, now would be a good time to ask those questions. And I see Supervisor Adams has her hand raised. Oh, Mary, we need you to unmute.
I was really hoping I would get through this whole meeting without doing that once. That's okay. Elsa, thank you for your comprehensive report. And I did have a couple of questions. And as I had seen in the attachment A, that it was $3,658,000 essentially for employee wages for redirected staff. And I'd really like to get a better understanding of that. I know you said, my expectation from what you said was that that must have been grant funded staff. So my question to you is twofold. Number one, so who is doing that grant funded work? Or number two, did we just kiss off $3 million?
So unfortunately, if we reassign staff from their grant funded work to respond to the pandemic, that work did not continue as originally scheduled. The state and the federal government have been working very closely with local health departments to extend agreement terms, to extend when deliverables are due. And so the county may lose some of that money, but there are plans to extend some of those dollars into the coming fiscal year. And some of the staff have been reassigned to some of those grant deliverables, but we haven't been able to fully send everybody back to their grant funded activities just because, we were hit with the peak and now we're in the throes of still addressing high cases and then also making sure that we roll out our vaccine as quickly as possible.
So do you feel that that $3.6 million, I think you had estimated revenue of 540 against that. So that, let's just say 3 million. How much of that do you feel is not really going to be needed?
So because these staff are specifically assigned to COVID response efforts, we can't bill the grants for those activities. So if we, at the pace that we are, we project leaving those staff assigned to COVID response efforts. And so therefore my ask would be the $3.1 million for redirected staff.
Okay. And then what about the public health lab? 571,000 for that. Would that not be coming out of the additional 20 million?
Potentially, and this is where the ask for today is, these are, obviously my recommendation would be option one, which is to continue to implement the strategies we've been implementing to date and also expand. And so the ask today is if there is no other state or federal money that comes available is really just creating a designation within the cannabis, the contingency, the strategic reserve, just so that we can, you're giving me direction to go ahead and continue to implement activities at this level. And if monies are not brought in, then we have money set aside to be able to cover that expense. We're optimistic that some of the activities that the health department is proposing today will be able to be included in the new ELC enhanced funding grant. But again, that won't take effect until March. So I'll still have expenses from January and February that I'll need to make sure there is a funding source. And so by you making a commitment in reserving cannabis dollars, for example, then at least we have the dollars reserved to be able to cover expenses if we're not able to bring in additional dollars.
So when you say not able to bring in additional dollars, you are not relying on that 20 million?
Because we don't know, let me help clarify that. So we know we're going to get approximately 20.5 million. Exactly which of our activities are eligible to be put on that grant is yet to be determined. And we still have not received the direct allocation letter. So until we actually receive the direct allocation letter and the agreement from the state, where there's been a scope of work that's been approved and a budget, I can't commit for sure that all of what I've presented to you today will be an eligible expense. Obviously, we will work to make sure that as much of what is presented to you today and falls within the requirements of the grant, that we try to capitalize the utilization of that grant for these activities. Now, I do want to remind you that that grant goes all the way until 2023. The pandemic is not going to go away July 1. So we're still going to have ongoing expenses. So we want to make sure that to the extent that we can have that $20.5 million help to cover not only current anticipated expenses, but also help to cover some expenses for the coming 2 fiscal years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the additional information. Elsa, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, it's in regard because for the public, a lot of our county health departments are in the same situation as Director Elsa Jimenez is in, as she explained. But the governor had made a $1.2 billion request, which from the California State Association of Counties, I got a copy of that letter just a few minutes ago, which shows that that request was approved by the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, and it was a letter directed to the Department of Finance. So if out of that 1.2 billion, Ms. Jimenez, if we approve these funds today, and that money comes down to Monterey County, do you know how much that would be? And I would assume that funding could then supplant the cannabis funding, and we could put that money back into this account and be able to draw down the money that seems that it will be approved soon. I don't know what the final steps are, but it seems to be approved. And then there was a 30-day, waiving a 30-day period so that the counties could get that money even sooner. So do you have any comment on that, or what our share would be?
Yes, so that's the COVID-19 ELC Enhanced Detection Expansion Funding, of which we received notice that we are eligible to get up to $20.5 million. And as I mentioned, the start date is tentatively March 1st, and the state is supposed to be setting up a webinar with local health departments later this month, as well as providing direct allocation letters and agreements to the counties to confirm that dollar amount. So some of those dollars will be eligible for some of the expenses that I've presented to you today. And I think really my ask right now is, if some of our activities are not eligible, we just need to make sure that there is funding committed by the Board of Supervisors to continue a certain level of ongoing pandemic response efforts, because it could be just a cash issue at the end of the fiscal year. And as I mentioned, we'll work closely with the budget office to determine which of the health department's ongoing expenses are eligible to be included into our ELC grant, which is the $20.5 million, to make sure that we maximize all dollars available to us and continue to ensure that countywide response efforts are continuing at the level that they need to be as a whole.
Yes. So, I mean, that's breaking news. You didn't share that earlier, that we're going to get $20 million. So that really changes the need for this ask, I think. And so whatever we approved, I mean, I think it should be vetted in the next couple of weeks to see what actually could be covered under the $20 million and what we don't have to allocate out of what's before us out of cannabis funding under this agenda item. So
I do apologize. I did not have it in the slide deck that was presented, but I did add it. And so I did present it a little while ago, the $20.5 million and what the anticipated time frame is. So it was part of my slide deck from today, but not part of the slide deck that was in Legistar.
Mm-hmm.
McKee, did you want to speak up?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, thank you. I think in response to these questions and where Director Jimenez is trying to go and explain, I think the intent is that that they need these monies. They need to know that they have one pot of money or the other at this time, and that the budget office with these departments will come back before the end of the fiscal year to essentially reconcile between these asks today, and if the board authorizes it, and any other monies that might come in from the state or federal government or elsewhere that could be used for these services and activities that we're asking today to be funded. So I think you're asking good questions, and the intent is to make sure that there's funding now to continue these programs and services if that's what the board wants, but come back before the end of the year to kind of reconcile with other monies that may come in, and to, if appropriate, to put monies back where they came from.
Thank you.
we'll go back to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. So with that comment, it sounds like it doesn't matter where it comes from. It could easily come from the strategic reserve as well, because we actually are not going to be taking the money out. It's really going to be more, as you had indicated, also more like it could, quote, be a cash flow issue. So rather than depleting one fund totally, we could just know that we have the strategic reserve that should everything go poorly and we don't get the 20 million, that we would be able to rely on that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Yes,
you.
exactly. From a departmental perspective, I just want approval from the board to continue to implement a certain level of response efforts, knowing that if we aren't able to bring money in from the outside, or some of our activities are not eligible for the ELC grant, that your board has already committed funds out of the strategic reserve or the general fund contingencies or the cannabis to help cover those unfunded expenses.
Thank you.
Right, and I just I want to make it clear that I think that the programs and the services that the health department is providing right now are really truly the core mission of the county. This is an emergency response situation, and the health department has stepped up some of the programs and services that are listed here, including the vaccination efforts, the testing efforts, medical supplies, the funds that are being used to allow people to isolate when they have COVID. I think that these are absolutely essential functions to keep our community safe right now, and I support the full request that's being requested. And in fact, I would take it one step further, and there is a portion of the funds that's requested for communications, public outreach and communications. I think it was $126,000. And I think that one of the things that the community is expecting from us during a crisis is clear and consistent and high quality communications. I know that we've struggled immensely to provide information translated into Spanish on a consistent basis and on a timely basis. So I would take it one step further and say if there's additional needs for communication so that we can be reaching everyone in our community in the language that they speak in a timely and appropriate manner, I would support additional funds for essential communication services for ensuring Spanish language translation, coordination across the board. So with that, I will see if there are any other comments from other supervisors, and then we will move on to our next item. We will come back around to public comment at the conclusion of these presentations. So next up, we have social services. Do we have social services? Is that Lori Medina on the phone? Oh, we've got Becky.
I'm
Cromer.
sorry.
Hi, Becky.
I'm sorry. Hi.
Becky.
Are you able to see my presentation, or do I need to slide it over?
Not yet.
Okay.
See
hang on
you
here.
and the Golden Gate Bridge.
Okay. Hang on here. Having two screens, I wasn't for sure. Okay.
While you get that set up, I'll just share with my colleagues that we do have a hard stop today at 3:45. So as we have our conversation and try to make our way through all of this information, we need to be done with this meeting at 3:45 to prepare for transitioning into our 4 o'clock meeting.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
We don't. We still
No,
see
just
you,
you.
Becky.
Could the clerk of the board maybe put it up? Is that a possibility?
We will work on that from where we sit here, Becky.
Let me try an opposite.
Madam Chair, perhaps going back to the next presentation and coming back to you, Becky, that way we're on a tight time frame here.
Yep, we are. Okay, Becky, hang tight. We'll let you do some troubleshooting there, and we will take it to the sheriff. I see Sheriff Bernal and Under Sheriff John Minot on the call with us today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair and board members. John Minot, Under Sheriff. I will share my screen here. Can everybody see that? It's a copy of the Schedule 1 that was in your board report.
We can. Thank you so much. It's perfect.
Thank you. So this is very similar to what we discussed in January, on the January 12th meeting, just for our ongoing response to COVID. As this board is very well aware, a couple of the hardest hit areas within the sheriff's responsibility continue to be our jail operations and coroners. And as we move through January and the period from January into June, we expect ongoing expenses. We've got all of those laid out here on the spreadsheet. And much like what Elsa discussed, we don't know what other potential funding sources may be. We don't know if any of the new, the potentially $20.5 million that's coming to the county, any of that would apply to these things that we need to continue our response. One of the line items you'll see down there is the COVID testing costs. Clearly that may be eligible. We don't know what other things may be specific as far as mitigation to COVID moving forward. And clearly there's a lot of needs across the county, but this lays it out pretty well. You can see the coroner's autopsies cost at $350,000. As we discussed on January 12th, we experienced a 40% increase in coroner's cases between calendar year 2019 and calendar year 2020. And although some of those are directly COVID, most of those are certainly COVID related, because there's some things that comes with the COVID that can cause somebody to be a coroner's case where they wouldn't have been previously, as it relates to seeing their doctor and getting other tests and things of that nature. So we did even though at the close of the year we only had about 200 COVID cases, we had 400 additional deaths over the year, and a lot of those are COVID related. We will be back in front of the board in very short order, looking to expand our contract with Dr. Azar for pathology services. We have to pay for those per autopsy, and with the drastic increase over the calendar year, that's one of the big expenses you'll see here. We also have things related to the security cost for temp checks. We're still trying to do some workplace mitigation to make it as safe as we can, because again, we have some people that just can't do their jobs from home. Our folks in records and warrants have to have access to DOJ terminals. Our folks that are doing bookings and stuff in the jail, they just have to be there. So we're still trying to mitigate some of those risks to our workforce who are here every day. As you'll see at the bottom of the page, our total funding need is about $2.2 million. You'll also see that about half of that, we do have a funding source. One of the things that's really been troubling for our jail population since the start of the pandemic, Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's closed their intake starting last March. And so we've had a continuous backlog of convicted, committed felons that CDCR just won't accept. That's increased our population. It's put a real strain on our ability to quarantine new arriving inmates, but the only bonus that comes with that is the state has been paying us a daily rate for those. So from July to December, that is money in the bank already. That's those checks have come to the county for the tune of just shy of 1.1 million. And the challenge for us moving forward, much like Elsa discussed, wherever the funding source comes, whether it be through other state funding, we really need the board's commitment to be able to continue our pandemic response. Knowing that, again, even with some of these state hold monies, there very likely will be more to come. What we don't know is when CDC is going to open up their intake and show up with a bus and take all those inmates, which will just stop that funding stream right away. So that's still a moving target. And then I just want to go to the next slide here, because this is what's really important to us. You've seen this every day. It comes out in the county's daily report for COVID. The real key here is if you look at this bottom graph, we know that we had a big outbreak in June. We went from 0 to 275 cases just within a couple of weeks. And then we really had to work to try and spread inmates out, to create quarantine space, to do anything we could to mitigate that spread. With 900 plus people in the county jail, we were at a lot of risk. We worked hard with the courts on early releases. We did everything we could to use as much space as possible. As you know, we had to occupy a piece of the jail expansion to create some quarantine space for new arriving inmates. By October, we had to occupy a second piece of the expansion. And then that's where you can really see, if you move here to October, you can see we were down to just 5 new cases in the entire month of October, which truly is a credit to the planning and things that Chief Bass and Captain Moses put in play, and then the commitment to that plan from our commanders and our civilian managers, our supervisors, and our deputies to really stick with the plan to do everything we could to mitigate that spread. And as you can see, we continued a very low. We only had 3 new cases in the whole month of November. That's against 591 tests. So our positivity rate was far lower than the community at large. And then move into December, we saw the same bump that the community saw, because that's on the backside of Thanksgiving and gatherings. And again, unlike CDC, we didn't get to shut down intake. So we were picking up people that, that had been at those types of gatherings. And then we saw it again in January. After the Christmas and New Year holiday, we're still seeing double digits. But as if you move over here to February, this was as of the Saturday report, 2 cases against 83 tests. That's now 3 cases against about 120 tests. So we're still less than the 3% positivity rate in that congregate living in the jail, which is just phenomenal. And the sheriff and I are on that legislative call every week with our counterparts from all over the state. And we are in so much better position than some of our counterparts because of the good work that's happened here in the county. And we don't have some of the big community groups breathing down our necks that we're putting all these inmates in a spot where we're infecting them and sending them back into the community. So this work that's happened in the jail is just a credit to the board's support, to the support we've gotten from public health and all of the testing that they've done for us, the support we've gotten from WellPath as being a partner to us and getting certified to deliver vaccinations. And that response, it's just critical that we keep those efforts up. And I think we all hear the same news. Now's not the time to let off the gas pedal. Now's not the time to let our guard down. We really need to stay on top of this so we don't see a massive outbreak. And with that, we just are, we have 2.2 million worth of need. We have 1.1 million worth of funding right now. We would really like the board's commitment to let us keep moving forward with our continued response. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you to the staff at the jail for keeping everyone safe. Any questions or comments from my colleagues on the board? Okay, moving right along, we will pop back over to social services. Becky, passing the mic to you.
Okay, I am ready. So, okay, hopefully you're seeing my presentation now.
We do. It looks perfect.
Great. So I'm Becky Cromer, the Interim Finance Director for Social Services. We are talking about, we wanted to bring forward 4 issues that we have for funding gaps for the pandemic. The first one is our staff diversion and staff support, and then we'll go on to Project Room Key, the Great Plates Delivered program, and the Care Senior Meal program. So we are requesting 1.5 million to be covered if we don't receive FEMA funding in time before the close of the fiscal year. We have diverted staff to do the care and shelter operations. And also we are staffing part of the EOC in that staff support. So these activities are FEMA eligible, and there's just no guarantee of when we'll receive that revenue. And this is a request from July through June. We did receive a small amount of money from CARES, and so that's been abated against this. And so our recommendation is here, and it's also on attachment A of the board report. Then moving on to Project Room Key. We had been to the board back in December, and we were granted to extend the contract for the amount of our, we had a small state disaster relief grant that we received, about $456,000. And then we were asked to come back to the board. And so we have projected that to extend it to June from mid-February, where their funds are going to be exhausted. The contract ends on February 19th. And so from mid-February to June, we need 1.7 million. These activities, we recently received a letter from the federal government where these activities are 100% FEMA funded. And again, it's more of a fact of we're not for sure when the revenue will come in. We have submitted two options to you. One, the department's recommending that we extend this program through June at 1.7 million. If the board does not want to support that, then we are recommending to extend the program to March 31st. The reason being is that we have participants that are in the program, and it's no fault of theirs, that their landing point is not ready for them. Like the city has been remodeling the Goodnight Inn. We have several of our participants that are going to be going there. And so Coalition of Homeless thought that March 31st, they would be able to, that would give them basically a place for everybody that wants to land somewhere. There's a small number that that they're not going to be able to place somewhere, and it goes down to a right of choice. And so that amount is $960,000 to extend the amount to March 31st. One point I want to make in these amounts is there's a $500,000 contingency amount for any major damage done to the motel. Now, we vacated 45 of those rooms and we haven't touched that contingency. So when you're looking at these amounts, there's 500,000 in there that's just set there to cover a liability that may or may not be used. And the third is the Great Plates Delivered program. This is a program that's month-to-month approval from FEMA. We were down to the wire this weekend, and I think they approved around 7:30 on Saturday, or the program was going to end. And we are granted up through March 8th now. And so, so that is receiving federal and state funding. It does have a state share, and we are asking that the board support continuing this program for as long as FEMA is supporting the program. We don't have the match dollar to cover the match. It's 6.25%. So if we are looking at, if FEMA supports it through the end of June, we are looking at up to $417,000 of county general fund that would cover that match. But again, we're not for sure when this funding is coming in. So we're seeking approval to continue the program and support of the county dollar, but also to cover those dollars if in case FEMA does not come in by the close of the year. If the board doesn't want to support that, then we're asking that we could at least continue the program through February 28th. And that cost would be 1.1 million. And another caveat on the, if we continue the program and with FEMA support, if FEMA decides to not support the program, we're asking for a 2-week ramp down program, or a 2-week ramp down, because sometimes we don't know until up to the wire if FEMA is going to support or not, and the program continuing. That way we can provide better notice to the participants. The fourth program is actually a restart of a senior meal program. This is the program that spun off of the Great Plates program. These were the seniors that were not eligible under Great Plates because they had access to CalFresh and Meals on Wheels programs. And so we're seeking direction from the board if they would like to restart this program that ended on December 30th because it was CARES funded. This is a 100% county funded program. If we restart it February to June, we're looking at $707,920. And then we also, in our recommendation, we ask that if you are going to support this, that it goes hand in hand with the Great Plates program. So when that program ends, so with this program. And that ends my presentation. So I'm open for questions.
Right. Thank you, Becky. Supervisors, any comments or questions? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation. And I just had a couple of questions and a comment. I think Project Room Key is just absolutely critical. It's just been wonderful. But for the Great Plates program, can you tell me, number one, who is eligible for that and how many people are currently being served by that program in our county?
So there's approximately 296 seniors that are currently being served in the county. It's not being served, I think, in the city of Seaside. I think they have their own program. And the eligibility, I'm wondering if Diana Jimenez is on the line. I know that there's some eligibility about that a person has to not be living with someone that can provide groceries for them. That's one eligibility component. But Diana, are you on the line?
Yes, I can try to help answer that. So it's the Great Plates program was set up for two purposes: to serve seniors 60 and up at risk of COVID, to stay home by providing them home delivered meals. And then the second part of it is to provide some stimulus support to struggling businesses that are contracted through this program. So it has two different parts of it. That's why it's much more expensive than like Meals on Wheels. And so since we actually started delivering or implemented this program and serving our seniors in June, we have served over 300 seniors currently. The number that Becky provided is correct. We've provided about $3.5 million in revenue to 10 local restaurants since, again, its inception. And the criteria, though, for Great Plates Delivered program is very stringent. And so it's really not to meet the needs of low-income seniors, because part of the criteria is that you have to make more than $24,000 a year if it's a single senior living alone, or you have to make more than $33,000 if it's a couple. In addition to that, you cannot be receiving Meals on Wheels or be on CalFresh, so none of the federally funded programs. And then there's some other restrictions, like you have to live alone and or with another qualifying senior. So those are very restrictive conditions. So it's more to help seniors who are probably more in the middle class income levels. And so because of that, we implemented the CARES Meals program locally with CARES Meals to reach more seniors, because we know there's a lot more need out there. And with the death rate, I believe, of COVID-related deaths has 86% have been in the age category of 65 and over. So we know that our seniors and elders are really impacted by COVID. So anyways, we use CARES money to start the AAA CARES Meals program, because we also know that low-income seniors, even if they're getting CalFresh, that doesn't last very long, and there's food insecurity that they're suffering.
So is that also a restaurant-based program, or is that more like a communal kitchen kind of program?
Restaurant-based, and I'm sorry, I might have gotten ahead of Becky's presentation.
Madam Chair.
Okay, it's a restaurant-based. It's using the same.
We're limited on time, so we have
everybody.
Yeah, because we have a lot of comments. We've got an hour and 15 minutes.
Thank you for alerting us to the time, Supervisor Alejo. I was just trying to speak up. I think that having detail about the specific programs that we're being asked for funding for is important, but we do have a time limit today that we're trying to make our way through this program. So if there are additional questions, maybe we could keep our answers brief if possible so that we can make our way through the rest of our agenda today. So Supervisor Adams, do you have additional questions about the CARES or
The final question was, and I didn't hear the answer because of the interruption, but the final question then is CARES a restaurant-based program or is it communal food preparation delivery?
Restaurant.
Thank you so much. That's it for my questions.
Thank you. And I did have just a brief question in regards to, or two comments, I guess, would be more so in regards to the Project Room Key. And again, I think that the programs that social services has stepped up to provide are absolutely essential life-saving programs for food and shelter for people at a time of significant need and crisis. So I do support the project, continuing the Project Room Key, but I do also want to be absolutely certain that we have a plan in place and that we're actively working to move people from those room key homes into something more permanent, so that when the federal funding disappears, we have taken the initiative to not have to have to limit the amount of transition that's required. So I'll just put that out there. And then in terms of the meals programs, Great Plates and the CARES Meals Delivery Program, I think they've been great. They've provided stimulus to our local businesses. They've provided meals to seniors in need. But I can't help but ask the question, for $700,000 or $1 million, which is what we're being requested of here, what could Meals on Wheels be providing to the community in terms of senior nutrition? And so for me, I have to really look at how can we make the greatest impact, meeting the greatest number of needs with our limited resources. And I would be inclined to support ongoing senior nutrition programs, but utilizing a program such as Meals on Wheels. And to the degree that when federal funding is eliminated, that we're actively and aggressively looking to transition our residents onto Meals on Wheels. And for the CARES senior program funding with the $700,000, I'd be inclined to know to spend that money, but spend it in a way where we can have a greater impact. Any other comments from the board members? All right, we will move on to our next presentation, which is RMA. Well, not RMA anymore, but HCD and PWFP. And again, if we could keep the presentation to 5 minutes, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chair Rudascu and members of the board. I'm Randy Ishii, presenting information related to the financial impacts from the pandemic on the Public Works Facilities and Parks Department budget. Mike Novo, who is our interim Housing Community Development Director, will present information related to the impacts to housing in the Community Development Department. And as stated in the staff report, we are reporting together as our budgets remain together under the former Resource Management Agency budget until the next fiscal year. And with that, I'm going to do a brief PowerPoint presentation to help explain our scenario. And the revenue situation caused by the pandemic is unusual for our departments. For the last 11 years, RMA gave millions of dollars back to the general fund. In March 2020, the RMA submitted a balanced budget for fiscal year 21. Since the spring, though, we have experienced significant reductions in revenue as a result of the pandemic's effect on construction and park use. This brief presentation summarizes the board report, which shows significant reductions in revenue with impacts to the general fund, partially offset by other factors. Revenue reductions are primarily associated with our building, environmental services, and parks functions. I will now ask Mr. Novo to present summarized information on the Housing and Community Development Department.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Mike Novo with HCD. Like some of the other county departments, we've seen dramatic reductions in revenue as a result of the pandemic. In housing and community development, most of our services rely significantly on fees for our services. And as you can see in the staff report, HCD has had a significant drop in revenue related to building permits and inspections, as well as our portion of environmental services. The reason behind the drop in revenue is primarily due to a complete construction shutdown for a period of time and a shift in the types of construction permits to smaller projects. Planning permits have not shown a significant drop, which is actually a positive indicator of future construction activity restoring to pre-pandemic levels. So I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Ishii to talk a little bit more about the revenue impacts on his department.
Similarly, there is a reliance on fees for the park's environmental services functions. Furthermore, the floodplain management tasks came to RMA, which environmental services took over from the Water Resources Agency. No revenues came with this transfer of responsibility, so staff plans to seek direction from the board on how to address this matter in the future. It is noteworthy that the floodplain management and CRS activities performed by the staff reduced the flood insurance rates for our constituents who live in the floodplain. Through the efforts by staff, the county was upgraded to a Class 5 community effective October 2020. That provides a discount of 25% on the National Flood Insurance Program rates to those in the special flood hazard area, and a 10% discount for those outside the special flood hazard area. That's a savings that those constituents realize now against past years, and they can use their savings on other things, such as commerce or recreation. Parks relies on fees from visitors, as mentioned previously. Right now, Toro Park is closed due to the damage from the fires, and San Lorenzo Park is being used by the EOC to house COVID-positive people in the alternate housing site trailers. These are our two most profitable parks. We also stopped staffing the entry gates as a safety precaution using Iron Rangers, which leaves paying entry fees at the Iron Rangers on the honor system. And with the parks being closed, we've lost out on over 20 special events like the Spartan Race and cross-country events. And there's going to be revenue shown on the next slides. And it's noteworthy that the parks revenue that you're seeing includes the revenue of Lake San Antonio. Lake San Antonio brought in $400,000 approximately of revenue into the overall parks revenue, which had not been budgeted. Had they been separated, the parks revenue would reflect a greater impact. That moves us along to this slide showing the revenue budgeted versus forecasted. It shows the actual projected revenue losses for this fiscal year. General fund contribution is significantly less, as we will show later. And in summary of the data that you see on the screen, of the current budget forecast, there's an approximately $2.5 million loss in revenues when you add the variances together. There's a reduction in expenditures of $0.3 million. And additionally, there's an increase in general fund contribution of approximately $0.4 million for CARES Act funding. This results in a net loss of approximately $1.8 million.
This is Mike Novo again. So we've included two options in the staff report. The first option demonstrates how the budget can be balanced through salary savings, which would include not filling vacant positions as well as actual layoff of current staff. This option would be contrary to the recommendations of the Citygate report and contrary to the board's action directing staff to implement Citygate's recommendations. For HCD, this option would require layoffs of about 1/3 of the department because we're trying to offset an entire year of revenue loss in just one quarter. Similarly, for Public Works, several vacancies and filled positions would be eliminated as shown on the screen. This option would decimate operations for both departments and have significant impacts on customer service as well as our current staffs, as they're all working at full capacity right now. The impacts in housing community development would include significantly increasing the backlog of plans examination, code compliance, building inspections, advancing current planning, environmental review, and condition compliance. For parks, staff would be reduced an additional 21% from the existing skeleton crew after they've already cut the number of temporary employees in half to save money. As we look past the pandemic, we expect construction activity and parks use to recover to pre-pandemic levels with the recovery in revenue. So we would need to then rehire the staff positions back again. This option would cause dramatic reductions in customer service, significant disruption to our long-term service, not to mention how it would affect our employees. This temporary situation should not be allowed to cause such dramatic impacts to our customers or employees. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Ishii for our last two slides. Thank you.
This option number 2 shows the alternative funding sources that we're recommending for temporary one-time funds. Of the one-time fund sources, there is the cannabis assignment that you see in the middle column. There's a general fund contingency in the column to its right. And on the far right, we have the strategic reserves. As mentioned previously, there is a net shortfall between the two departments combined of approximately $1.8 million. And as seen from these different one-time funding source asks that we're looking at, the cannabis assignment is one where at the end there would still be a positive ending fund balance. General fund contingency does not have enough, and so another funding source would need to be combined with it if general fund contingency were to be used. And then on the far right, as mentioned before, there's the strategic reserve and the impact on the strategic reserve should that be the one-time funding source choice. In conclusion, staff is recommending option number 2 for the reasons explained earlier. The effect on customer service and on employees from option 1 would be significant, as we explained in the report. While revenue reductions are projected at approximately $2.5 million, here again, the net general fund need is approximately $1.8 million. This is a temporary situation that requires a temporary solution, and thus we're looking to those one-time fund sources to get us through this fiscal year. That concludes staff's presentation, and we have our finance staff with us to assist with any questions or comments that the board or public may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand up.
Yeah, just some of these look marginally related to COVID or around about COVID. Do we anticipate these funds would be, or these services would be reimbursed with FEMA or the money that we expect to get? Anybody know?
This is Assistant Director for Public Works, Facilities and Parks, Sean Ellerby, Supervisor Phillips. The revenue loss would not be recoverable by FEMA or CARES.
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Well, I just feel like this board needs to really maintain its commitment to implement the City Gate report. So we continue to hear, complaints with people about the backlog of everything. So I would not support any kind of hiring freeze or layoffs. And then looking at the projection of the positions, it seems as if the amount of money that we were talking about there really would only go to the end of the fiscal year. So if we were to take that out of cannabis, we would have to have ongoing funding to be able to do that, as opposed to looking at the strategic reserve. I also think that this is the kind of thing that is the sort of disaster that we have a strategic reserve to address. So because it doesn't, as I was looking at the requirements of the 20 million that we're going to get and a couple of other things, I don't think that we're going to be qualified for any kind of FEMA reimbursement for this department. I think this is really going to have to bite the bullet and come out of strategic reserve, in my opinion. Thank you.
All right, any other board comments or questions on this item? Yeah, I think when I'm looking at these requests, I see not just, I hear there's a portion of this that's one time as a result of loss of COVID income revenue, but I also am concerned that there is an ongoing need in this department that really needs our budget staff to scrub the numbers and take a really close look at how we can manage these costs on an ongoing basis. So I'm hesitant. I do believe we need to fully implement the recommendations, but when we're in the context of COVID response and critical life-saving needs, I would like to see this full budget for this department carefully looked at. Next up, we have the CAO and our EOC.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Bruce Succo, the Finance Chief for the EOC and the Finance Manager for the DA, and I'll be brief. We have 3 operation areas in the EOC that have been funded previously, and with the ongoing operations through 30 June, we're asking for additional support for the alternative housing that we're using both at San Lorenzo Park and other areas throughout the county. We need about $646,000 to continue those operations through the end of June. Internal use for the EOC for buying signage, general supplies, and some just general operations, an additional $75,000, and for the United Way call center, an additional $120,000. All of those are FEMA reimbursable, and with the change to funding to 100%, eventually we will get reimbursed for all of those activities from FEMA. Again, the timing is an issue. Don't know when we'll get them this fiscal year or not. I would suspect only partially get that reimbursed by the end of this fiscal period, but eventually all of it will come back. To keeping it as brief as I can, that's all I have, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll move on to our CAO Workforce Development Board. Is Chris on the line?
Yep, I am. Good afternoon, Chair Askew. And also board members, Chris Donnelly, Director of the Workforce Board. I'm going to share my screen, and this will be a short presentation. Sorry about that. I'm having some difficulties with that. Has it come up yet?
Yep, we can see the presentation side of your screen,
Okay,
but your
great.
slides are up, so we're good.
Okay. The Workforce Development Board is requesting additional $900 from the cannabis tax assignment or other funds identified by the Board of Supervisors for a small business grant for round 3 funding. We look at issuing small grants to business directly affected by COVID-19 with a minimum of 90 eligible business that would receive grants up to $10,000. What we're seeing is in the last couple of months with the shelter in place that our unemployment rate is increasing from 7.7 in November to 11.4 December as a result of shelter in place. And also that we're looking at that unemployment numbers going up to 21,000 individuals that have impacted. Between January and December 2020, California experienced a 33.9% decrease in total small business revenue. And during the same period of time, Monterey County small business suffered a 64.6% decrease in total revenue due to shelter-in-place orders, business closures, and wildfires, with a nearly 47% decrease in the number of small businesses that were open as of December 31st, 2020, compared to a statewide decrease of 37%. And we're seeing also a 27.2% fewer individuals who are being employed in the leisure and hospitality sector as of November 15th compared to January 2020. And this was done by Harvard University and also the Opportunity Insight information. In Monterey County, we see that there's over 18,000 small businesses with 50 or fewer employees. Out of that, 968 are eating or drinking establishments. 60 of those are wineries, breweries, 320 are hotels, and 2,100 are retail stores. And this information was from Duns and Bradstreet, where we received our information from. Give a little bit of impact in regards to our round 1 summary, where we received funding from the board in October, November, and December. With our first round of funding, $1.2 million was allocated in fall of 2020. Applications were open from November 2nd to the 15th. We had 152 businesses that applied. And out of that, we issued $1.148 million to 128 small businesses in December 20. And we looked at only less than 10% as the administrative cost for that. Also give you 23 businesses were not eligible because they filed late or failed to submit required documentation to review their applications. And any of the funding that we did not carry over, that would carry over to round 2 for funding in February 20. And this is just how our round 1 summaries broke out by each of the district, the number of applications for each district. And what we're looking at right now is round 2, and round 2 started yesterday. And we have applications open from February 8th to 22nd. $825,000 was set aside for that to fund up to 83 businesses. And again, what the County Board of Supervisors directed as owned and operated in Monterey County. We looked at open prior to October 1st, 2020, and prior industries and hospitality tourism, including accommodation food services. And grants, again, are on a reimbursement basis with eligible expenses retroactive to July 1st, 2020. And then we're looking at round two is that with start of partners and just looking at that and payments beginning the 15th of March. So we're looking at round three for additional $900,000 would take place sometime in late March. That would issue round three once round two is closed out. And we look at the funding that would go out to small businesses by the end of late May, and a report to the board would be issued by the end of May with a final closeout of all three rounds of funding, if funded for round three. And that's my report. Any questions?
Any supervisors have questions for Mr. Donnelly?
Just a very quick one.
Yep.
Of the,
Supervisor Adams.
thank you very much. So you've talked about round one, which is done. Did you not say that round two is just starting and that's going to be from February 2nd to February 8th to February 22nd?
Yes, we have round two that just started, opened up yesterday. And that is the
Okay.
cannabis funds that we received in November.
Okay, great. So if my understanding is that if in fact you received money in round one, you cannot apply in round two, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what about for round three? Could the round one people apply in round three?
That is
Or
up to, that would be up to the board to make that determination, and we'll any recommendations we'll go with.
Okay, thank you for that. And thanks for the presentation.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I just want to tell Mr. Donnelly and his whole team, thank you for really doing a program very quickly and getting the money out rapidly. So it shows a success. You accomplished what we asked you to do. So thank you to all the team.
Well, thank you. I'll pass that on to everyone.
And, Chris, I have one question for you. In regards to the funds that we are putting out through local dollars, how are those different than the state has really stepped up and is now providing quite a bit more in terms of small business relief and the PPP loans that continue to be made available to small businesses? How is our program different from those programs? And would we be able to better leverage local dollars by supporting small businesses in their application to those state and federal programs?
And from what my understanding is for last week with Monterey Business Council, they were mentioning that there was probably only 33 businesses that have been contacted through the new funding from the state of California for round one. Round two, I'm not sure how many people have applied for it, so we'll find out. We can look at leveraging those resources, but I think primarily with the small businesses in Monterey County, those resources are probably not getting out to the businesses as quickly as possible. And I think the funding that we received for round one and two is really making an input into the small business in Monterey County. And so I think that, you know, looking at the funding that we can provide them directly from the county is quicker and more efficient than some of the things that they look at for PPP. And the PPP is actually a loan. I think round one of what they provided was forgivable, but most of those right now are loans, from my understanding.
All right, thank you very much. So we do have a number of the board. The staff is looking for direction from the board in terms of this these requests that we just heard from Health, Social Services, Sheriff, RMA, the EOC, and the Workforce Development Board, totaling $19,171,219. Some of those funds appear that they will be reimbursable. But in order for the programs to continue, staff is looking for this board to give some direction. CAO McKee, do you want to elaborate on how you'd like us to proceed?
No, I just heard, I think you may have misspoken to 19,000 and we'd love that, but.
Sorry, nope. If only it was 19,000. It is $19,171,219. I have some thoughts about how maybe we could proceed, but if there's a board, I see Supervisor Adams has her hand up. We haven't yet heard any feedback from Lopez and a little bit from Phillips, so maybe we can make the rounds, and if there's intent, if you have changes from what's being recommended, or if you'd like to see something different than what's been proposed, please speak now or raise your hand. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I know everybody knows that they feel as if the cannabis fund is some little pet project that I watch very carefully, and I do. And I think it's because everybody knows it's because, you know, we did all of those community outreach meetings, and I feel really strongly at least a professed commitment that we made to people. So much of what I've heard today indicates that what we're really talking about are cash flow issues more so than, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to lay people off, other than within RMA, although, you know, I'm not going there at all. My real feeling about this is that I feel that since so much of it is cash flow, that we should look to those elements from the strategic reserve. It seems very unlikely that we're going to have to take it out, because all of the ones that I was looking at would be funded from FEMA, and maybe a little bit slower, but we know that we're going to get it. So I would propose that, and we can come back and I'll talk specific numbers in a minute. I do think, however, that the Workforce Development Board project, the 900,000, I could see that coming from cannabis, if for no other reason than we had taken cannabis dollars for it before, but primarily because it really impacts the community. It really impacts local small businesses, and it really impacts people's jobs on a much more visible, immediate term. It's also not any kind of funding that we would continue. It isn't something that would continue on. It would be just one-term funding. So I feel strongly that that would make a very logical place for the workforce development round 3 to come from. And I have mixed feelings about the HCD, PWFP, their funding. But as I said earlier, the strategic reserve is set up for disaster, and that's what this is. I don't think that they would get reimbursed, so I would think that that should also come from the strategic reserve. So if the time is right, whenever it is, I'd be happy to make a motion that would delineate what should come from strategic reserves and what could come from cannabis.
Thank you, Supervisor. I see Supervisor Lopez has his hand raised.
Yeah, I really want to hear from the public, but for me, this is the time that we step forward as a community and get these things done for our community. Specifically, obviously, I know there's a lot of feelings around certain pots of funding, but I think a commitment from this board that whatever we allocate the funding to, if there's an additional, specifically federal or state funded source that comes in the near future to meet that need, those dollars would be returned to where they came from, regardless of it being contingency or cannabis funds. You know, that's sort of where my feeling is. I agree on the cash flow question, but I do think all of the needs brought forward today are things that our community needs in terms of not just the pandemic and dealing with today, but recovery moving forward to get us through the future. And so I really want to hear from the public before I make my final kind of feelings known, but that's where I'm standing now as I look to hear from them.
Great. Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I concur with Supervisor Lopez. I didn't see any of the requests that I thought were outreach or a stretch, and I think it is time we step up. But I'm tired of doing this dance around the cannabis fund. I mean, we obviously need all the cannabis fund, and we're going to need another 10 million out of strategic reserve. So, I mean, rather than tiptoeing around it, that's just what we're going to have to do. But a lot of it's a bridge loan. So,
and I, Madam Chair, I would agree with
Thank you, Phillips. Yeah, Supervisor Alejo, please.
I just want just on the funding source side, I agree. I mean, this is a time, I think we're at a time where we're hurting, our communities are hurting, people are dying, and this is not a time to be saying, let's not touch this reserve or that reserve. Let's put the money forward, and as we get some of that back, it could be replenished. But I think as Supervisor Phillips, using the money that's available in cannabis, and then whatever remains from that, getting it from the strategic reserve, I think it's not a lot of flexibility we have here. We have to keep this funding going. Our residents expect that, and then we could hopefully get some of that back as reimbursements come down the road.
Thank you. Okay, so we will take this out to public comment. This particular item is agendized interestingly, so there are a number of different sub-items within this public comment. So if we can, to the degree that we can, split up public comment as it relates to the budget request, We will continue this item with the presentation from the Health Department, and I guess we'll have to do public comment again at that point following the Health Department's presentation. We'll figure that out. But right now we will open it up to public comment for anything specific to the budget items that were just presented. We have one hand raised from the public, Cesar Laura. In the sake of time, I'm going to keep it to 2 minutes today, but please unmute your microphone and share your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll try and keep it to 1 minute, but definitely want to support staff's recommendation from all the departments. I definitely want to emphasize the Health Department's recommendation with its option to fully fund what they're requesting, and also the Workforce Development Board. I'm a little, and the Department of Services, I'm a little critical around the what was called the RMA proposal, and kind of want to support what Supervisor Mary Adams is saying. If we could just look at it one more time, but definitely support and maybe look at it later, and definitely have red flags around the sheriff departments and their funding. As we see the numbers, they're asking for more money, so definitely have concerns there. So that's my 45 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cesar. Jay Donato, you're up next.
Right, off mute. Yes, thank you for the presentations today. And I just had a quick question as to the cannabis. My understanding is that should be replenished, you know, as time goes on. And I'm wondering what kind of revenues we're looking at in 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months out. And that would be my quick question. And thank you again for the excellent presentations by all those who gave them.
Thank you, Jay. Bernie, we've got you next, followed by Alexis.
Again, buenas tardes, Madam Chair and the board. Yeah, I mean, a lot of information to digest, and so I don't envy the board for, but I do, you know, say, you know, thank you for your hard work and time. I think in regards to what we've been talking about, listening to the cannabis funding stream, as a community member, I believe this stream right here should be, you know, utilized for, you know, community development and support and all that, but understanding that the impacts of COVID-19, anything that I guess supports family health, right, related to the COVID-19, I mean, I'm supportive of it. You know, just echoing what Lara said, you know, is being critical in regards to the sheriff's ask, right? And, you know, just listening to his comments in regards to like not having community organizations breathing down his neck. And there, I mean, there's a reason why that happens, and that's not just community organizations; those are community members actually advocating for transparency and actual public health, you know, aspirations. So again, towards the sheriff's office, really be critical in regards to like what they're asking for I think back in the CARES Act in August of last year, there was some ask, and then they took some money. The board diverted some money away. There was also advocacy in regards to how can I say this, to early releases and trying to like shrink the population because of the COVID outbreak. But again, you know, they dragged their. So thank you.
Bernie, I'm sorry, we're out of time, but we appreciate you joining us in your comments today. We'll go with Alexis, followed by Edgar next. Thank you.
Hello, board. Buenas tardes. Alexis Magdaleno with Milpa. I want to echo what my colleagues here are saying around the cannabis fund and around the sheriff's department. Very concerning, but also would like to see the populations go down again. At one point, there were 500, and it seems like they're continuing to go back up. There's definitely a need to decrease the population. There needs to be more efforts around that. I also want to raise concerns around the 80,000 that is going to an SRO and software. That's definitely concerning, especially being that there's no school. So I want to continue to raise concern around that's not what our priorities are. We want to see more into public health and everything else, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexis. Edgar, followed by Christina.
Good afternoon to the board and to the public. My name is Edgar Ibarra. Just want to echo a lot of the concerns that are being made around the request from the Sheriff's Department. But most importantly, I want to uplift just all y'all's work for putting these presentations together for the community, just thinking about all the hard work that goes into it and the hard work that still lies ahead in regards to COVID. And I think a lot of the things that are being mentioned that should be funded, again, should be focused on and made priority, specifically around getting to the farm workers and ensuring that they're fully vaccinated. Everybody's getting the vaccine. If you're a farm worker, an essential worker, so just really want to uplift that. And again, I just hearing some of the comments from the sheriff's office around community organizations breathing down their neck. I think that's important. I think that's how we ensure accountability, and the people are watching. The people are being attuned to how y'all move. And I think that's our role. It's not that we're breathing around on your neck. I think we're just doing our job as a community and being responsible in that sense. So don't wanting to make it seem like we're just after y'all or anything like that. We just really want to ensure that everybody, even those whose voice are not commonly heard, our voices being uplifted, and they're still be seen as human. And unfortunately, at that moment when that was the case, where community members were breathing down your neck, it was we had a portion of our community that was at risk. Had 200 and something cases pop up. So again, it's not an attack. Don't take it that way. It's just we're just doing our job as part of the community to ensure that even those who don't have a voice are being uplifted during these hard times. And we know y'all have a hard time and you have a hard work ahead of yourself. So just just figure it out. And again, just want to thank the board for your work and what you're all doing, and appreciate your leadership. Palabra.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christina, followed by, is it Iram?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Christina de Horta, and I am with a Bright Beginnings Initiative. And I am actually reading this with permission of Martha because she's in the classroom taking care of children. I'm reading it in Spanish. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva del Condado de Monterrey. Mi nombre es María Sánchez, soy mamá de 6 hijos y soy proveedora del cuidado infantil en la ciudad de Salinas por más de 20 años. Estoy aquí para notificarles mi preocupación como proveedora de niños hacia no tener prioridad para recibir la vacuna de COVID. Yo trabajo con niños de padres que trabajan en los campos y me preocupan mucho seguir expuesta al virus a través de todos estos niños que cuido y sus familias. Sabemos que los trabajadores del campo están como prioridad a tomar la vacuna, cual me da mucho gusto, pero también todo el sector de cuidado infantil debe de ser prioridad para ser vacunados y así poder ofrecer nuestros cuidados a todos estos niños y sus familias. Actualmente mi casa tuvo que ser cerrada por toda mi familia se infectó del virus por niños y padres de la agricultura. Mi esposo perdió a su mamá y todos mis hijos contagiaron también el virus. Actualmente estoy sin trabajo, aislada y recuperándome también por los efectos del COVID. Mi familia y yo hemos quedado sin trabajo y apoyo alguno a raíz de toda esa pandemia. Aquí yo les pido a nuestros representantes de la mesa directiva del Condado de Monterrey, que incluyen a todo el sector del cuidado infantil a que les también prioridad para tener la vacuna lo más pronto posible. Los trabajadores del campo son área esencial para mover nuestra economía y traer comida a nuestros hogares y sus hijos deben recibir el mejor cuidado posible. Queremos salud para todos. Yo confío que nuestra mesa directiva va a considerar nuestras peticiones para el bienestar de nuestros hijos. Gracias.
Christina, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are out of time, and I would like our interpreter to please share the comments as well in English. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I have been working as a child care worker for 20 years. My worry is that I don't have priority in obtaining the I don't have priority as a child care worker for the COVID vaccine. I work with farm workers' children, and I fear for my exposure. My home had to close because we were exposed to COVID. My husband lost his mother, and my children were also infected. I ask that you include the child care workers as essential workers. For the children of the ag workers are important, and we care for them. They are important because they bring the food to our table, and I'm confident that you guys will make the right decision.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Aram Coronado, followed by the phone number ending in 198. And for 198, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself when you're next up.
Hello, my name is Aram Coronado. I also want to echo what my colleagues have mentioned. I definitely want to prioritize the health and the well-being of our community. Just like Supervisor Alejo mentioned, our communities are hurting. There's a lot of things going on in our communities and a lot of things that are also have been unmentioned. It's not surprising that the Sheriff's Office has once again asked for more funding as the inmate population has decreased. I'm just asking for the board members to prioritize our community and the well-being of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us and for your comments. And for the person on the phone line ending in 198, you may speak. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jill Allen with Dorothy's Place, but also the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. And I'm a little bit confused. I can speak about an agenda item, correct?
Yeah, right now we're on the budget request for COVID-specific funding from county departments.
Okay, so I wanted to speak about Project Room Key.
This would be a great time. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'll try to make it brief. I look at Project Room Key as a social imperative, getting very vulnerable homeless people into shelters so that they don't get sick themselves and they don't spread the virus during the pandemic. But I also look at this as economic. For all of these services, I believe that the Department of Social Services will be eventually reimbursed by FEMA. But for these people that we have, these very vulnerable, chronically homeless people that we have in Project Room Key, they are a specific population of people that eats up emergency services when they are not being cared for in the manner that they're being cared for now. So if the contract ends early and these people are released back into homelessness, the public needs to bear in mind that the average cost of a person of this capacity living homelessly, it's still going to cost the community about $20,000 a year to maintain them for emergency medical services, incarceration, and law enforcement costs. Those costs will not be reimbursed by FEMA. So it actually makes more economic sense to extend the contract, leave these people in the good care that they're in, because eventually they will be housed if we extend this contract. That's their very best chance of being permanently housed and not costing the taxpayer $20,000 a year apiece. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill, and thank you for taking the time to share your comments with us. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will bring it back to the board, and we need to entertain some action on each one of these items. I heard, would anyone like to further comment? Mary Adams, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I guess I'll go ahead and make my little pitch here. But you know, going back to the cannabis account and why I'm trying so hard to protect it, it's because of some of the things that we have been able to do just on at a moment's notice. As an example, we funded the downtown shelter. We funded an outreach program for COVID. We took the small business relief program. We did First 5 programs. We did the Interlake Tunnel spillway program. We did the Veterans Affairs stand down. We got books for the library. We did the Safe Parking Project. We did the Salinas Valley Promise program. We did the Salinas Soccer Park Complex. We did the Prunedale Senior Center. We did the Pajaro Sanitary District loan. We did whole person care. We did the census. We did some radios for the sheriff. We did the DUI fund program in the courts. And we also did the Lakes fund deficit. Those were dollars, over $18 million that we were able to put on the spur of the moment into programs that benefited our community. I don't want to see all of that opportunity go away. I just hope that you could see it from my perspective, that hanging on to this is not some fantasy. It's because we have these immediate needs that we're able to address. I really hope that you would agree with me that we could take $18,271,000 targeted from the strategic reserves, then take $900,000 from cannabis and get everything that everybody has wanted. I think that would be a wonderful approach and a really good way to address this. We need to fund everything that's been talked about today, every single thing. And this approach would allow us to do that.
Thank you. And so Supervisor Adams, you're comfortable with the recommendations?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, as a chair of this year's budget committee, I wanted to weigh in a little bit differently because when we draw down from our strategic reserve, that should be the last resort, only because we've been working well to try to build up our credit, which has helped us refinance long-term debt. That in that refinance process, we have saved local taxpayers millions of dollars. So I would first look to draw down from the strategic from the contingencies, whatever we have left on contingencies, then cannabis, and then whatever's left out of the strategic reserves. I want to make sure that we keep our strong credit rating and not draw that down. It should be certainly a last resort. We did that a few years ago when we had the storms and we needed to fund a lot of money that we didn't have, and we were waiting years to get the money back from FEMA. We replenished that, but nonetheless, that was certainly a discussion we've had numerous times in our budget committee, that we're cognizant of trying to keep our credit rating strong, because that's important for our fiscal strength, but also continue to save taxpayer dollars on ongoing debt that we have.
Thank you. And Supervisor Alejo, are you, in regards to the staff recommendations, do you have any thoughts or changes that you'd like to see from that?
No, I think what staff requested from each of the departments, I'm willing to support today.
Okay. Any other supervisors want to weigh in on either the items? Okay, yes, Supervisor Phillips.
Yes, I concur with Supervisor Alejo. I think we go with contingencies and cannabis, and then strategic reserve should be the last that we go into. I support all the recommendations of the departments, including keeping the Great Plates going. So I concur.
Okay, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm trying to protect our credit rating. My bigger concern is still that piece about making sure that whatever monies we get back get funneled back to the funds that are appropriate, including the cannabis fund. And so making sure that whoever makes a motion, whatever that might look like, that gets put in there as well, because I do agree that we have the ability to do good with that money. But obviously the majority of that industry is in my district, and I'm always the one saying thank you to them for their hard work and being willing to be a partner here in Monterey County. And so once again, we're in a position that we're only lucky enough to be in because we had folks that made great decisions years ago to put us in a position where we can have this money to support our community. But I think that we as a county have to stay focused on the things that have long-term impact on us, like our credit rating. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lopez, do you have any comments, or are you comfortable with the staff recommendation? I'm
comfortable with staff recommendation.
Okay. So I think what I'm hearing is some consensus around, as we move through these motions, that we would be using contingencies first, first spending on contingencies, then cannabis, then strategic reserve. And that in terms of the different departments, I would like to see additional resources dedicated to the health department for communication, specifically Spanish language capacity. And I would also, in social services, like to leave open the $700,000 for senior nutrition, and whether that's through a Meals on Wheels contract or continuing the CARES funding portion, letting staff determine what the best way to leverage those dollars would be. So those would be my two, the changes that I would ask from our board as we make motions on each of these departmental requests. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. The only comment that I would make is that I really think that the $3.5 million that we were able, through the Great Plates program, to put back into the businesses in our county is really important. All of those restaurants that participate in the Great Plates program and the CARES program have stayed in business because of the Great Plates and the CARES program. And to move that from the for-profit business side, providing jobs for people, over to Meals on Wheels, I just feel would be, it's certainly something to consider, but I really like being able to support the local businesses in hospitality, which has been so horribly hit by these two programs.
And I agree with that too, Madam Chair. I know you're friends with the director of the nonprofit, but I think this was intended to be a help, not only for the seniors, but for those businesses participating.
That's fair, and I'll just say, like, it's not about friendship. I think $700,000 would feed quite a few more seniors who are in desperate need of having food delivered than we are making a $900,000 investment in local businesses. And so, I'm not proposing that we end the Great Plates program as long as the feds continue to fund that for us. I'm absolutely thrilled to put that money back into our local restaurants. In Marina, it's the local Denny's. In other communities, it's other restaurants. But for the program that we would be restarting again, I believe that we could meet the very fundamental senior nutrition needs of many, 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 many more seniors in our community who have essential food delivery needs that are being not met currently. So I would just like to see us leverage the impact to the community for those who need it most. But if there's not the will of the board, I understand, and I'm happy to support the staff recommendation. So it sounds like we have is there any consensus on adding additional resources to Health Department for additional communication, specifically Spanish capacity?
I'm fine with that, Madam Chair. I know that's a challenge they've tried, but if we give them a few resources, there should be no reason why we couldn't get Spanish materials out quicker as every week there's been a delay.
Yep. Okay.
And
so
Madam Chair, I just want to state, and you know that I support that position. We've had some great conversations about that over the last few weeks. My only question would be where it's housed, but we can figure that out later. We're saying now the Health Department, knowing that that's where the focus is in terms of the need for translation, but where it gets placed sort of long term, I think is a good conversation for us to have down the road, but support the effort.
And CEO McKee, do you have a dollar amount that would be appropriate for additional communications needs that we have at the county?
I don't have a dollar amount right now. What I would recommend on that, I think that we can, in the short term, look at, if there's a need to contract that out just to get it done, or working with another department. But in the long term, I think it's something that we should work on. I think as Supervisor Lopez was alluding to, is it the right place? And maybe we can talk a little bit more about it at the communications ad hoc, because I think there's a connection there, and bring something back for the longer term.
Okay, so in the meantime, would it be something that we would put $100,000 between now and the end of the year in the CAO's budget as part of this set of recommendations?
I think that would adequately cover it, yeah.
Okay, and don't spend it all, but, at least gets us.
I can't spend it all.
Okay, so we've got about 15 minutes. We've got a couple more items we've got to get done here. So I'm happy to entertain a motion for the staff recommendation for each one of these items. I need to do a staff recommendation for item number A. We can do it all for A, B, C, D, E, and F. Did someone want to entertain that motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would make a motion. I don't know if we could just lump them all together and the total. Okay, so make a motion that we would approve the staff recommendations to continue these services as stated, but that the funds come from the contingency fund first, secondly cannabis, and then whatever's left from our strategic reserve.
Lopez seconds.
Perfect. So we have a motion from Alejo, a second from from Lopez. We're including an additional $100,000 for communications.
Yes.
To be determined exactly how that, the CAO will advise on how exactly that will be spent. And we're, I think that's everything. Is there any other direction? Is that motion clear? We're good with that motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion for A through F. We've got a second. Could we, did we do public comment? No, we did public comment. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
I'm going to say yes. So the motion carries, and we have, it is 3:28. We have a health department update from Dr. Moreno, and then we also have 2 items that need to be taken care of before 3:45. So Dr. Moreno, if I've got you on the line, I know you have some big information to share today. So if we could maybe in your presentation highlight the new information that is being shared, and so that we can, we still have to go back to comment for your item and then address these other 2 items. So we're just, we're gonna power through here. But Dr. Moreno, it's all you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Askew. Let's go to this. All right. Are you seeing a PowerPoint presentation yet?
We are, yep, it's up, thank you.
Okay. You see the title page?
I sure do.
Okay, thanks. All right, good afternoon, Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health and your County Health Officer. I just want to quickly go through these slides. You've seen them before. We have a decreasing cases, decreasing case rate, but it's still high, still higher than the summer surge that we had. And fortunately, fewer people hospitalized with COVID-19. And we have more ICU beds available according to local data. I just want to point out that there was a change to the blueprint, and although we are still in purple, the state made a modification saying that indoor services for places of worship are allowed with a few modifications in the area of capacity, so maximum of 25% capacity. That's a recent change. Just want to share with county residents. We are still in purple tier. Supervisors, 38.9% case rate still keeps us in the purple tier. But you can see that the case rate is declining in Monterey County. This is also a depiction of the positivity rate. And the positivity rate is countywide and in the HPI low fourth quartile continue to decline. And we got a ways to go, but the state was hopefully still allowing counties to be considered to move into red tier if both these positivity rates come into the orange tier criteria. And this positivity rate here will be important in just a moment. As far as testing, we've had 1 week of somewhat declining testing, but last week we had a more significant decline in testing. And so this is partly affecting our case rate for the blueprint metrics that the state is calculating, because they take that into account. So we'll have to track that and also encourage more people to get tested. And some good news, we are making progress in creating a state-sponsored OptumServe traveling testing team. We have 2 Salinas City School District locations that we're waiting for approval from OptumServe, and 1 in Gonzales. And if those are approved, OptumServe will be able to go to these various sites and start testing teachers at those school districts. And we are continuing to work with North Monterey County Unified School District as well. And I just want to thank Deneen Gus and her staff for helping us make these connections and make some progress on this. All right, so the COVID plan. This is a revised California COVID-19 vaccination plan. The difference you see, this is the same 65 and older in phase 1B, and those at risk for exposure when working in these following sectors: education, childcare, emergency services, food and agriculture. What's changed is that there is no phase 1B tier 2. So the state is though considering moving into an age-based and underlying medical condition-based system for vaccinating Californians. So this is unofficial, but this was made. This is one recommendation in concept that was made by one of the advisory committees to the state of California, looking at moving after we move through phase 1B, just moving on to age 16 to 65 with underlying health conditions that would be determined by the state. That would appear as a list of underlying medical conditions. And we would for this, we would most certainly be relying more upon healthcare providers who know their patients and can verify that people meet the age and the underlying medical condition criteria. So advancing through phase 1B tier 1, we are in phase 1B tier 1 by the fact that we're vaccinating everyone 75 and older. And there are some key considerations as we continue to plan to move through phase 1B tier 1. One is, as a reminder, we are implementing California's COVID vaccine plan. And Monterey County providers have made significant progress through phase 1A, which includes healthcare workers, although there are still some people in phase 1A that are still to be vaccinated. And also the vaccine allocations that go to providers in Monterey County do not meet the local demand, but the allocations are slowly increasing. Another key consideration is that the state has directed counties to prioritize those 65 and older because they are at higher risk of a serious illness and death. And this is explains part of the rationale for focusing on that population, because 65 and older are 90, 220, and 630 times more likely to die from COVID-19 in the 64 to 74, 75 to 84, and 85 plus age ranges. And this is information that our public health department was able to put together to share with you. This looks at, by age, hospitalizations and fatalities and the proportion of those hospitalizations and fatalities. So if we look at, again, looking at why California is encouraging all of us to vaccinate 65 and older. If you look at that population down here, there, oh, I'm sorry, let me, excuse me, supervisors. Okay, if you look at the population here of 65 and older, they make up 14% of the population here in Monterey County, but they make up 34% of all hospitalizations, and they make up 68% of the fatalities. So definitely consistent with the CDC findings, definitely more likely to have hospitalizations, serious illness, and death. Another key consideration is that the state is directing us to vaccinate those in the 3 sectors as vaccine is available. Those include individuals who are at risk of exposure while working in food and ag, childcare, and education and emergency services. These essential workers are critical to California, and so they have been prioritized following healthcare workers. As I've mentioned before, we can estimate how long it would take, given our current supply, to get through all of Tier 1B. And as I mentioned earlier, there's the supply isn't sufficient to meet the demand here in Monterey County as in other counties. But we are encouraged by the fact that our first dose per week supply is slightly increasing, which means that a few weeks ago, when we estimated it could take as long as 100 weeks due to get through this phase, it looks like the time to get through 1 dose for phase 1B is decreased to 62 weeks or 16 months. And as more vaccine, as our allocation increases, we can expect to have a shorter period of time to get through 1B. And there's news, I believe one of the manufacturers submitted their request for emergency use authorization for their vaccine to the FDA. And if that is approved, authorized, that would contribute to the amount of vaccine coming to us on a weekly basis and would further shorten the time it takes to get through 1B. Another key consideration is that the state also encourages counties to work towards vaccination equity. And so we look at who's disproportionately impacted. We look at, for example, by race, ethnicity. We look at Asian Pacific Islanders that make up 6% of the population, but they make up 9% of the deaths, and also Hispanics make up 61% of the population. They make up a little more than 61% of the fatalities, but they account for 77% of the hospitalizations. So there are some groups by race, ethnicity who are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 based on the data that we have here for Monterey County residents. We also can look at this by age, and supervisors on the left are the race ethnicity groups here. Second column, we have those less than 75 who've been vaccinated. However, this group is primarily healthcare workers, as they were in 1A and first to be vaccinated. And so the demographics here are partly explained by the demographics, not of Monterey County, but of the healthcare workforce here in Monterey County. But we're really interested in the 75 and older age group who's recently been vaccinated. When we look at 75 and older, we can look down to see, excuse me, certain groups. So for example, the largest group is the white non-Hispanic group, which makes up 61% of the 75 and older population. And they account for about 66% of the vaccine to the 75 and older population thus far. And we look over here to Latino population. They make up 24% of the 75 and older population, but they've received approximately 15% of the doses of vaccine thus far in the 75 and older population. So we do see that there are some groups, again, in this case, Latinos, for example, who are receiving less than an equal share of vaccination based on their percent of population. So we do want to also work with and align with the state towards equity. And finally, one other thing to look at in terms of equity is that the state is looking at the fourth quartile under Healthy Places Index. Some people might remember from weeks ago before we went into the state stay-at-home order that the state was looking at the positivity rate in these zip codes as a determination of how well we're getting decreasing transmission. And so we do want to continue to focus in these zip codes because allowing for better access to vaccination in zip codes can decrease transmission, which can decrease positivity rates, which is what the state is looking for in terms of advancing counties into less restrictive tiers in California. So where does that leave us? Based on the state guidance and local considerations, the following Monterey County residents will be eligible to receive COVID-19 vaccine beginning February 17th of this year. Those that are 75 and older will continue to be eligible for COVID-19 vaccination. 65 to 74-year-olds who are also at risk of exposure while working in food and ag, child care and education, and emergency services will be eligible to receive the vaccine. And addressing equity and what we've seen and what the state is encouraging, 65 to 74 who are also living in the lowest quartile Healthy Places Index zip codes will be eligible to receive a vaccine. We believe the strategy addresses the county residents that are most likely to die from COVID-19 while beginning to protect additional essential workers and considers equity by offering vaccines to individuals in communities historically burdened with poorer health and poorer social outcomes. In terms of the rest of individuals who are in phase 1B who aren't in these three groups, we will be announcing how strategies to further advance through phase 1B, which will include the remaining residents 65 and older who are not already vaccinated, and individuals at risk of exposure while working in food and ag, childcare and education, and emergency service, regardless of their age. I can go ahead and take questions now, and if you only have time for this much of the presentation, I can also stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Yep, we've got about 2 minutes left before we need to break to prepare for our next meeting. So I will circle around to the supervisors. Supervisor Lopez, comments, questions?
One quick question for Dr. Moreno. Dr. Moreno, looking at this, looking at the point below 65 to 74 with food and ag, I'm just wondering, we've heard a presentation here at the board about the readiness of agriculture through their pilot program to vaccinate the farm workers that they have direct access to, which helps them sign up. Is that something that you see being a part of this strategy that you're talking about here on this slide?
Right. Thank you, Supervisor. So we would definitely want to work with providers, I'm sorry, with, those in, for example, in the ag business sector who are partnering with healthcare providers who can improve accessibility of vaccine to those, for example, working in ag. So that could be definitely a strategy that we want to pursue. There will be opportunities for ag workers who meet this criteria to get vaccinated, not through the employer, but through their healthcare provider, if their healthcare provider gives them a call and asks them to schedule an appointment for a vaccine.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Dr. Moreno. I think this really reflects knowing that we have limited vaccine, but knowing that we have a great risk among certain categories of workers because they are on the front lines, and also coupled with the age groups, we're able to those who really need it. And I'm glad that data was put out there because we know that there's some zip codes that have been the hardest hit. Certainly Latinos out of all groups have been facing the brunt of the majority of the infection, hospitalizations, and deaths. And to be able to target the limited vaccine we have to these populations hardest hit, I think it really makes a lot of sense. So I'm really want to just thank the health department, Dr. Moreno, for really hearing from what the community was asking for. And I know it can't be all done overnight, but the fact that we could start and message that to these essential workers, especially our vulnerable farm workers, and then those in the hardest hit zip codes, I think it's a positive message that we are making progress. And I think as soon as more vaccine comes to the county, we could even vaccinate even more residents, but at least we've initiated these efforts to these targeted groups. And I really want, I think this is what the community wanted to hear. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I concur, and this took a lot of work, and it was strategic in how you approach this. So I concur. Thank you, Dr. Moreno.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any comments?
Just, my ongoing appreciation of everything that Dr. Moreno does. I don't think there's anybody in this county that is facing a bigger bullet than he, and he seems to be able to come through each time. He's just really doing a great job, and I appreciate this new approach. I think this is going to be really interesting. It's something that I know we'll get a lot of questions about, but you put things out very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just echo my colleagues. I'm pleased to see that the county continues to move through the sectors. I do ask that the community remain patient and kind as you attempt to get appointments. We continue to have demand that far, far, far exceeds our supply. The county board will continue to do everything in our power to secure additional vaccines. When it's your turn and you're offered one, please take one. In the meantime, continue to get tested and continue to look out for one another. If you do have a loved one who is a senior and you're able, or who's in the new category that will become eligible, please do offer them assistance with helping to understand the process and get their appointment made. But thank you, Dr. Moreno, for providing the information. And in terms of the equity measures and the disparities that we're seeing in the demographics of who's receiving the vaccine, I think that data it hopefully will keep a bright spotlight on us and keep us focused on ensuring that the vaccine gets to who needs it most. So with that, I do think we have to go to public comment for this. We are running a little over schedule. So I will, for public comments, this would be anything specific to Dr. Moreno's current presentation, but we do need to end this meeting so that we can open our next meeting. So I will go to public comment, and we'll do 1 minute public comment for anyone who has a pressing need to speak to the current presentation. Okay, seeing no public comment. Oh, I do see one public comment, Charles Meyer.
Yes,
Hi,
Charles.
Charles, you have 1 minute. Please proceed.
Yes, I am in the elderly group 65 and over that was originally planned to have the COVID vaccine prioritized. Now I see the prioritization has changed completely to have the group of 65 to 74 normal people, if you want to call them that, placed as last in the priority. It's very disappointing to see that you're not taking care of the elderly in the county. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Seeing no additional public comments, Chris Valdez. We've got Chris Valdez. You've got 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Supervisor, to Dr. Moreno and his team. Just want to thank you for updating the public and the community, particularly in agriculture, the farm workers and their community and their relatives, to give them an opportunity to start. I don't think anyone expects perfection out of this entire process, but the fact that you guys have put your time, energy, and thought into enabling a start, I think will be a huge critical step to protecting the health and well-being of the ag worker community and their family members. So thank you for that. And we look forward to working with our clinicians and medical partners to engaging to make sure a successful start. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, and thank you for all of your support. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will close public comment. This is a report that we're receiving from Dr. Moreno, and we will move on to, we have two quick
Chair,
items.
I can usurp the presentation on these
Fabulous.
two
I'll
items
pass
to
it
make
over
it
to you,
very
Les.
quickly.
Thank
Item
you.
30 is an extension of the subdivision improvement agreement for the York Highlands subdivision and related authority to cause the agreement to be recorded. We would, staff would recommend that the board approve the item and entertain a motion and then public comment, if any.
All right, do we have any questions or a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Alejo and a second from Phillips. Is there any public comment on this? This is item number 30, the York Highlands re-subdivision for an extension of 24 months. Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back, and I will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Okay, with that, the motion carries, and we are going to 30.1.
31.1, Chair.
1.1.
And, there's a request to continue this. The appellant has agreed to the continuance. However, we need the board, Chair, if you would open the public hearing, entertain a motion to continue the item to February 23rd at 1:30, take public comment on the motion to continue only, and then a vote.
All right, will do. So I would like to entertain a motion to continue this item.
Chair, just open the public hearing.
Okay, I will open the public hearing. And now we will entertain a motion.
Madam
Okay,
Chair,
we'll
I'll make
open
that
the public
motion.
hearing, and we will now entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair, to continue.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Phillips to continue this item to February 23rd, 2021. Public comment on the, any public comment on the motion to continue? Seeing none, we will ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right, we made it through our agenda. We will.
Chair, I have one item to report out.
We do have a report out from closed session, so I will pass it over to Les.
The board in closed session today authorized a partial assignment agreement with the Don Chapin Company to assign certain rights that the county has in the following parcels of real property: APNs 259, 261, 003, and 004. That concludes my report.
Fabulous. And with that, we will adjourn this meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We will be back here again at 4 o'clock in about 10 minutes to start a joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Salinas City Council to discuss the Shares Center RFP.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question? Will it be the same link or is it a
Absolutely.
different link?
That's what I was going to.
Link. Supervisor Lopez, it will be the same link. So for anyone who's watching who wants to continue, you can just stay on, I guess. We'll put some background music on for you, and we'll get started again. So
popcorn.
Fill your water bottles, get some coffee, get your popcorn, and we will get started back again at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to leave this on. Yeah. Yeah, I will get you one.
want to turn your audio off completely. Right.
Clerk of the Board, audio test for the City of Salinas.
Be careful because they fall over really easily.
Clerk of the Board, audio test for the City of Salinas.
Sorry, we're here. Can you hear us?
Yes.
City of Salinas?
Yes, thank you. Audio and video.
Okay. We haven't started the meeting yet, but we can hear you, and I see your videos there too on Zoom.
Thank you.
Are you guys good? You guys ready?
All right, we're just doing a final check with the city to make sure everything is connected, and we will get started in just a moment. All right, do we have a thumbs up ready to go from the Salinas Chambers? Do I see?
City of Salinas is ready.
Okay, fabulous. Oh, this is exciting. Okay, wonderful. And we have Lauren Suwan-Supa on the line as well.
Hello.
Okay, okay. Excellent. All right, well, I think we will go ahead and get started. It is 4:02. It is Tuesday, February 9th. And we are calling to order a special joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Salinas City Council. if I could ask our clerk of the board to do roll call for the County Board of Supervisors.
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
And before we continue, I'd just like to welcome Mayor Kimberly Craig to the Monterey County Chambers, the Supervisors Chambers, and welcome the City Council, who's all Zooming in with us today. Thank you for joining us. It's really exciting to have this chance to work in partnership and show our commitment to coordinated service of our community. So Mayor Craig, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Chair SQ. I really appreciate the opportunity, and frankly, just to acknowledge the ability to work collaboratively. We've come a long way, particularly on the topic of homelessness over the last 3 years. And so thank you for the invite. You're the one that called and said, I think we should do this together. I really believe in collaboration between the cities, so thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to ask our City Clerk, Patricia Barajas, to do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Cromings. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember McShane.
Here.
Councilmember Osornio.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Craig.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we jumped ahead a little bit and did our welcomes, but I just really want to acknowledge again how far we've come in terms of the city and the county and our joint commitment to serving the needs of our community. This particular proposal was one where the county and the city both needed to vote together about how we move forward. And so it made sense to bring the presentation into a single venue and to allow for all of those who will be voting to hear the questions and comments from all of those, both the city and the county together. To start our meeting, could we ask Mayor Kimberly Craig to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It'd be my honor. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the
And to the
republic
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, could we get an announcement of our Spanish interpretation services by Jocelyn Martinez?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete de español, se les anuncia que hay servicio de interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. En su pantalla puede encontrar el icono de El Mundo abajo. Si lo selecciona y presiona el lenguaje español, tendrá acceso a eso. Si está llamando a la Junta, en estos momentos no tenemos ese servicio.
Thank you. So for anyone who is watching on Zoom, you may receive the Spanish interpretation by selecting the globe icon at the bottom of your screen from a desktop or your smartphone. And unfortunately, at this time, we don't have interpretation services available for those who are calling into the meeting. I also want to announce that if you're watching on one of our streaming channels, you may also choose to join us via Zoom directly. The webinar ID number for this meeting is 224-397-747. And Zoom would be the opportunity, using Zoom would be the opportunity to provide public comment when the time comes. Do we have any additions and corrections by our clerk?
There are no additions and corrections.
All right, and could we bring up the screen that has our meeting decorum and process? Wonderful. Mayor, would you like to just review the city's decorum standards for meetings, and if we could have consensus agreement among everyone on the line and participating in the meetings today to agree to follow these decorum?
Of course, happy to do that. Just for the purposes of, well, frankly, we've never done this before, so we're just trying to make sure that ground rules are set and that we have an open dialogue and a healthy one. So just to acknowledge that we do have rules of decorum with the Salinas City Council. Number one, treat each other and everyone with courtesy and refrain from inappropriate behavior or derogatory comments, so I'll do my best there. Number two, inform the mayor of your desire to speak and be acknowledged by the mayor before speaking. Number three, work together to preserve order and decorum during meetings. Number 4, not delay or interrupt the proceedings or the peace of the city council, nor disturb any council member while speaking by conversation or otherwise. Number 5, attempt to build consensus on an item through an opportunity for dialogue, but when this is not possible, the majority vote shall prevail, and the majority shall show respect for the opinion of the minority, and vice versa.
Those are nice. We don't have any for the county, I don't think, but we're going to follow yours today, if that's all right. And for speaking, we do use the Zoom raise your hand feature, so the mayor will be calling on her council members, and I'll be calling on our supervisors. And then just in terms of to lay it out, our meeting process today will be to we'll be receiving a staff presentation on the process that was used for the request for proposals. We'll be going out to council and then to the Board of Supervisors for questions. There's no hard and fast limit on the 2 questions, but in order to keep the meeting moving and to allow everyone the opportunity to have their questions answered, we are asking everyone to limit your questions to no more than 2 questions. Then we will go to public comment. For public comment, our county council has advised that we may allow Bay Area Community Services up to 5 minutes to speak, and then Community Homeless Services, Homeless Solutions up to 5 minutes to speak. We'll then follow with a general public comment. It says a maximum of 3 members, but I think that's a maximum of 3 minutes, which we may reduce depending on how many people are in attendance to speak so that we can make it through public comment tonight. And then we will have our council members' closing comments, followed by the Board of Supervisors' closing comments, with a motion by City Council and a final roll call vote, followed by a motion by the Board of Supervisors and a final roll call vote. So with the consensus of all of those who are joining us and participating in the meeting, we would appreciate support in following both the decorum and the meeting process tonight. With that, I'm so pleased to introduce Megan Hunter and Lauren Suwansupa. Lauren Suwansupa is with the county, and Megan is with the city, and they'll be giving our staff presentation today.
Thank you so much, Chair Askew and Mayor Craig. I'm going to get the presentation started here. Okay, is that up? Thank you, Chair Askew and Mayor Craig, board and council members. I am Lauren Suwansupa, the Community Affiliations Manager for the county's Department of Social Services. And it is my pleasure to present to you all, and what I understand is our first special joint county and City Council meeting on the topic of the operator selection process for our Share Center. I'm presenting in partnership with Megan Hunter, who's the director for the city's Community Development Department, and she is there present in chambers. I'm going to get us started off with a little bit of background on the project. Back in September of 2017, the city and the county approved our MOU that got us started in this partnership, and that was really setting us up to develop a permanent shelter for our community. In October of 2018, another MOU was approved that designated some of the responsibilities for our endeavor. This included appointing the city as the lead for the operator RFP process and established the county as the lead in the building construction process. In May of 2019, our project was awarded just over $6 million in homeless emergency aid program funding from the state. The county, through Avila Construction, has been really hard at work in building this facility located at 845 East Laurel Drive. We're in the final stages of completing that construction. An important piece of the county and city's intention with this project is specifically on the focus for housing navigation. The expectations for this facility are really unlike anything that we've previously engaged in, highly influenced by our utilization of various federal and state funding sources that require us to utilize Housing First model, and an emphasis on helping our guests reach housing permanency. Our two entities have been partnering on supporting a temporary seasonal shelter for many years. But this project really is our first to really fully embrace this best practice model, which will operate year-round and won't be at risk for being relocated season to season. The building is, as under construction, is really quite beautiful. It's approximately 16,000 square feet, and it had a pre-COVID capacity of 100 beds. The project timeline has us targeted for opening at the end of April. Just take us through a quick timeline. Starting in late 2019, Avila was awarded the contract to build this center. Through a community polling process, the board and the council adopted the name Share Center for this facility. And that stands for Salinas Housing Advancement, Resource and Education Center. Again, promoting that focus we want on housing advancement and the services that we intend to have there that are beyond that of just emergency shelter. In October, we began what ended up being a 4-month process for our request for proposals. Per our MOU, the city led this process. However, the county has been a very present and participating partner throughout. And early on, we recognized and agreed to the procedures and methods as meeting county requirements would be acceptable for our contractual needs. A critical upcoming date in our timeline also is that we need to complete our $6 million HEAP funding requirement, and that's what mandates that services and outcomes be achieved no later than June 30th. As mentioned before, City of Salinas took the lead on the RFP process, and to this end, they hired a professional community and housing development consulting firm that's Housing Tools. Housing Tools organized and conducted all of the direct RFP components, including the online survey that was created for gathering the community input and utilizing that information to write the actual RFP document, the rating scales, and the interview questions. Additionally, by utilizing this professional consulting firm, Housing Tools was able to handle all of the interface with the applicants and just kind of help establish and support an objective process. By the deadline, we had received 2 proposals. This is Community Homeless Solutions and Bay Area Community Services. These proposals were reviewed utilizing scoring criteria that Housing Tools developed, and the 2 agencies were invited to participate in a publicly held virtual interview process that was held on December 15th via Zoom. The 6-member panel was composed of representatives from the county, the city, and local community organization partners that reviewed and ranked the written proposals and the interview process. The panel included myself, and who has experience with working with vulnerable and low-income populations as serving as the director for our local community action partnership. And I've also been part of the team that's been partnering with the city in contracting for our seasonal warming shelter every year since back in 2013. We also had Anastasia Wyatt, the county's housing program manager, who has a wealth of experience working with specialized funding sources like ESG, CDBG funding, and has worked with our continuum of care as a community advisor. I'm going to turn over to Megan Hunter, who is also a member of that panel, to introduce herself and the other panelists.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say good afternoon, and it's a real pleasure to be before both the City Council and the County Board of Supervisors in this joint meeting. I think it really reflects the effort of coordination in not only constructing the shelter, but determining the appropriate operator for the shelter. And just, you know, on the 6-panel membership, we had myself as well, and I'm the Community Development Director, and I have been working on homeless issues since I started in 2015. And like Lauren and Anastasia and Roxanne, we've been on many rating and ranking panels. We actually, this is a process that the city adopts in awarding its HUD funding. We also wanted to make sure, because, you know, Lauren, Anastasia, myself, and Roxanne are so embedded in kind of homeless services, and we bring that level of expertise. But we also wanted to bring a level of expertise of people who are a little bit broader and who kind of come with some community engagement expertise. And so we selected Monica Guliman, who works for the city of Salinas. She's an associate planner who's been involved in many of our efforts, led the census outreach, is involved in the general plan, and before that she came from building healthy communities. So she really kind of understands the community and had that community background in evaluating the proposal. And Emily Ham, likewise, she's a housing advocate with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. She's been there for a year. She also has experience working with affordable housing developers, so she kind of understands what it takes to provide the housing supply and get people housed. So that was our panel. Next. So there was a lot of questions about the local preference policies, and I will probably defer later in the or for questions to our city attorney. But generally, when we started off the process, we determined that the sort of traditional local preference policy is not applicable to this particular agreement. And so we wanted to create a fair process. And so what we deferred to is we have a approved rating and ranking system that we've used to award many of our contracts, especially when federal funds are involved. And in this case, we do anticipate federal funds that will go into supporting the operator. And because of that, because we weren't following the traditional process, we did want to incorporate some local knowledge and engagement. And so we waited, instead of waiting the applications, we waited the proposal, the request for proposal. So if you look at the written proposal, 30 points out of 100 points were really centered on responses to community engagement and outreach and how you would incorporate community members in service proposal. And then when we did the interview, we also weighted some of this local knowledge heavily into the interview process with 20 out of 60 points that really focused on kind of how will you collaborate with city, county, coalition, and other service providers, and how would you be responsive to what the community wanted to see in this shelter. And one of the things that really resonated in the survey, there were two items. Of course, people wanted responsive operators to community, but on the survey results. Next slide. Thank you. So just we in the RFP, we clearly identified the 100 points possible for the written proposal, and we listed out how those would be scored. As I mentioned, 30 points really weighed on kind of a community focus. And so we did conduct the written proposal, but also in the RFP, it does state that we have the ability to do an interview as part of the process, and we can come up with criteria and score. We really thought the oral interview was important because we felt like it gave a little bit more of an edge to a local provider who would have knowledge and maybe could convey that a little bit better in person. We did do the scoring, and as Lauren mentioned, the criteria wasn't based on what we developed. We hired Housing Tools, who was an objective third party, to come in and really establish the criteria. When we did do the interviews, the Housing Tools actually met with both BACS and Community Homeless Solutions a week before the interview. We gave them the questions ahead of time and the scoring criteria. Next. So ultimately, after we did all of the scoring, Bay Area Community Services scored higher. They scored almost 10 points higher than Community Homeless Solutions. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background as to why, if you look at the notes of the panel, why we felt BACS, as they're known, would be a good operator for the care center. A key attribute that we heard from the community process, and we know in terms of best practices for homeless services, is the ability to move people from a shelter situation as quickly as possible into permanent housing. And that was absolutely came through in their proposal. We did do reference checks, and they, were very highly regarded in their communities, including Berkeley, where they focused on some of their success in that area. We really felt that BACS displayed the qualifications needed to truly operate as a navigation center as opposed to traditional shelter. And this was really emphasized in the request for proposal. BACS also has a strong housing first philosophy. As we know, many of our vulnerable homeless individuals are very difficult to house. They have mental health issues, substance abuse issues, and there can be barriers to shelter because these individuals have kind of a difficulty with rules. And so BACS really highlighted some of their success in that model. Next slide. BACS is a really extensive organization. They have a lot of stability. They've been around for 67 years. They have more than just kind of navigation services. They have a whole contingent of other services, including a lot of mental health services. They have served more than 100,000 people in the Bay Area. And they currently have a staff of 360 people and serve more than 12,500 people every year. Some of the things that BACS has extensive experience working with, especially with the chronically homeless population, which again, these are the hardest folks to house. They've facilitated lots of permanent housing placements. They follow up to make sure those folks are housed a year later with dedicated housing navigators. They offer one-on-one counseling. They match individuals with outside opportunities. They build relationships with landlords, and they implement trauma-informed principles. But the one thing that really came through during their interview is their attitude of whatever works. We are going to do whatever works to get folks into housing. So just in terms of the data, we did do our own digging into the data, and we asked for HMIS data from 2019 and 2020. In 2019, they had 891 clients served. They made 821 placements. That's a 92% placement rate. In 2020, they did not do as well. Part of it, I'm sure, like many service providers, the pandemic has challenged us all. But even in 2020, they served a total of 591 clients, and they made 415 housing placements. And like I said, this was something that we heard over and over again, that we want to really get people as quickly into housing as possible so we can serve more people, right? The more people you come into the shelter and exit to housing, the more likely we're going to reduce the overall homeless rate in the county. So with that, next slide. Our next step, I did want to sort of reiterate that there is a lot involved in this process. We kind of talked extensively about how we went through the RFP process, but even today, should an action be taken to affirm BACS, moving forward with BACS, the staff still will have to negotiate a contract. We're still having to get to the details of the contract, which will come back to both the city council and county. We do have to look at the budget as it relates to our collective funding. This is going to take a lot of funding streams that have their own requirements, and that factored into how we did the RFP process. So we have to look at, the Emergency Solutions Grant and the HAP funding. So we have to sit down and figure out how to fund it. We have to, I think Lauren stressed this, we have to have outcomes way before June 30th, or there's a risk of having to pay back $6 million. That means that we really do have to have folks probably in service by mid-May, just to be able to show some of those outcomes. And next slide. So I'm going to make the recommendations to City Council as a staff member of the city that we approve Bay Area Community Services as a recommended operator for the Share Center identified through the RFP process, and authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate a professional services agreement with FACT as said operator, pursuant to our memorandum of understanding between the City of Salinas and the County of Monterey, which was approved on October 9th, 2018. And I will turn it over to Lauren to make the similar recommendation to the county.
Thank you. And to the Board of Supervisors, our recommendation is to approve Bay Area Community Services as the recommended operator for the Share Center as identified through the city-led RFP process, and authorize the Director of Social Services to negotiate that service agreement with FACT per that MOU. That is our presentation. I will turn it now over for your questions and comments.
Excellent. Thank you so much, ladies. Really appreciate it. We'll start with City Council. Just a general note, council members, please direct your questions to city staff. And with that, we will go backwards in terms of districts. So I'll start with District 6. Councilmember Rocha, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Yes, I want to thank both city and the county staff for their diligent work on this. It was a very thorough presentation, and I know that this is a conversation that is one that required a significant level of work to be done around. My question to start off is to Megan. You referenced it earlier in your presentation, but I think it's really important to talk about how the recommendation came about. Can you talk about the composition of the scoring committee, what went into why each person was selected, depending on their background and their expertise?
Yeah, sure. We wanted to select people who had experience with rating and ranking and who were very knowledgeable about best practices in homeless services. And obviously, Lauren, Anastasia, myself, and Roxanne have years of experience in this. Roxanne is also, she's the executive director of the Coalition for Homeless Services Providers. But the other thing to know about the coalition is that they're also the administrative entity for the Continuum of Care, which is a regional lead for homeless services in Monterey and San Benito County. And then we really did want to have folks that were a little bit, above sort of the day-to-day or the minutia of homeless services, who came about it from a more community perspective, because the community piece was really important, and that's why we reached out to the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, which actually also sits on the leadership board. They have a representative that sits there, and that's the Continuum of Care. And then we really felt like Monica, who had been very involved with both census outreach and starting with the general plan, could really engage and push information out to the community. So we had a lot of success in getting the 300 responses, largely due to that work. So that was the formation of the committee, but we also wanted to create a little bit of a balance and have that neutral party that was the interface to ensure that the process was fair and consistently applied. And the scoring criteria really came from that third party. They were the ones who, really set the scoring criteria and gave us direction as to how we should score. And so each individual we scored on our own, and the data came back to the third party neutral to compile. So we weren't on the phones talking to each other. We literally did it on our own and sent it to the service or the third party neutral person. And if they saw any anomalies, then we had a discussion to just make sure that we were all aligned. And we were surprisingly all very aligned.
Thank you for that. And I think it's important to really highlight what you just mentioned. This decision was not something that came from Megan Hunter alone or Steve Kerrigan alone, but rather a process that included people who do this work from an administrative level, but also from a community engagement standpoint. My next question is, there's been a lot of concern and a lot of discussion around displacement, both from the residents within the shelter, but also from the people who work within the shelter. It's my understanding that Bay Area Community Services has agreed to hire local. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they could probably talk a little bit more, but they definitely, and emphasize this in their interview, they definitely come with a local approach. So they would come in and embed themselves into the community. They would hire locally. Of course, there is an expectation that any folks from the warming shelter would transition into the new facility, and the operator is excited about, you know, having folks to work with should they be selected. So that's their approach, and I think it was interesting because they did a really good job of explaining how they really want to work with the homeless service network and how they really do want to hire local and be a local resource.
Thank you. I will respect the process and keep my questions to 2.
Thank you, Council Member. We'll go on to District 5. Councilmember Cromines, do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank my fellow council member for those very pertinent questions. And thank everyone for having us here and in the chambers. I'm happy that, Megan, that you incorporated the local preference that you guys included and built into the process into your presentation. Since we had a discussion about it, I'm very happy that it was included. I'm impressed with the BAC's placement statistics, but was our lack of housing availability taken into consideration when you made your recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think what's interesting is that BAC works in the Bay Area, arguably the hardest housing market in the nation, and has had this rate. So we did hear in their interview some things that they did in order to successfully house folks, including they really had a strong partnership with local landlords, and in some cases they even purchased homes to help place people in a safe setting. So they definitely have a hard market, so they didn't feel that Monterey was going to be any more of an obstacle than what they experienced in the Bay Area.
And so they have taken that into consideration and they're perfectly aware.
Exactly, and their numbers reflect, like I said, Berkeley, Oakland, some of these very tough housing markets.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. On to District 4, Councilmember Osornio. Do you have any questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey, Megan. So I was, again, thank you so much for the presentation. It was spot on, as always. I just would like to really, I want to know, when it came to BACS and CHS, would you say that BACS does have the experience that we're looking for when it comes to that housing first approach?
Yes, I mean, ultimately, if you look at the rating and ranking sheet, ultimately that was really where they showed a lot of strength, is that they have a lot of experience with housing navigation. They have a lot of experience with housing first. They have a system for following up on housing placement, and that really came shining through in both the written and application and oral interviews. And that, I think, universally the panelists picked up on that, and I think that's what resulted in the ranking.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have one more follow-up question. So I actually was on the December, I believe it was the November meeting, and so I got to hear firsthand the responses to the questions, and I've got to tell you, I feel like my feeling of it was that there was a lot of community engagement. Can you talk to me a little bit about the overall feel for the community engagement piece of it, whether it was from questions that folks submitted and even the attendance on the day of?
Yeah, sure. So we did actually, we felt like really what was most important to kind of set the stage for the community engagement was to craft an RFP that was, instead of, crafting the RFP in a vacuum and then not really thinking about the community and then just rolling with the responses. We thought the community needed to set the stage for what was important and what was highlighted in the RFP. So we did this survey. I think we sent it out to 1,000 folks, and it may have been more, but I know our constant contact list is at least that large. And we did receive 300 responses, and Housing Tools gathered all that information and helped shape our proposal a little bit. And then we also put it into the RFP as an appendix and asked that when the responders were responding to the questions, they incorporated the survey questions, they used the survey questions to help respond to the input. And then we felt it was really important, which is very unusual, to have an interview that was open to the public. Usually when you do those types of interviews, you don't have an open setting, and because it's difficult to make it fair, right? Because someone could hear the responses from the other and respond. So we were very careful to make sure that they flip-flopped turns, that they had the same amount of time. And then there was a polling question. So we gave them questions ahead of time, except there was a polling question. There were two options for the community to pick which one they were most interested in hearing. And so we did do a polling. I don't know that we had a huge turnout. I might defer to Lauren on the exact number of folks, but there were definitely community people online. And we anticipate that this process doesn't end. Whoever is ultimately selected, the expectation has been laid for both firms or a future firm, that this is the expectation, and BACS knows that the expectation is going to be that they absolutely need to be responsive to the community, and it doesn't stop with the process that we had.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Megan. That's my final question.
Thank you, Councilmember Osornio. We'll go on to District 3. Councilmember McShane, do you have any questions of staff, please?
Yes, thank you, Megan. As I understand it, we have two choices today. It's either to accept staff's recommendation or to reject it and restart the process. And I guess firstly, I would ask if you've spoken with the pool of applicants about the options and if you've gotten any feedback on that possibility.
I may defer to the city attorney to lay out what the process would be, just to verify, because I think that would be a legal question, and then I could respond to your secondary question after Chris Callahan weighs in.
Right. Thank you, Megan. And Councilmember McShane, you have it correct. Because of the recommendation and the MOU that exists between the city and the county, the decision for you tonight is whether to approve BACS as the selected operator of the share center. And if the answer to that question is no, then the alternative would be to reject all of the bids and start the process over again, which would essentially be a referral back to the city manager. So you had it correct, Councilmember.
So Megan, back to the question I asked you, are the applicants aware And have you had a chance to speak with them about the option that it could be rejected?
Again, I haven't spoken to both respondents. Because we are recommending back, I did ask, would they participate in a secondary RFP process?
Right.
They indicated that, you know, they really want to serve Monterey, and however they would absolutely do it if that's what we really want them, you know, and we want them to serve us, because they really don't want to come into a community in a controversial manner. They want to be an asset. They want to come in. And so I think, you know, if that was the desire, they would go through the process again, but they really just want to make sure that that's really where we stand, that we really are interested in them coming into our community.
Thank you. Second question, you know, if the process were to be restarted, could you speak to the timing, next steps? I mean, is it even possible? And liability at that point, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have to make sure that the RFP process is fair, and that we're really giving enough time for people to respond, and we're keeping kind of a consistency. We're not, changing the process. So, in my opinion, I think we would have to at least have 60 days, just in my experience. And that's a very shortened process. Really, the RFP process we engaged in was 4 months, but we could maybe cut it by in half. But we also have to probably relook at the RFP questions, because there could be other people who would like to respond, and we'd have to, see if we have to change up the questions, because 2 of the respondents would already know what those questions were. So that would be something we'd have to talk to both city attorney and the county council about, how to make sure that the process is fair.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McShane. District 2, Councilmember Barrera, do you have any questions of staff?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Hunter, I'm going to ask you it's sort of like a 2-part question, and then it'll lead to my second question. How long has the city of Salinas and the county of Monterey worked with Community Homeless Solutions, and what has been the relationship, and have you been, as partners, have you been successful in doing what needed to be accomplished, whatever the agreement was?
Yeah, I think we've had especially I will say that we've had a good relationship in the last couple of years. I think in the past we've always had a good relationship. The organization has been always willing to step in. We have had challenges in the past in terms of needing to kind of quickly process checks to keep things going. But as of late, I'd say they are a really good partner. We are highly committed, regardless of what happens. We are completely committed to Community Homeless Solutions. They run the Chinatown Navigation Center. They did come in to help do that, and they have really just, I know, embraced things in a difficult time with COVID. So we've had, I think, a good working relationship, and regardless of what happens, I think we know that we're going to invest in Community Homeless Solutions, whether the outcome of this operator decision is. We're going to continue to support them, and we need a wide variety of resources in the community, because the homeless need is so large, and we have to invest in our service providers.
Thank you. My last question is, well, as I look at the background and qualifications, there's 2 things that I see that are of utmost importance: the ability to move residents to permanent housing the quickest way that we can, and then a navigation center, which is opposed to a traditional center. being that this Community Homeless Solutions and Bay Area Community Services are within, it seems like they're less than 10 points apart. With what you know of Homeless Solutions and the ability to move residents as quickly as possible to permanent housing, do you think it's possible? And what I understand by the emails, the letters, and even your report here, has Community Homeless Solutions have had a navigation center, or have we as partners with them, have we been able to supply that resource?
So I'm trying to unpack a little bit. So the city was very, I'd say, because housing navigation is such a critical component of the funding, we are in charge of, we have really kind of educated and trained up and provided resources, funding to Community Homeless Solutions to do housing navigation. And I think the difference that I just want to characterize what the panelists' feedback was and what went into the scoring. The difference really was that I think Community Homeless Solutions is really doing good and they're making progress, but they're in their sort of infancy, as you could say, with housing navigation, whereas Bay Area Community Services has been doing it for a lot of years. And I think that's what was reflected in the scoring, in the rating and ranking. So, you know, I think we are committed to Community Homeless Solutions has been really under, especially I will say, Christina Soto is like a superstar, and they have been really bumping up housing navigation, but they're still, you know, this is more new for them. And ultimately the RFP was really for navigation services. That was what was requested.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Barrera. We'll go on to District 1, Councilmember Gonzalez. Do you have any questions for staff? Councilmember Gonzalez, questions of staff?
Can everybody hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Apologies for the audio glitch. Yes, thank you both for the presentation and for everyone here involved in organizing the meeting. You know, it's no secret that many of our Salinas residents are protective of our local communities and want to be as intentional as possible about who we partner with. It's not a bad thing. That being said, I think that a reason that there is some heightened concern is that there is this belief that potentially in selecting backs, we are, you know, severing all ties with CHS, and that we are, you know, just getting them out of town kind of thing. That's been very much said in a lot of the calls and emails that I've received. So Megan, if you could speak to what contracts they would have, right? And then if there has been any discussion in addition to, you know, backs potentially taking CHS's surplus employees, has there been any discussion of other forms of collaboration, whether it be regional support, regional kinds of frameworks or approaches? So if you could address those two things, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. So we are absolutely committed to Community Homeless Solutions. We have a lot of contracts with them. And probably the most important one is the Chinatown Navigation Center, which we just brought online the Sprung structure, which, you know, in the COVID situation adds 30 additional beds, but eventually, you know, post-COVID, we're going to be serving, going from like 10 individuals to serving between around 65 to up to maybe even 75 folks at the Chinatown Navigation Center. So we're absolutely committed to that. I think we're looking at some partnerships
you know, we've been in conversations about helping them with a development proposal that would be potentially a mix of small homes and residential development in mid-Salinas, kind of by the Harley Davidson. So we're really committed. We have other contracts, you know, and will be other opportunities to apply. And that's just our contracts. The county, I guess I could defer to Lauren. It might be good for her to answer the county contracts that they have. And I know that the county, the city, and the coalition have all talked about we really want to work with community homeless solutions because we need them to support them with the if BACS is selected with the transition to help stabilize them in any way we can. But I would defer to Lauren. And I'm sorry, you asked about regional resources.
Yeah, just if there would be any kind of approach or, you know, a regional collaboration, because and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think CHS also has a contract in San Benito?
Yes, so that is a great question. So I'm really excited because the Leadership Council, which is the governing board of the Continuum of Care, which is the regional head of all homeless for San Benito and Monterey County, has a subcommittee on funding that involves the county, the city, and the coalition, so we can layer our funding sources and leverage our resources to best help our, of course, the unsheltered population, but also to help the service provider network. And I could defer to Lauren on some of the county contracts, if that's okay.
Yeah, I would be happy to chime in. On the county's end, we do continue to support community homeless solutions through our community action partnership, in which the agency receives a CSBG grant, and also through the CARES Act and due to COVID, an additional funding allocation that almost matched that. And then those funds go to support the transitional housing programs that Community Homeless Solutions operates, as well as domestic violence services. And then we also have operations for and a building use agreement for a domestic violence shelter at a confidential location in Salinas, and that service agreement would continue as well.
And I forgot to mention the city is in the strange situation as being the administrative entity for both San Benito and Monterey counties, and in that role we also actually fund Community Homeless Solutions operations in San Benito, their facility there. And so yes, we're totally all in with them.
Awesome. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Megan. That's all from me, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Just two questions for me. The first one, you talked a little bit about BACS's success rate in terms of transitioning people into housing. It was a huge number, 82%. I'm wondering if we have any current data on the successful transitions with the homeless and with our current operator at the warming shelter.
Yeah, we did look into and we're using the same kind of HMIS data. We did look at that because I know there was a lot of questions about that, and sorry. So from HMIS, for the warming shelter, in 2019, there were 563 people served and 37 exits to housing, which is roughly 7%. In 2020, and again, we're seeing improvement. There were 353 people served and roughly 42 exits to housing, which is about 12%. So I know that, again, housing navigation is new, like I said, and it's building. I really am impressed with what Community Homeless Solutions has done, but we're really feeling the pressing need to get action and see metrics very quickly with our homeless population today.
Great, thank you. Second question, in one of the PowerPoint slides, it acknowledged HEAP funding requirements were due by June 30th. So I'm just wondering about the timeline, since I'm sort of doing the math in terms of, okay, so it's February 9th, and it would take at least 60 days if we went back out for bid, et cetera, et cetera. What does that mean if we don't hit that June 30th deadline for our HEAP funding?
Yeah, I might defer to the county, because I think the county is more at risk than the city, because it was the counties that signed the HEAP agreement to build the shelter. So I might punt that to Lauren.
Thank you. And I may have to, go back through to some of our county partners and legal support to help us, but we do need to produce outcomes per the HEAP agreement and show both bed nights served and outcomes for that by the deadline of June 30th, or we may be required to pay back the HEAP funds.
Ouch. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Eskew.
All right, I'm impressed with 2 questions per council member. That's impressive. So we're moving on to the County Board of Supervisors, and in keeping with what we've seen, if we could keep our questions to 2 questions and direct those questions to county staff, that would be most fabulous. We'll do a district order, and I will start with Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, I want to really applaud my colleagues on the Salinas City Council. This is a historic night, and it should be celebrated, especially on a topic such as addressing homelessness in Salinas and in Monterey County. I think that above anything else in this discussion, I think the community should see that we're working together, we're trying, and now we're having a good deliberation on who should operate this first ever year-round Sheriff's Navigation Center for our residents facing homelessness. So I don't want us to get bogged down on this debate over here, but we've come a long way, as Mayor Riley pointed out, from a controversial shutdown of the old Sizzler shelter about 4 years ago to then doing a temporary shelter and looking for different sites for this permanent shelter. We've come a long way, and it wouldn't have happened without the commitment of our staff at both the city and the county and all of us here today. So I want to thank you for that. My 2 questions would be, first of all, Megan or Lori Medina or Lawrence Suwansupa, just on the scoring, there's this question that comes up about why points weren't given for local knowledge in prior RFPs for services such as these. And I'm speaking also as just the co-chair of the Leading Home Leadership Council, where we deal with a lot of these similar issues. There were no points given for local knowledge, where in past RFPs, we've given up to 5 points. If you could just explain why that. I know that Megan had addressed that local knowledge was incorporated into the questions, but this RFP process, they were not points given to those who have local knowledge, which would have probably given additional points to Community Homeless Solution as a local partner.
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Alejo. During the development of the RFP process, I did speak with our county council, who engaged with our county procurement contracts and purchasing, and we reviewed to engage just to review the city's process, and in respect of the MOU, that we would respect their rules and regulations around their RFP process. And so with respect to that, I would turn it to Megan as how she described the how the city handles the regulations for engagement over allowing for the local preference, and their work to embed that into the proposal questions and a written oral interview process.
Great. I probably will answer one part of it and then defer to our city attorney on the other in terms of the local preference. But because when we award these social service contracts for homeless services, we actually have a citizen participation plan and a HUD process that includes a rating and ranking process. And that's what we utilize through this, which doesn't incorporate local preference. But I will have the city attorney talk a little bit about our local preference policies outside of that HUD framework.
So thank you, Megan. The city code does award points in the context of this sort of contract, but two criteria need to be met. The first criteria is that price not be the determining factor. We have that one here. The second criteria is that it needs to be a sort of contract which is dealt with in another section of our code, section 12-25, which deals with professional services contracts, which are defined in that section to include architects, engineers, attorneys, and the like. So because this type of contract, in my opinion, is not a professional services contract, it doesn't meet that second criteria, and therefore the local purchasing preference does not apply in this context.
Thank you for that, but I think just I won't deliberate more on this, but I think looking at other similar contracts and whether we've given points to nonprofit providers in similar homeless service contracts, I think that would be important for the council and for the supervisors to know. The second big question that comes up is this question about the actual numbers. As I think many of us have seen, there's KPIX, one of the news stations up in the Bay Area, has covered extensively the claims made by BACS on their rapid rehousing numbers, and even also there was articles regarding several code violations at some of its drug and alcohol treatment facilities throughout the Bay Area. And that's why this question about whether we vetted those numbers keeps coming up. Could that issue be addressed? Because that's a glaring one when the Bay Area stations have covered this extensively and has brought a lot of scrutiny over BACS in the Bay Area.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think I want to defer this question to Megan Hunter as she's engaged quite a bit with the provider and led that RFP process in doing the references process and receive some of that information directly.
Yeah, so first of all, actually, we had another staff member do the reference checks, and they all came back very well. But I think the thing that's probably important is to do an apples-to-apples comparison. So we, in the HUD world, we use the Homeless Management Information System. Every person that, has to answer the questions about the data has to input the data into those systems. So when I, gave that data, it's an apples and apples. It's kind of a similar facilities that BACS is running and what that HMIS data stated. So that's when we did do that and confirm those numbers are in the HMIS system. I did go back because I did get questions about the stories, and what I will tell you, we have another service provider who came from the Bay Area who's been amazing, and a similar thing had happened, that there was an investigative report about it, and the city council moved forward, and we did award their contract, and they've been nothing but amazing. And I think there is a little bit of a difference in the Bay Area and the Los Angeles area, in that these are, intensive media markets, and they're always doing some type of investigative journalism, and they're always, it's not uncommon to see some of these reports. And I asked BACS about it, and to their credit, they really respected the anonymity of the folks who were involved. They felt like these were individuals who were had mental illness challenges and other challenges, and they wanted to preserve their confidentiality and really serve the folks instead of kind of getting into this media defense. So instead of kind of challenging the investigative report, despite what was said, after the reporters went away, they went back to all those individuals, some of them who weren't even their clients, and went back to help service them. And I think that's a testament to it, because, sometimes we get into these news reports and trying to defend ourselves, and really they didn't do that. They went back and remembered that the focus was the client, so they went back and helped the same folks that were very critical of them, who later said nice things about them. So I think that's the nature of the folks that we're dealing with. We're dealing with people with substance abuse problems, mental health issues, and I can say that the references of the jurisdictions they served were nothing but very highly regarded by their jurisdictions that they assist.
Thank you, Megan, for addressing that question. I know it will come up later as well, but along with those news reports, it was just a question about how much BACS has grown. And I'll just close with this. I just, just a concern whether an organization who has grown so fast would be able to really focus the attention on a place like Monterey County. Not that it's impossible. It just raised that question when they've taken on a lot of contracts in a lot of different places. And the question is whether we stay with the local provider or go with a really fast growing organization. It's just part of I think something for us to consider today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And we will have opportunity for closing comments. So you'll get a chance to make any final comments. As District 2, Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did want to echo, I've been around this county for 50 years, and we usually see the county and the city battling, whether it's about a parking garage or homeless, but homeless was one of the things we were really battled. It's your responsibility. No, it's ours. And so to seeing us working together on something like this, I think is a major positive breakthrough. I remember we were battling so much that the late Mayor Joe Gunner and I had breakfast with Jim Pia and then walked down to see if we could make the warming shelter there, the old public defender building, work. And we started there, and I got a hold of Supervisor Alejo, who was pushing so much for the homeless housing. And the next thing you know, we're working together on this. So it is a great thing for both the city and the county, I think. I guess my question, was there a minority opinion? There were 6 of you on the panel. Did all 6 of you agree, or was it 5-1 or 4-2?
Thank you for your question, Supervisor Phillips. I think ultimately everyone sitting on the panel was able to express themselves and provide their input and opinion. And ultimately the scores reflected an average of those opinions. But on a personal note, as we went through, I think I did really feel very aligned over all of us feeling fairly in the same wavelength of how those scores came to be.
Thank you. And obviously, as has been mentioned, all of us are a little been burnt before on the big city people coming here, starting a project in here. And obviously, Salinas isn't Berkeley or Oakland. I know I lived in both those places, but I assume you took into consideration or did take into consideration the difference in cultures and still felt that you stand by your recommendation.
Yes, I think one of the oral interview questions really stuck with me that BACS had provided in answering that they would have never applied to our request for proposals if they didn't feel like this was something that they wanted to take on and really invest in. The way they spoke to what their plans were in implementing a lot of the best practice policies and methodologies that I've been constantly reading about and trying to help implement locally, about what they really intend to provide here really got me very excited. They spoke very knowledgeably about how to implement these things, utilizing a lot of the experience with informed practices, things that considered, trauma-based care and behavioral health and substance abuse needs. So a lot of those things, I think, really spoke to their intent and their consideration of what they want to do locally for us, including, as Megan had mentioned, also their intent to hire locally and really embed themselves within our community, that they really hope to make Monterey and this facility a home base as well.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You.
I only have one question. I share the concerns about the local aspect of this. It's always something that we find important, especially in dealing with people that we've worked with in the past. And to that point, my only question today focuses on the number that was shared earlier. I'm wondering if we can get a reiteration of the success rate in getting folks into permanent housing, but also as part of that explanation, was there any attempt to look into the rest of the system, the wraparound? What are those supports and the end point, right? It's got to go to, you have to have housing stock to get somebody there. And I'm just concerned about, again, talking about that local knowledge, comparing apples to apples. So could you talk a little bit about that, what I would define as a success rate, and then any investigation into what those other wraparound services that were available on the housing side were to help them meet that? Because I want to make sure, again, we're looking similar to similar comparisons.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. If you'd like, I can bring that slide up again if you'd like to see the outcomes just really quickly here from this current slide. These are established data points that HMIS uses. So across the board, it's the same type of categorization. So you can see how those categorizations fall. I think the very strong approach that BACS shared during their interview and in their proposal was, whatever it takes, and really utilizing creative housing methods, which really have been emphasized and pressed at the state levels as well, is to be creative when it comes to housing, because we just don't have the stock, as you say. And so considering how can we find, shared housing or other, creative methods to find a place of permanency, because ultimately, as comfortable as a shelter might be, it just really isn't home. And so even finding creative methods to room share or house share and find these ways to apply vouchers or utilize various friends and families or rapid rehousing techniques really is very important. So I think BACS's proposal was really focused in on trying to get to know the individual, understand what was going, what resources they have, identify, what options they might be able to help make happen. And utilize rapid rehousing funds in that manner, and not always just consider that it has to be a traditional, market rate or housing choice voucher option. I know that BACS is here and plans to give a small, introduction of themselves and their methods, and they might speak to that focus a little bit more as well. This was the 2019 data. You can see a lot of things focused in on rapid rehousing. And then their 2020 data, also the rapid rehousing, and sometimes family and friends.
Was there a comparison between the two, though? I think that was the numbers I was hoping to see.
Oh, between BACS and Community Homeless Solutions. I didn't prepare that in the slide. Their outcomes in comparing HMIS data one-to-one wasn't something we rated or ranked, so I didn't include that in proposal. But I know that, collectively through HMIS, we have access to that, those outcomes and those numbers. And so I believe Megan had them on hand if you want to, share those again.
If it's not on the slide, I'm okay. I know going through and repeating numbers as you run down a list is difficult, but thank you. I appreciate your explanation.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank all of you for coming together. This is one of the very big projects. So I'm really delighted that we're able to get together and meeting is the first of many I expect that we'll have in some form or another. I had two questions. Many of my questions have already been answered, but I have two questions, and one is organizational and the other is experience. And they're kind of tied together, but my primary question is, has BACS done any projects similar to this in scope on areas beyond the Greater Bay Area? So say south of San Jose, north of Marin County, east of Alameda County?
I think that my computer cut out in your first part of your question. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So I'll try it again. So I was wondering if BACS has done projects similar in scope to this one in areas beyond the Greater Bay Area. So example, south of San Jose, north of, say, Marin County, east of Alameda County or Contra Costa County.
Got it. Thank you. You know, I might ask Megan if she knows the answer to this question, or if we can bring up, you know, ask BACS to answer for themselves. I will say that running a navigation center and not a traditional emergency shelter is a specialty of Bay Area Community Services. They have really emphasized in their project that they do not operate emergency shelters. They operate housing navigation centers.
But you don't know if they've done it, if they've set up something from start, as we're doing here, in places beyond what their general area of sphere of influence is.
I do believe that this would be the furthest outside of the Bay Area community that they have reached to date.
Okay, and then following up on that, which is the other question that I had, is have you been able to look at their organizational chart in a way that lets you see what they would be doing with their own team, what they would be doing with consultants, and then where they would be able to hire local?
Yeah, so my understanding in what they shared through their proposal was that, you know, the CEO is very invested in helping establish the site and would be present in the initial implementation and hopes to hire locally as much as possible in most of those positions, and bringing in some experience to help get the program started, but really trying to build this program locally.
Great. And then they would be responsible for all of the record keeping and the grant responsibilities, all of that.
Absolutely. And that was a large part of their, you know, proposal that included just a wealth of experience and capacity when it came to operating a large program, one with multiple funding sources and many staff and locations. So coming with that breadth of knowledge was also heavily, you know, weighed into the proposal and their factors of them in this RFP process.
Great. Thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you. And thank you, Lauren, for all of the additional information in response to our questions. I just have one question, and that is, so the county and the city have our MOU for how to proceed with this particular homeless shelter. And in this case, where both the city and the county are voting on an RFP to move forward, has that been how we've worked through these kinds of contracts in the past? I don't recall having the city and the county having voted on the same thing in previous iterations of joint projects that we've done together.
Well, not on this scale, but I can say just recently, both the city and the county did agree to adopt the name of the center to be the Share Center. So, you know, I would look to others who might know more about, you know, the history of the city and county collaboration. But throughout our process, we have brought our items to our respective governing bodies for individual approval, knowing that we really wanted to ensure that both were on board and able to move forward in consensus.
Okay. And then moving forward, managing the operations of the contract, would that be joint as well, or would that be one agency or the other?
No, it would also be joint. You know, currently, as kind of to speak to the experience of that, the county and the city work collaboratively to support the warming shelter. And because that involves so many specialized funding sources that have their own requirements and that have been allocated specifically just to the city or specifically just to the county. We both have had to engage in our own individual contracts for the service. So as it stands, the warming shelter has individual contracts between the operator and the city and the operator and the county. And then we meet once a month to collaboratively go through and step through what tends to be quite the maze to navigate those different funding sources to support the provider in executing the services with all of those funding sources. And a similar situation would apply moving forward for the Share Center, because we are looking again at regional funding sources to help support the program.
Great. Thank you so much, Lauren. So with that, I will pass it back to Mayor Craig.
Excellent. So I believe we are going to go on to public comment at this point. Yep, that's all right. I'll take it if you want me to. That's what we're sharing for. I'll get it set up and then you can hit the buzzer. How about that? Excellent. Okay. With that, we're going to open public comment. We do have a special circumstance where we are asking the applicants to speak first. We'll have Bay Area Community Services go first with a time limit of 5 minutes. Do we have a representative here from Bay Area Community Services?
Yes, hello everyone, or good evening, I should say. I'm going to start and then my partner, Jonathan Russell, will also be with me. So I just wanted to start by saying a little bit about who I am. My name is Jamie Almanza. I'm the Executive Director of BACS. I've been with the organization 11 years, going on in March here, and the organization has been incorporated since 1953. We started when a council of churches came together to form the organization. It's really one of the first social services organizations in the East Bay. And so since then, we've really had and held the same mission, which is to help vulnerable communities, including community members and family members, and really uplift them with an array of services. We have been really dedicated to ending homelessness in California in the last 2 decades. And I just want to share a little bit, and really foremost, I want to say that we're an organization that saw this as an opportunity to expand our mission and expand what we do well. This exact model we want to replicate throughout the Bay and the Greater Bay, and certainly bring it to your community of Salinas and Monterey, because it's a model that we have as a core competency. We've been doing it. We do have outcomes that really get people home and get people into permanent housing. I do want to commend your community for doing this model, whether it's us or someone else. That's not relevant. It's really about embarking on this model now with your point in time count numbers where they are. You're really, I think, strategic in implementing a model that has a vision towards ending individual and family homelessness in the community. And so I want to say that is the ultimate goal, whether it is BACS or whether it's another provider. We want to support the local community's decision-making process. We applied to the grant opportunity because it was a new program. We are not interested in a competitive environment or taking away from a local community provider. So I want you to hear that from me, that is not our intent. If we can provide our mission and do it well in a community, that's the whole purpose of a not-for-profit. It is owned in the community by the community. So that is our mission. We are a housing first organization. We're extremely focused on getting people access to services that otherwise cannot get access to services to end their homelessness. And so you'll hear a little bit from Jonathan about what the actual intervention is. The last thing I'll say in terms of the question on hiring from the local community, we would only hire from the local community. It would be atrocious. It would not make good sense to hire or bring in people from outside the community. It would not be a system that would have success. So the people that we hire will be from the community. That's what we do in all of our programs. And so we have a tried and true record of hiring from the community. And then the last thing I'll say, the whatever it takes perspective and philosophy, So the Share Center itself, it really is a wraparound model. The intervention itself is to help people find housing and to be wrapped around in the community where their housing will be. And so we really leverage the community, the landlord community, the business community, to make it happen. It is not something where we can do it on our own. We have to rely on the community, and we have success in doing that. So I'll pass it over to Jonathan to just share a little bit more about the actual intervention and model itself. I will answer, there was one question if we've done this outside of the kind of concentrated Bay Area. Yes, so we have a scale program in kind of more rural Contra Costa County. That's the Antioch area where we are opening or have opened an interim housing program. In Solano County, so in the Fairfield area, we also opened an interim housing program. So I did want to also share, it's not all been urban work. Go ahead, Jonathan, if you want to share anything else, and just appreciate everybody and open to questions. Are you on mute? Oh, Jonathan, I don't know if you're trying to talk, but if not, I know I only left you 30 seconds, so that's probably not fair.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Okay, great. 20 seconds. No, I just wanted to reiterate with Jamie that this really is a tried and true tested design for us. And the model is really to wrap around all of our services. As a behavioral health and homeless services provider, we believe in serving the whole person and really focusing on removing barriers and providing culturally responsive, really local services and helping communities themselves innovate, because we know it's a community solution, not a social service solution that folks need.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you for being conscientious of the time. We have a lot of speakers and obviously a lot of electeds that have something to say. So thank you. On to Community Homeless Solutions. We have Eric Johnson here. And Eric, you have 5 minutes to speak for public comment.
Thank you very much. I wanted to invite Christina Soto, who you all know very well, to be up here with me, as well as Teresa Erickson, who's our board chair. And I really want to say I appreciate you guys all coming together. I can't tell you how personal this issue around homelessness is to me. I grew up, was born here. I've been in this arena for 15 plus years, and I live day to day with sharing Fasoli with people in the shelter. It means that much to me, but it's a fun and it's an important initiative, and this is really important for you to come together, not only so the community sees it visually, but also that it engages the community, hopefully, at a whole new level in this issue. So I did want to mention I'm the executive director. I've been there only since September, but I've been with the agency for 10 years on the board. We obviously are very proud of what we've done. I did have a couple comments about the RFP process, actually a number of comments in some different areas that I'll just send some bullets on. But I do appreciate the absolute thoroughness on the RFP process. I do actually have a little bit of concern with the fact that there was no community members really on the review panel, nor were there any homeless who have been out looking for housing and trying to get through this maze, which is extremely difficult. So I know it's the top priority of the council and the supervisors that you really want to have the engagement of the community. That didn't occur as much as we'd like to see. We also saw in the staff reports, we got the staff reports 5 days before you were supposed to meet and vote on this. In the staff reports, they actually had different numbers on the ranking system. One said there was 160 points, one said there was 220. They didn't tell us that 60 points were being dedicated to the questions and the Q&A process ahead of time. We knew what the questions were, but we were never told that, in fact, that was going to be part of the review process. We knew, in fact, that was a possibility, but it was never explained to us, nor what the criteria would be. So that was, I think, a little bit disappointing. The other thing that was interesting is the community panel. There's only about 25, 30 people that were actually on the interview, and half of the people were made up of the panel reviewing it as well as the presenters. So really only about 15 community members that dialed in. And we got criticized on our criteria and the responses because we reiterated some things that were in our RFP. Well, we thought we were speaking to the community and not necessarily to the panel. So that was a little disappointing, but that's okay. Second, the local first policy absolutely should apply. There's no reason professional services should not be included in this contract. We have people who have licenses, who have specific training. They're providing professional services to clients, including behavioral health services for one of our psychologists. So If you do apply the scores and the local preference that you both have adopted as part of your commitment, we actually end up with a higher score when the full process is reviewed. So I'd like you to consider that and reconsider that, because I think it absolutely applies. We have new leadership. We have a new vision. We have a committed board that's been working in homeless issues for a long time. We're committed to the community. I personally, as does Christina and Teresa, we're involved in healthcare. We're involved in the local business community. We're involved in the faith community to a strong degree. We have 65 churches that jump in and support us to give us food and clothing and ongoing services that help us deliver services to those we're with. The Navigation Center is a good, nice term to use. It's the most frivolous buzzword, if you will, out there. But in essence, the Share Center is going to be a shelter. It has to be. You're going to close down the warming shelter. We have 60, 70 people staying with us. They're not going to suddenly not go somewhere. They're going to be at the shelter. So it's a shelter with great navigation services tied to it. But it's a shelter, and you have to run the operations of the shelter and the services that are there. And this is what Christina Soto is exceptional at, and the staff that she's trained up for so many years to do. So the other thing I'm concerned about is the misrepresentation about our housing. You asked about the numbers, and Chris, I think you asked for the comparison of numbers. If you're looking at the warming shelter, the first time we were ever given actually resources to have navigators and case managers started in November of 2020. It was always funded as an overnight shelter. It was never funded as a 24/7 until COVID hit. We never had any resourcing to do any case management or navigation. So to expect that out of that center and compare that to a navigation center is simply not apples to apples. We, by the way, have had 92 people out of the warming shelter that have been housed this year alone during COVID, which is remarkable. So if you look at our actual housing numbers, like we have for our transitional housing of people going into permanent housing, that's 85%. If you look at our respite care, where we have only 60 days to house people, that's 65% moving on to housing. If you look at our domestic violence shelters, we have 90% of our women and children going on to housing and to stable housing. Those are different numbers. They're very different than operating a warming shelter that's an overnight shelter. So the other thing I just want you to consider is BACS able to come from 120 miles a day and invest in the community where we've already got the relationships and all this built. And I do that with all sincerity and everything else. I just don't think that's an effective choice for you. We're ready to go. We've run this before. Thank you. Are you going to general comment? We're just going to have Christina step up and now say a few words too, if that's okay. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. And I will lead our public comment. Could we get a show of hands in the audience and those on Zoom so we have a sense of how many people would like to speak in public comment? We have a lot of folks. I haven't been around this many people in the same space since March, so I'm a little overwhelmed here in the chambers. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for keeping your masks on and maintaining your social distance. Okay, so it looks like we've got about a dozen people here in the chambers. And I'm looking at Zoom right now, and we have another, I don't know, 7, 8 or so on Zoom. I'm assuming we'll pick up some additional folks as we go along.
Sarah, too, we also had emailed comment in, so we'll need to check with our city clerk on anyone who has emailed in.
Okay, so we're looking at somewhere, I'm guessing, 30 to 50 public comments to listen to tonight. Could be more, could be slightly less. Are you comfortable with 2 minutes for public comment?
I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay, that will allow us to hear from as many people as possible before blood sugar drops and we lose focus. So having said that, you can, if you're watching us on one of our live stream channels and you would like to make public comment, you're welcome to join our Zoom meeting. The webinar ID is 224-397-747. If you are on Zoom via your computer or smartphone, please use the raise hand button so that you can raise your hand and we can call on you. If you're dialing in to listen to the meeting, please press *9 so that you get added to the public comment queue. And we will start with those of you who are here in person in chambers for public comment. So we'll set the timer for 2 minutes. If you could keep your eyes on the timer, we will try to hear from as many people as we possibly can tonight. And we really appreciate you being here to share your thoughts with us. So with that, I don't have comment cards, so if you'd like to approach the dais and just make sure that you're talking close enough to the microphone so that we can hear you. Okay. Yep. And you can, I think we have a couple seats up front, so if you could sort of queue up front so that we can keep people moving through. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Cristina Soto, and I'm the Director of Programs for Community Homeless Solutions. I want to thank Megan for calling me a superstar because I don't consider myself that. I just have a really great team that works really hard. I wanted to talk a little bit about our housing navigation methodology that we're working off of. We have 4 housing navigators up to date. They all attended a 2-day training that included achievement planning, active listening, communication skills, working with mental health guests that come into our center. We also had Regina Williams from Interim come and train on housing navigation tools. After that, our guests that come into the shelter are assigned a housing navigator within 24 hours of coming into the facility. After that, they fill out their guest achievement forms, their budgets, their housing, their financial information, transportation, and anything that we can do to assist them. After that, they then meet up with their housing navigator and they start looking at different potential units. They speak to the landlords. They conduct housing inspections. They review leases. Once they're placed, we do follow-up case management with them. Today, we were trained on how to fill out the housing choice vouchers so that we have it in-house. One of the great things that we also have is, thanks to CJ Valenzuela, who's no longer at the city, but he thought of us to give us monies to be able to do rapid rehousing. So we have a total of $150,000 of rapid rehousing monies that we can utilize with our guests at the shelters. We have a plan, and I know that we can do it. So one thing I do want to say is, when I was in San Benito County and I worked at the county, I helped implement their rapid rehousing program, their housing navigation services through their Helping Hands program, permanent supportive housing, through their housing support program through CalWorks. The last thing I want to say is, the Sheriff Center is a shelter, and you need a strong shelter operator to make all the auxiliary services, including navigation, become successful. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for watching the clock. I don't like interrupting people, so thank you for that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Balch. I'm a local attorney in Salinas and also a homeless advocate. Welcome to Chair Askew and Mayor Craig and the board and the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you for a few moments. A couple of procedural issues, and they've already been addressed, but I want to touch on them quickly. One is the city staff, in doing the RFP criteria, indicated there would be 100 points given for the RFP response itself, and an additional 60 for the interview. But they actually used 160 for the RFP and 60 for the interview, for a total of 220 points. Nobody was ever told why an extra 60 points were used or how that extra 60 points was being allocated by the city. I think that was an error. On the local preference program, it's critical to note the city code and the county requirements do not say you can use the buy local by incorporating it into questions. There's a very specific mechanism. 10% additional points have to be given to the local entity. In this case, if CHS was given those 10% extra points, they would be the high bidder. And so I think if you don't choose CHS, the board and the city staff and city council need to indicate why they chose the entity that had lesser points. Finally, we talked about the journalistic report that was done on the Bay Area. It was devastating. If you've not seen it, you need to read it. First of all, there was that report of 82% of people went into permanent housing from BACS. Well, what the journalist found was that number was only 64%, and that 22% of those went back into homelessness. They looked at what the permanent housing looked like. One of the permanent housing that they were credited with was a garage with no electricity, rat infestation, no access to a bathroom, and nails in the wall, where the person was later evicted. More due diligence needs to be done.
Thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for your comments. We've got 2 seats up front, so if whoever wants to speak next could just move on up so we can keep rolling through our public comments. Thank you.
I'm Teresa Erickson, and I have been on the board for 9 years, and I've been the chair for the last 6 years. I think that our mission statement of helping people transition to a better tomorrow speaks volumes. We adopted this several years back when we also changed our name to Community Homeless Solutions. We have a housing navigation history in our 6 shelters that we currently have. And I have something I want to read to you from one of our guests that came out of a DV shelter, and her own words. She was actually fleeing from her abuser when she came to us, and within 3 months, she was able to get into permanent supportive housing. It has taken me a couple of weeks now to find the courage to write you this letter, just like it took me the past 15 years to leave this horrible abuse, to finally find the courage and strength to get the help I need. Because of all of you, I could do that. You all made me want so much more for my child and for me. So for that reason, and for so many more, I would like to give you my most sincere thank you and my gratitude and my appreciation for all the many lessons and blessings I received. You already know this, but you ladies are my first. You are my first in so many things that I have to look forward to in my future. Support, trust, friendship, compassion, and so much more. So many of the things that I can finally cherish in my life each day. You showed me where my courage and strength were hiding, and you helped me to remember how to bring it back to life in me. You showed me that I'm still worth something, more than the nothing I was believing I had left in me. Thank you for, again, loving us. We really needed your love, and now how much you have helped. May God bless you always. That's from a real person that we have helped. And that's what we do, and we continue to wrap those services around our individuals so that they will stay in that housing.
Thank you. I saw a few more hands up, so if we could have whoever's going to speak next come up, and then whoever's after that person come up to the front row, please.
Point of order, I just want to clarify, are we going to take everyone in chambers first, then go to, so everyone in chambers that would like to speak in public comment needs to do it now?
Thank
Correct.
you, Mayor Craig. Yes, that is my plan, to work our way through the chambers first and then close comment from the chambers and move through Zoom. So thank you. So whoever's next, whoever's after this speaker, if you could move to the front while he's speaking. Thank you.
Hello, my name is
Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Hello, my name is Michael Garcia. I'm actually a security specialist with Community Homeless Solutions. And I'm actually really blessed because me and my fiance Laura, they helped us out, going through, getting to permanent housing at on Homer Brown, which I call it, in Wittenmeyer. And they helped us out a lot. And I used to, my fiance, she's been there, since February. They've been helping her out with her and my daughter. Then I came in June on Father's Day. It was because I had pets. They actually gave me the courage to actually go in there, and next thing you know, like probably within the next month, they blessed me with the job. I started out as a shelter monitor, then I, worked myself up as a specialist. And they actually been pushing me, hey, you need to, do this with, you need to get into housing so you could be with the child. And they actually gave me a lot of courage and blessings for me to do this. And I actually want to thank everybody that actually helped me, Eric, Christina, Jenna, every management that is part of, Community Homeless Solutions. I'm really thankful. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak? I did see more hands raised. Okay. I see one more person. If there's another person after this speaker, if you could please move to the front of the room. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Martinez, and this is little Anastasia Garcia. I came into the shelter right before I gave birth to her in February. And since I've been there, they've helped me a lot. Back in May, they pursued me to get to permanent housing in Marina, which, and this last month, we successfully got it. So I just want to say thank you to all the staff there. They've been supporting us through everything. And she's been real supportive through all this, especially with her grandma still at the shelter. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your comments. All right, and if the next speaker after this speaker could move up to the front so we can keep moving. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Chairman of the Board, members of the City Council, and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jesus Armenta. I'm the shelter manager for the Salinas Warming Shelter. I'm a native of Salinas. Many of you may know me. My background here is was a public servant for almost 40 years, both federal, state, county, city, 22 years in the city, and also working for the presiding judge, Marino, Simmons, and O'Farrell Judicial District. I've always been involved in the community. I've always believed in giving back to the community, and this is something that I love doing. We've been talking about the process a lot, and I understand about process. I've been involved in budgets, writing proposals, et cetera, and I've been on interview boards. And sometimes I hear people say, you need to just focus on the process and put your emotions aside. We serve people that need us. We serve people that we're dedicated to develop relationships with. So, to me, what gets me up in the morning is the passion I have for serving the homeless, for serving our community. And I hope that you would take that into consideration and not just the process. We have a dedicated staff. They're coming up. We have navigators. We're committed. We're educated. I, for one, went back. I hold a master's in organizational management. I love what I do, and we have many other qualified staff members within the organization. We're committed to serving this community. We haven't left the community, and we hope you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Okay, I don't see anyone else having moved up. Is there anyone else for public comment? All right, fabulous. I see one over here as well, so we'll have you up next, but thank you. Yep, you're welcome. Just come close to the mic and speak loudly, and we are so pleased to have you join us tonight. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, good evening. My name is Rachel, and I am a current guest of the Salinas Warming Shelter. I have been there for about a year, and during that time, I was able to apply and receive my housing voucher. I received it this year in January. Since then, I've been working with my housing navigator at the Salinas Warming Shelter. Yesterday, she went with me to see a unit on Friday. I find out Friday if I get it. I'm also going tomorrow to see another unit in case if I don't get the one that I saw, because there's always rejection, always there's another door opportunity, another door opening. And so I'm also a volunteer daily at the shelter, and hope they hire me at the Community Homeless Solutions. At times I felt like giving up, yet the staff and management at the shelter never allowed me to give up. And I just want to appreciate everyone and doing all the work, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so next up, and can we see a raise of hands? Who else is left to speak? I don't see any further hands. We will, okay, please come on up. And then after this, we will move to Zoom for public comment.
Okay, I, unlike everybody else, am homeless. I have spent a bunch of months at the warming shelter, and you've heard the warming shelter people and the company that runs it tell you all about how they do things. I want to talk about Salinas and Monterey County and the wonderful people who are on the other side of that screen and in front of me. You represent us, and you take care of us when we're down. And I appreciate that more than anything else that's happened to me in the last 20 years. What we need to remember is the people who are in the Bay Area are trained to deal with Berkeley, San Francisco, big city problems. Salinas is like an overgrown Pacific Grove. It's a small town with a lot of people in it. We have gone through things in Salinas that almost no other city in the United States has gone through. You've lost you've lost Firestone, you've lost Schilling, you've lost the Army, and we're surviving. And we're surviving with the pandemic, and we're surviving with the absurdity of the federal government, state government, and everything. And thank you, state and federal, for the funding, but this place needs to be done locally. Nobody in the Bay Area is going to be able to realize that when you come over by the Red Barn, you lose 20 degrees of temperature. You can go over here on the other side of Marina, and you've got the ocean. You go that way. When I was at CSUMB, my backyard looked out over Santa Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us at our meeting tonight. With that, we will close public comment in the board chambers, and we'll move to public comment on Zoom. We have Rita Acosta. You may unmute yourself, and we have 2 minutes on the clock. Next up, we'll have Jovan Iglesias. Rita, please proceed.
Hi, my name is Rita Acosta. I'm a homeless advocate, and I'm glad to see that the city and the county are working together. You know, to get things more done faster that way, instead of arguing and fighting who's going to do what and who's not. And I think it's real good that the shelter's going to be opening up on Laurel, but I also want to say that we need more services, because when the warming shelter here does close down, people most likely will be going to the Laurel shelter, so it won't be too many people off the street. You know, I think a navigation center in every district would be good. So people are not just all in one place. And I just think more people, the program's going to need to get more people that have lived experience to help get people indoors, because there's poor success in getting people in when you go out by yourselves, but when they have a familiar face, it's more easier and they feel more comfortable talking when there's somebody that, I can say, one of them, or, you know. But again, I want to say I'm glad that things are changing here and lots of people have gotten indoors. But then again, we lost a lot of people, so we just need more services so more people can get off the street. And that's.
Thank you, Rita. Next, we have Jovan, followed by Lisa Loader. And Jovan, you've been given permission. Okay, very good. I see you've got your microphone unmuted. Please proceed.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jovan Iglesias. I am the Chief of Program Operations at Bay Area Community Services. I've been doing this work for about 17 years, the last 7 with Bay Area Community Services. We have opened up services in a number of more rural, more open areas of the greater Bay Area region. Not to say that those are similar to Salinas, but only to say that we've grown somewhat adept at stepping into different places and learning about those communities and partnering with folks and really providing a service model that is unique to those areas. Our staff, our personnel, are all from our communities, and without them, the work cannot be done. And so I just wanted to say, you know, from our perspective, the training that we offer, the model that we offer is really held at a high structural and infrastructural level, and to the ability to then step in and really acknowledge the unique needs of our staff and our personnel who are from the community to be able to do this very challenging work in a time where we're having a pandemic. There is otherwise social unrest. Those are all factors that we bring to the work, and we believe very highly in being a part of that conversation and to provide that resource, whether it's PPE, additional benefits, or pay to be able to work at a time where safety, one's health safety could be at risk. Providing that for our personnel, our community members, and for the people that we serve is a major piece of what we do. We look forward to having these partnerships with all of you in the community and to serving Salina.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lisa Loader, followed by Marcos Gonzalez. And Lisa, we'll give you permission to unmute, and you have to actually unmute yourself in order to speak. Thank you. We have Lisa Loader. We've given you permission to unmute yourself. You'll need to manually unmute yourself so that we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Lisa. You're on. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yes.
My name is Julie, and these are some reasons why I think you guys should keep Community Homeless Solutions running the shelter. Number one, Community Homeless Solutions has been running the shelter for at least 6 years. Number two, at least 30 people will lose their jobs if BACS takes over the shelter. Will BACS hire the 30 people who will lose their jobs if they get to run the shelter? I am concerned that the people from BACS won't allow churches and community groups to serve at the shelter. I have been serving at the shelter with my family and my church for 6 years, and if I can't serve at the shelter anymore, I will be sad because when we could go inside, I love seeing the joy on their faces of the people knowing that they are going to get a nice warm meal and the fellowship of the people that help. Thank you.
Thank you. Was your name Julie or Joy? I missed that.
Juliet.
Juliet. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we'd love to see you in our board chambers one of these days when it's safe to do so. Thank you for joining us tonight. Next up, we have Marcos Gonzalez, followed by Kayla. Marcos, it looks like you have been permitted to speak. We can't hear you, though. Try unmuting again. Okay. We're still not hearing anything. Let's work on Marcos, and we will go to Kayla, followed by Nora Daly.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Hi there. So I am in favor of CHS. My mom has been helped by the program for a few years now. She has stage 4 cancer, was put in the hospital, and through the help of the directors, all the counselors, the therapists, everyone, she's had help finding doctors and being put into different homes to make sure that she wasn't homeless because she couldn't work, still can't. She's only 53, and now she's on disability, but her, sorry, I'm driving, I'm gonna pull over, but her counselors there have been wonderful. Her therapist has been wonderful. I mean, even I personally was recently let go from Pebble Beach company because of the layoffs, and her counselor helped both of us out in filling out an application for the permanent housing, and we are working on that, even helping out with my dog coming in because I don't want to get rid of him. But everyone there is just so great. I mean, as the director said, I just want to point this out, that they haven't been doing permanent housing for very long. And as a few of the councilmen said, if we're going to be putting money into this other program, why don't we put this money towards building what we already have if we're going to keep the same staff anyway. But I know my mom wanted me to say a lot more, but she has so much anxiety that she really didn't want to talk. I also did want to point out that, or maybe even ask that if this is going to be coming into a county kind of point of view instead of just citywide. You know, we grew up in Monterey, Carmel area, and we don't live together now, but we are looking for a place together because she does help me a lot with my son, who is only 9 years old, and you think about the schooling right now, and a lot of times she does help me. So if maybe she's put as far as Greenfield.
Kayla, this is Kayla. I'm sorry to interrupt
Yep,
you,
go
but
ahead,
our
go
time
ahead.
is up.
I see
So
it.
we're out of, thank you. Our timer got a little stuck there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, and thank you for joining us tonight. All right, let's move right along to, I'm sorry, Rita Acosta, and then, did we already do, Rita, did we hear? Oh, we already heard from you, Rita. Okay, thank you. Okay, right along to Nora Daly, and then Eloise Shem.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us. We have 2 minutes on the clock.
Thank you so much. So my name is Nora Daly. I'm the Development Director at BACS Bay Area Community Services. I've been with BACS since 2014, worked really closely with Jamie and all of the other team members there. I have personal experience with how meaningful BACS can be. More than 25 years ago, BACS helped my grandmother when she was having a mental health breakdown. And I know that she wouldn't have been able to keep her housing without that support. I know from the inside and the outside of this agency that BACS is just really dedicated to the community. We're all about community. Other people have mentioned this, but more than 50% of our staff are peers, so people with lived experience of the same challenges that our clients are facing. We're going to hire locally, bring in staff from the community, and get them on board with our whatever it takes philosophy, and get them acquainted with all of our internal resources to wrap around every person we serve. The Share Center will provide shelter to people, but our goal is to get people into housing as quickly as possible and help make that housing stick. This is not the first community that we've opened a program in. It's not the first new community we've opened a program in. And it's just critical to work with volunteers and community centers and faith communities on that volunteering, on that being part of the local community. We've had thousands of volunteers over the last 68 years. We've raised, money for gifts for kids over the families or over the holidays, warm clothing, just general community support. And we're really going to do, if we're selected and brought in, BACS's model is all about doing whatever it takes to help the community.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, we're going to try one more time. We have Marcos Gonzalez. Are you able to unmute yourself and join us for public comment?
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you for persevering with us. We've got 2 minutes on the clock. Please proceed.
Perfect, thank you. I'm Marcos Gonzalez. I'm the Outreach Program Manager here at BACS. One of the things that I did not really hear come up a whole lot was outreach, but our street outreach is an essential component to really providing the services to the unsheltered population, literally meeting individuals where they are and developing those relationships in order to connect them directly to the services that they may otherwise have a difficult time in navigating due to the complications of that. We really do pride ourselves in having staff that is directly rooted in those communities, because without them, we really wouldn't be able to gain the trust and have that relationship with them. So our intention with outreach really is to not only work with the participant, but also to work with other established community members, whether they be churches or businesses, and also other local agencies, because at the end of the day, we really are just trying to support this individual to get the support that they need. So I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to be able to collaborate if possible and really help understand that the community is our strongest point of support, and that's really where we gain all of our trust from. So looking forward to the possibility of being able to connect with the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us on the call tonight and sharing your comments. Next up, we have Eloise Shim, followed by Nick Musni. Eloise, you should be able to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Eloise Shem, and I just wanted to make a comment. Can you hear me?
We can. You're
Okay, I just
you're loud
wanted
and
to,
clear. Thank you.
I just wanted to comment as a person who has been homeless, and I just don't want to be like a faceless statistic because I've had firsthand experience. In 2013, I lived in Dorothy's. I signed up for the community housing solutions in 2019. I stayed in the warming shelter that they're talking about there in 2019. The number of times that I was kicked out cumulatively from these places in Monterey County is at least 6. I'm a university graduate with a teaching credential. From 2013 to 2019, I spent 6 months living on the streets of Monterey. Now I'm paying $2,000 to live in a place that is not crowded, with a hostile environment, or that has unhealthy boundaries. And I will circle back to no money, no housing again in about 4 months in the middle of a pandemic. I consider these past programs in Monterey County to be a colossal failure. I've done all the right things. I've obeyed all the rules. I feel righteously let down by the Monterey community development, and I'm sure that all the homeless people that are exponentially growing have even a less positive reaction than I do. I would just hope that that you would demand a post-program audit for the last programs and for the future programs with regard to homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for carefully watching the clock there with us. Next up, we have Nick, and then Aaron. Nick, you may unmute yourself, and we've got 2 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Wendy, Board and Salinas City Council. I think I just wanted to echo the comment. I think it was well-timed that, really what we need is kind of long-term solutions. I think with this new share center, what's happening with the closing of the warming shelter is, serving about 80 people, and now this new, share center is serving about 100 people. We only have a 20% gain of folks that we could actually serve. So I want to sway the city and the county away from just category events when really there's not much that we're changing here. What we need is systemic change. So with the budget review coming up this next month, and the new fiscal year coming in June, I really want to urge the board to think about how we could create not just affordable housing, because I think that's really subjective, right? Accessible housing for all members of the community, and really it starts with stopping the sweeps. If you're only serving about 4% of housing, but pushing and sweeping around the other 96%, what are we really doing here? It's cosmetic changes here. As land, people to build their own shelters or create tiny homes. We have to really rethink how we think about living, where it should not be predicated on access to economic. That is what we need. So that's what I really want to urge the board to focus on moving forward, and not just these cosmetic, really minimal, negligible solutions. So thank you, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you so much for joining us, Nick. Aaron, we've got you up next. You should be able to unmute your phone. Pamela Weston will be up after Aaron.
Hi, Wendy and City Council of Salinas. Hi, can you hear me?
We can. You've got 2 minutes on the
Hello?
clock. Thanks for joining us tonight, Aaron.
Okay. So I just wanted to say that well, speaking for myself, I want to see local people be a part of this new shelter. And we already know the issues that are relevant to the county and the city. However, we want to see programs that are successful in housing people. And one of those things that we need is housing. Just like Nick said right before me, that's definitely needs to be something that's brought up and discussed at the table. We also, the Homeless Union, we'd like to be included in the process and the direction of the March 3rd meeting. Also, we've already built trusting relationships with these communities. And I think that's something that's also very important in order to be successful with housing people. And also, we need to have compassionate stakeholders at the table helping to make decisions that affect people's lives. And yeah, so thanks for your time.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you for your comments tonight. All right, Pamela Weston, I saw your name pop off and then come back again. Are you ready? You'll need,
Hello.
There we go. Hi, Pamela.
Hi.
We've got 2 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us tonight.
You're welcome. So the thing is it's not where that you put people, it's who that people are. Residents are not treated as residents, and until that you confront the bias, people have been here all the time. With law enforcement and everyone else, this model is supposed to deal with the continuum of care, but in who we are, how we live, and what that we need, then nobody knows who people are. So Oakland's model is not Monterey County's model. When we deal with the dubious battle, we came 5 years ago and said that what we have is not for everybody. So it has to be all of us or none of us. And whether it was the fire or whether it's the sweeps, until that people know our names and our experience. People like Louie, people like Elsa, everybody has died without anybody remembering them. I've spoke up and I showed up, and pretty soon I'm not going to be here. And who you are, Wendy, you know we went to the Health and Human Services Committee, and the stakeholders have to be the one that you work with, not with through. And moving people is not fair. Dealing with the CHS model, we finally have an HMIS model, but millions of dollars have not helped people where they're at. And until community residents are treated with their name and they're represented by leaders that don't do anything for them, but they do something with them, and they don't have to move, but they can be who that they are, and people can remember to treat them as that they are and who you guys serve. I asked the Board of Supervisors to do the due diligence and not do what you've always done. Know your people and build the relationships by building them, not building new centers.
Thank you, Pamela. I'm going to go to Erin Reyes next. And for anyone who, we're almost done with Zoom comments, so anyone else who wanted to speak for our Zoom comment section, please raise your hand now so that we can wrap up the Zoom comments and move on to our next section of public comment. So, sorry, Erin Reyes. You may unmute yourself, and we've got 2 minutes on the clock. Okay, we'll give Erin another chance. Community Homeless Solutions. You may unmute yourself, and we've got 2 minutes on the clock. You will need to manually unmute, though. Okay, let's try phone number.
Good evening. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Good evening.
Thank you. We've
I
got 2 minutes on the
apologize.
clock. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is America Luis, and I'm a case manager for Community Homeless Solutions. I did have a client with me, but unfortunately, because it's getting dark, she had to drive back home. So she just wanted me to kind of share her story a little bit. The client that was present, her name is Lynn, and she's okay with me sharing her name. Her name is Lynn, and she was a previous client at our shelter. She was there for a few months and now transitioned into our transitional housing. She just wanted us to inform everybody that During her time at the shelter, she was able to get assistance with submitting applications for housing. Her time here at our transitional housing program, she has been able to get assistance with being referred to other agencies for additional assistance, as well as being able to get housed for, even though it might be a temporary time, be able to get housed and stay off the streets to be able to further assist herself in what she needs to accomplish, and hopefully with our assistance to obtain permanent housing. I also want to share a bit about my story. I am, like I stated, I am a current case manager for Community Homeless Solutions, but I was also a previous shelter resident. I entered the shelter with my kids. During my time at the shelter, I obtained assistance with submitting applications for housing. I was luckily able to transition into our transitional housing, completing my associate's degree during the time in our transitional housing, transferred to CSUMB to complete a bachelor's degree, and thankfully I am able to work here at Community Homeless Solutions now. And if it wasn't for the programs that we have and the housing and the services provided to me, I don't think I would have been able to make it this far with the agency. And once again, thank you everybody for their time and taking Community Homeless Solution into consideration. And I really do hope that decision it's reconsidered. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you very much tonight. Next up, we're going to try Aaron Reyes again. Aaron, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello.
Aaron, all right, we've got 2 minutes on the clock for you. Thank you for persevering with us tonight.
Okay, hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Hi, please
Hello?
proceed. We can hear you. Can you
Okay,
hear
this
us?
is not Aaron Reyes, this is Gloria de la Rosa.
Oh, hello, Gloria. How are you? Thank you for
Hi,
joining
dear.
us. Well, Gloria de la
Yes.
Rosa, you have 2 minutes. Please share your public comment. We're so pleased that you could join us tonight.
Really quick. And good evening to the Board of Supervisors, the Chair, to Mayor Craig, and to the entire City Council. I know this is a difficult decision for you, but I have to tell you that going back to the history of community human services, they were the ones that stepped up to the plate when we were looking for a shelter. Because I remember Mayor Gunter having several conversations. We need someone to run that shelter on Alisal. So when Megan heard about the good job they were doing in San Benito County, we were able to bring them into the city of Salinas. And I was so glad because, again, they're local. Think about what has been said, the relationships that you have built with them. And it's about confidence, our clients, the community. It's difficult to run a shelter. It's difficult to do navigation. And again, I have to say, please reconsider and think about the relationships that have been built, and that you can give this opportunity to them. And if you have to think about maybe doing an evaluation, if you do decide to give them the contract, then you could do an evaluation in 6 months and go forward from there. But again, please reconsider and take in consideration what the community has said. We want local agencies now. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you again for bearing with us and joining us tonight. It's fun to hear your voice. Okay, so next up we have a phone number ending in 474. 747. A phone number ending in 747. You'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Are you with us? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
No podemos escucharle. Proceda, por favor.
Oh, no.
Puede hablar, tiene 2 minutos. Okay, I think we lost that call. Next up, we have Wes White. Wes, you may unmute yourself, and then we'll be following Wes. We'll have Alaya Anis.
Hi, Wes White, co-president, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. I guess I've been asked, to weigh in on this in a few ways, and just listening in. And I guess I remember a lot about local preference. That used to be all the rage a few years ago, and I think it's still kind of the way it should remain, I guess, at the moment, which seems kind of weird to say, but 50 programs is what we need, not just one more. And it's great that you're doing this share center right now. And I do understand time crunch as far as getting everything in before the end of June for heat. So I don't know, you're stuck in a rock and a hard place. I'm not sure why you really had to go outside the area to begin with. We should develop our own. I think, there's plenty of grassroots 501c3s already available. So after you do this one, I'm hoping you'll consider us as one, as far as making a positive impact on the way to housing. And, actually we have a couple architects in our portfolio now. So, that'd be cool. We're open to all ideas and suggestions. And especially putting it to writing as far as the ordinances go, stopping the sweeps altogether. Because stopping the abuse is first and foremost. But I guess I'd still try to lean toward local preference for this decision here, and maybe I don't know, rethink going through with the Oakland one. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Wes. Alaya Anis, you may unmute yourself, and we have 2 minutes on the clock.
Hi. So I grew up in Salinas and only recently left to work and study at San Diego. And one of the things that I do in my job is I serve students who do not have their basic needs met. So it's a lot similar to essentially what the Salinas Community Homeless Solutions has been doing over the years. And one thing that has become fairly prevalent in not only my job, but in communities as a whole through my work is that having people who not only share the same background as you, but also demographics and grew up in the same community is something that is very vital to bringing up to help these people in need. And given that Salinas and Monterey County have different demographics that only CHS are familiar with, and not only familiar with, but have worked with for over 40 years, as opposed to a company with no local presence, I would assume that that local presence can be the determinant between someone being on the streets and someone being more comfortable to being involved in these shelters. And as someone who spoke previously mentioned that she was actually a recipient of care from these shelters from CHS, and then later came to work for them. So I think that alone is something that's very impactful, and can also be said for a various amount of people who receive care from there. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us and this meeting tonight. Catalina and Angel, and then we're going to try the phone number 747 one more time.
Hello, my name is Catalina. Good evening, everyone. I just want to let you guys know that I was a client at Community Homeless Solutions. I am a single mom of 2 beautiful girls. I am a recovering addict. If it wasn't for me getting into the shelter and then getting into the housing, there's no way I could have made it. There's no way I could have had my kids back. And there's no way I could have had my sanity that I have today. Thanks to Community Homeless Solutions, not only did I get a stepping stone in going to the shelter and having my own house and becoming a responsible parent, but I got my kids back, and my kids now have a home and they have a shelter. It's not only has it helped me, but it's helped a lot of people in my community that I know of. And I mean, I'm a Narcotics Anonymous member, and a lot of us have grown because of these programs, because of this support, because of these people locally that know what we've been through, you know. And I just want you guys to reconsider your decision. Like I said, if it wasn't for Community Homeless Solutions and them, pushing me and helping me and guiding me every single day, and pushing me to become who I am today, my kids, I would not have my kids back. I would not have my sanity. And like I said, I'm a recovering addict now in a permanent home with both of my kids, with the shelter. And I am so grateful for that, to not have to sleep in the cold anymore. And that's because of having a shelter, a stepping stone to help me, and someone help me, guide me on how to, how to get a home and how to do everything that I have today. And, I just ask you guys to reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your personal story with us. Were we able to get 747 on? Okay, they've dropped off. All right, so seeing no additional public comment on Zoom, we will close public comment on Zoom and move to written public comment that's been submitted to our clerk's offices. County Clerk, have we received any written comments with a request for it to be read into the record?
We have not.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Craig.
Thank you. City Clerk Barajas, do we have any public comment that was asked to be read into the record?
Yes, Mayor Craig and Chair Supervisor Root Askew, we did receive 3 emailed public comments. One comment was specifically from Mr. David Bloch requesting for that to be entered into the written record and file. So this item will not be read at this time, but will be filed accordingly. The second one was also similar circumstances submitted by Eric Johnson from Community Human Services, which included a PowerPoint and 5 letters of support with signatories, community member signatories on that. That will also be entered into the record, but not read at this time. And the final letter that was received was from the City of Berkeley, which I believe the Board of Supervisors and the City Council all received as well via email. Dear Honorable Mayor and members of the Salinas City Council, we write in support of the City of Salinas staff recommendation to contract with Bay Area Community Services as the operator for the Share Center. Berkeley, like many California cities, faces a crisis of homelessness, with recent counts estimating upward of 1,000 people, which to say is over 1% of our residents being homeless at any given time. While our homelessness response and prevention efforts take a variety of forms, one of the programs we are proudest of and are incredibly effective is our incredibly effective navigation center operated by Box called the Stair Center. The Stair Center is a low barrier, service rich 24/7 shelter offering navigation services and access to mental health and substance abuse treatment, job assistance, and more to help clients successfully transition into living on their own. Outreach teams visit encampments throughout Berkeley to connect the homeless to facilities, which allows people to bring pets and possessions and to live with partners or in groups. Case managers work with Stair residents to qualify for and find housing and align rapid rehousing resources to ensure housing is secured. These efforts have produced meaningful results, with several hundred people rehoused since the center was launched. Through this work, Bax has been an excellent partner. We know we can count on them and their staff to prioritize equity and provide culturally proficient services to serve the diversity of residents in our city. And further, as we allocate significant public resources to operate these.
Clerk, I don't believe the buzzer is buzzing at you, so I'm going to buzz at you instead for 2 minutes, just to be fair to everyone who submitted public comment.
That's fine, Mayor. This letter will be entered into the record.
Thank you. And with that, do we have any further public comment that we're aware of?
And with that, I think we can close public comment.
Excellent. Okay. Moving forward, we'll go on to council member closing comments. Council members, I would just ask, this is not a time for additional questions. These are final comments. And I would ask, just out of respect for the 12 electeds that do need to speak, that you keep your comments to a minimum. We'll go in the same order. District 6, Councilmember Rocha, final comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by thanking everyone who took the time out of their day to come here today to give public comment. I want to thank both CHS and BACS for being here and presenting compelling arguments for both of their agencies. For me, as an elected official who has to make a decision on something like this, I really look at process. And for me, this process is one that was robust, transparent, and included engagement from various sectors of our community. I can remember not too long ago when having Monterey Bay Economic Partnership and Coalition of Homeless Service Providers in the same room with the city of Salinas and the county would have not been possible. But we're in a different time now, and having that expertise, having those scoring members gives such a resounding recommendation for me. As an elected official, I have to look at the precedent that's being set, because if we decide not to go with BACS, I fear that it's sending a message that our process is one that can be superseded by going to elected officials, or one that is not really respected. And I think for future applicants, they might question, why go through the process? Why apply if it's not guaranteed that even though I did everything right, I might get the bid? But really, you know, one of the things that and I'm going to wrap it up soon, but one of the things that one of the public comment speakers mentioned was process, but also human connections. It can't just be about process. And when I heard the executive director of Bay Area Community Services unequivocally say, we will hire local, not because it is being asked of us, but because we believe that in order for this share center to succeed, we have to have local people, that spoke volumes for me. And I see this really as an opportunity to expand our network of service providers. And with all fairness, Community Homeless Solutions was able to expand into San Benito County. And I think some of the same arguments that were used for BACS could have been used for them, but they were allowed to expand. And that's good for them, because it's good for our communities to be able to expand the network of service providers. And I think that we should give BACS that same opportunity. And as I was talking to various people in the community about this, even other executive directors of nonprofits that do similar work, they were excited at the opportunity to work with someone who brings in a perspective that is not already here, and that is an expertise in navigation and housing first. So, you know, for that reason, and really we also value CHS, and they're not going to go away because they still manage the Chinatown Navigation Center and the domestic violence shelter. The only thing is that with giving this to BACS, CHS would not have all of the shelters. They would have 2 out of the 3. So, you know, I think this is a unique opportunity to bring in an expert from the outside who is committed to hiring local and is committed to respecting our local communities. So for that reason, I move to approve the staff's recommendation. Oh, is this opportunity to make a motion or not?
You can make a motion anytime during comment.
Okay. I move to approve staff's recommendation that Bay Area Community Services be selected as the operator for the Share Center, and that the city manager or his designee be authorized on behalf of the city to negotiate an agreement among the city, Bay Area Community Services, the County of Monterey, to serve as the operator of the Share Center.
So we have a motion on the table. May I ask if there's a second from Salinas?
I second that motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Rocha, seconded by Councilmember Cromines. We'll go on for further discussion and council comment. We'll move on. Councilmember Rocha, are you done with your comments?
I am, Mayor.
Thank you. On to District 5, Councilmember Cromines.
I truly appreciate and value the passion of our community and the work that Community Homeless Solutions has provided. The Share Center has been an extraordinary accomplishment of a collaborative effort between the City of Salinas and the County of Monterey. one that has been a long time coming. As many of you are aware, I am a huge advocate for local preference. And in my day job, I advocate for local preference policies across a tri-county area. But that's not what this is about. From the information that I've been given from both sides, this process has been clear and has met our objectives. I am extremely concerned, extremely concerned about a lack of housing availability within Monterey County and how that will affect a navigation center. But that is also not what this is about. I believe in collaborative efforts, and that is what this is about. The community should be open and excited about any and all help additional partners would provide. It takes a village, and this collaborative effort is about providing more additional, maybe new or different ideas and processes. Let's stop working against each other and work together for solutions. There are plenty of people to help within our community. Let's start helping them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Cromines. We'll go on to District 4. Councilmember Osornio.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for all of the public comments that came in today and taking the time to really let us know, how you felt on this certain subject. I am too huge on local. I have a local business here in the area, and that's what makes me work my tail off when it comes to making sure that people know that I am a respectable company that has high standards, and we take care of all of our local folks. But when it comes to talking about what is the best option to be able to see real solutions and going through the process, I was in on that interview. So I got to see both operators in that interview process in December. And I loved being a part of that process. So again, I'm not fully a process guy, but I do understand that we need to have some type of process. And so me being a part of it, I'm extra sensitive with making sure that we just didn't put this on for another show, but we're actually taking into consideration what we've put together. This was a community focused event that went on. There was community input, and I think that should be taken into consideration. Again, when I heard about the experience that BAX has, I want what's best for Salinas and the residents of Salinas. And you bet I'm going to always look at that. And so with the experience that BAX has, I want to make sure that we get a shot to have that here in Salinas. So again, I'm that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the experience, the knowledge, the day-to-day functioning of being a housing first navigation center. And my decision will be based solely on that. And I thank everybody for all of their time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Osornio. On to District 3, Councilmember McShane. Final comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting the motion tonight. And this is challenging because I've really gone back and forth on this. And I feel after having researched the issue and looking into the process that there is still time and we could open the process back up to take another look at this. I think it's worth it. I think it's important. At the same time, I'm open and excited, in the words of Councilwoman Cromines, to the outcome, realizing I might be in the minority on this one. I also, in the words of, I believe, Supervisor Alejo and certainly Supervisor Phillips, and others, am very, very, very excited about our working together. The county and the city traditionally hasn't worked together or worked as closely as we would like. And, I definitely don't want to poo-poo the process or the outcome, because ultimately there are a growing number of residents unsheltered. It's a growing issue, and it remains a priority of both the county and of the city. Chair Askew, you've run a great meeting, and so have you, Mayor Craig. So, yep, that's where I sit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember. District 2, Councilmember Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. To both of you, Chair Askew and Mayor Craig, let's keep the momentum going. I think today we started a true, sincere partnership. So please, whatever issues they are, let's work together, because we are one county here. We're Monterey County. I think the winners here are the ones that have given compliments to Bay Area Community Services and Community Homeless Solutions. Imagine the thrill of being able to call a house your home, when you have your children that they can have their own bedroom, or they can have a small yard in the back or something. I think those are the winners of what we're talking about today. Whatever these two bodies, elected bodies, whatever we agree on, I'm sure some of us will support it, some of us won't. But whatever the decision, let that respect continue, because we have a lot of work ahead of us. But again, I want to commend the Board of Supervisors, Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and my colleagues here at the Salinas Council for doing a great job today. And I'm ready to vote when you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barrera. On to District 1, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too would like to very much echo everyone's comments here about, a united front. It makes sense. This is not something extra that we are doing. This should be the norm. And so I very much commend everybody's solidarity here. A huge thank you to our community members who very bravely shared their own struggles, their strife, and their stories. I understand that just sharing that can be re-traumatizing in of itself. So I thank you for very much being vulnerable with us and presenting to us the power of narrative. You've given us a lot to think about. And yes, I'm ready to vote when everyone else is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I'll just make a few final comments on my own. I hope that we can move forward with this partnership today. And really, I want to thank my council for following the rules of decorum, and certainly to the Board of Soups for being completely willing to meet with one of many, many city councils that you represent. So I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Adams, Supervisor Lopez, and certainly Chair Askew. Thank you for being willing to reach across the aisle and extend your hand and work collaboratively here. I'm very comfortable with the process and how we have selected our applicant to run, the operator to run the share facility. The constituency we're making a decision on today is our homeless community. The politics, the hard lobbying of it is certainly understandable, but my decision today will be for our homeless residents and getting as many of them transitioned to housing as quickly as possible. It takes courage to pivot from whatever we're used to. We've had 9 years of a temporary warming shelter, but I want CHS to know that I remain committed to you and your program and the contracts that the city has with you, and the potential for expansion later on down the line for the services you provide. And with that, I'll end council comments and we'll go to City Clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Just a point of order for process, as we outlined earlier, we were going to give the Board of Supervisors a chance for closing comments before voting. I know you do have a motion on the table, but we were going to do council members' closing comments and then Board of Supervisors closing comments and then council vote and then board vote.
You're absolutely right. I apologize and will withdraw the request and go ahead for supervisors' comments.
Okay,
I apologize.
so you do have a motion for the City Council on the floor.
And a second, yes,
okay,
on the floor.
Perfect. Okay, so we will proceed with board comments. Again, I want to, just thank all of our board members for, engaging in the process as we've outlined it. And with closing comments, I will go back through our district order, starting with Supervisor Alejo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I think the board would need a separate motion on behalf of our board about how we would like to proceed. And I thank you, Mayor and Madam Chair, for allowing the board to be able to speak before both the council and the Board of Supervisors takes a vote. Again, I appreciate, this is now going into my 5th year and seeing how much we've progressed on the conversation of homelessness. And it wasn't very nice initially. I mean, initially there was some really hurtful things said, and now we're having a conversation that's respectful. It expresses dignity and compassion to our most vulnerable residents. And so I'm grateful the tone of this meeting and of the public and wanting to do better for our residents. So I really appreciate the expression of trying to better serve our most needy residents in our county. And like this project, it's a partnership, but it's just the beginning. I think we all recognize, even after we open this navigation center and choose an operator, there's still going to be a lot more work. But I do want to let the community know that we've achieved some significant milestones. Not enough, but some significant milestones. We're also opening our seaside shelter in the coming days, the first shelter of its kind in the peninsula. That was always something that residents of Salinas said, and residents of Peninsula said we should do something on Peninsula. Well, we've achieved that in these coming days, and soon, hopefully, in this coming cycles, we'll do something in South County also. I think there's an openness for that. We got a sprung shelter up in Chinatown. That's another capacity to be able to shelter more of our local residents. But I think more significant, I think we all recognize that shelters are the safety net. What we really need is permanent supportive housing. And in partnership with the City of Salinas, the Housing Authority, our providers, we converted the Goodnight Inn, 201 units of permanent supportive housing. That's a significant accomplishment that we should celebrate. Not to mention the Moongate Plaza in Chinatown, the Mid-Peninsula Project, 90 units of housing targeted to our most vulnerable residents. So those are all just part of this conversation we're having. But even after all these projects, we still got a lot more to do. And certainly the permanent supportive housing piece is something that I think both the city and the county need to do a lot more projects in the future. But why these projects are important is that when we choose the right operators and they run these places well, we're able to show the public that many of the things that people often make. And I know the late Mayor Gunter and I and other electeds were at heated meetings where a lot of stereotypical things were said about our homeless residents. But when we able to run them right and show the community we could do these projects right, we could serve our residents right and address a lot of the concerns that come with helping our homeless residents, I think we built public trust in that process. Now to this particular contract, I am concerned because I do not think the process was fair in the scoring. And from what I've been told from staff, we've always given previous points, but they were for some reason excluded. Local knowledge was excluded, the points were excluded, and had we given those points, it would have given more points than backs to community homeless solutions. I think that's a real issue that I think really highlights that the scoring was done differently here, and it brings me a lot of concern. The other concern I have is what I said earlier, having an organization that's not locally based, it's very large, it has a lot of responsibilities in a lot of other cities and counties, jurisdictions, versus a local organization whose all staff, whose all administration live and work right here in Monterey County. And I say that not so with a lot of loyalty, because as former council member Gloria de la Rosa rightly pointed out, when we were looking for a partner to run the temporary warming shelters, when we opened the public defender's prior office and converted it into a temporary shelter, they stepped up to do that for us. And it wasn't a contract for navigation services, it was to run a shelter. So it's different than this contract before us. But nonetheless, despite that it was across the post office, the courthouse, the county campus, a block and away from Roosevelt Elementary School, I have not received a single community complaint in running a shelter to proximity to those kind of services. So I think they've been able to demonstrate they could do a good job. What I heard is that they could do the rapid rehousing, their training staff. And I think that there's a way to look at those services, but with accountability measures to make sure that that they're achieving those goals. So I think that that's important because we have a local longtime partner that has local employees. If a contract is not given to them, those local employers are going to lose their jobs. They might be hired in the future, but they are going to be laid off, and who knows how long it's going to take to hire. Even if they hire these, they have to be interviewed, and that kind of disruption is what I'm concerned about. And so I hope that my colleagues would really take that to heart. I think from everybody we heard from the community, CHS has done a great job. I'm leaning forward that we should reject all the bids, relook at that scoring process, and then bring this back not too shortly after. I think the contract only has to be obligated by June 30th. It doesn't mean the funds have to be expended. The state has been much more flexible as long as you're making progress on the project. And it's the Lead Me Home Leadership Council that approves this HEAP and this HAP money that comes to both counties in our continuum of care. So I believe though that should not be the issue, that we should just move forward on a project. Rather, it's really making a decision that's going to last for many years. Whoever we choose today or in coming days are going to be the operator for quite some time. And the navigation center is not expected to say the size that our shelter was. They're going to hire more service. They're going to hire more staff in the future. There's going to be provided more services as more funds come in. The services provided at this navigation center are projected to grow significantly. So this contract is important to the community. It's important to better serving our homeless residents. So I just want to make sure that we take a moment just to be as thoughtful as we can and not just allow a timing issue be the issue to just make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think probably along with Supervisor Adams, have the biggest bias about making sure we have local contractors. Every time I go around a construction site, a public construction site, and I see a truck there from Fresno or from San Luis Obispo, you always say, well, why isn't it local? But in this particular matter, the city took the lead on the RFP as was agreed, and it was a process, and they brought in an outside consultant to make sure it was the proper RFP. And that was important because unlike anything we've done before, we had two separate entities, the county and the city, working together on this. And as far as I can see, the RFP process was fair and unbiased. And we had 6 people on there representing the city and the county and others that were knowledgeable and I mean, impressive. And admittedly, this is a little different than what Community Homeless Solutions has been doing at the warming shelter. It's been a warming shelter. We're going to have a navigation center, and it was pointed out by Eric. It's a navigation center, but it's also a housing center too, in all fairness. But if I thought the process was flawed or wrong in some ways, I would step in and vote differently. But and it's difficult because Eric Johnson is a friend of mine. I worked with him. I worked with Community Homeless Solutions on a number of things. I've got a lot of lobbying that has gone on since this is emanated. In some ways, that's a good reason why we have an RFP process, because it would have been comfortable for me to set on the RFP process and do it. So I think the process was fair and right, and we never said don't apply if you're not local, and that wasn't part of the RFP process. So the only concern I have is, no matter what happens here, we got to keep working with Community Homeless Solutions. They've been a great asset to us, and we got to keep working together. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I remain torn. I think the key piece for me is that local portion, the buy local ordinance. Every time that I've argued on this dais, or off the dais that you're sitting at today, I've argued for that to be considered as part of a process. Any process that contracts anybody for services to Monterey County and its residents. And when we haven't used that, we know we've been burned. Just the fact that it wasn't included, I understood the argument made. I understood the back and forth. And just looking at the process overall, I agree that it was a process that was laid out and well run, but the lack of inclusion of any points for somebody with local knowledge is difficult for me. I remain undecided. I want to hear what the rest of my colleagues have to say, but at this point, I really value the contributions from both applicants and their willingness to come here tonight and share information with us. For me, the focus on our community and who that is and the conversation that we're having here is really a big deal. Back before I was elected, I was the chair of the Lead Me Home Coalition. And so we've come a long way from where we were 6 years ago when I sat there. And to be in this forum making decisions about who's going to serve this critical portion of our community is a great feeling overall. I have that one challenging piece in the back of my mind, but with that, I'll go ahead and relinquish the floor to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank all of you for your thoughtful deliberation and consideration. I feel like I've learned a lot this evening just with the interaction with our council people from Salinas. So thank you for being here. Well, I feel like every one of us has been head of the Lead Me Home Coalition, and I certainly was when I was president of United Way, and my partner in crime at that point was Simone Salinas. So I too have walked a long road, in my 14 years at United Way allowed me to see homelessness from a very different perspective. We had so many interactions and so many great programs, including community coalition for homeless services, or community homeless services. I'm sorry, it's so late. I'm starting to forget my acronyms, but CHS, and worked with Eric a lot and many people in that program, which I think is just a terrific program. There are so many things about both entities that I really appreciate, and I think each of them brings unique qualities to the fore. And honestly, that's where I'm coming down on this. I really like the idea of having BACS do the leadership, the administration component, and have the community human homeless solutions be responsible for the staffing. I know that we talked about that. I feel that it's been very clear to me that BACS is interested in employing local people to do the programs, and I feel that's the only way we could have success. I must say that they're being in service since 1953, the way they started, and the fact that they have been able to maintain and grow and prosper over all those years, I think is a very positive thing. They have experience, and I agree that coming down to our county is a good thing. It'll be an opportunity for them to bring to our community the things that they have learned from in a larger, more urban community. Salinas is an urban area. As much as we like to think of our Monterey County as an ag and golf community, it's an urban area. And I feel that they have a lot of experience that will lend itself well to our community. As far as the process that we came to through this to pull us here today, I think it was a transparent process. I was able to look at all of it. I was concerned that there hadn't been points given for local, for the local people. I think that's really important when we're making decisions on big contracts. But I feel that the combined approach would be the best for our community and would do the best to help address the homeless situation in our community in a more out of the box, bigger picture approach. So I would say that I agree with my colleague, Mr. Phillips, who though is loath not to go local, acknowledges that this is the best way for us to go now at this point, that we would go with BACS and then we would have the local administration of the programs and all the wraparound services by DHS. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to start by thanking the city of Salinas. You know, I was really nervous coming into tonight. There's a lot at stake, and really the biggest thing for me is the relationship that we are trying to build between the city and the county. This is one shelter for, you know, 100 beds and navigation for one portion of our community. The needs of our homeless neighbors have never been greater, and they are growing at a rate that is significant. And so our ability as a county to work in partnership with each of the 12 cities individually and collaboratively is of the utmost importance, and is our ability to be successful in meeting the needs of all of our neighbors and ensuring that everyone has a safe and legal place to sleep is dependent on our ability to work in partnership with one another. So I just want to say thank you. And thank you, Mayor Craig, for taking my call when I called you. I know Mayor Craig shared a screenshot of some of our comments following the April 2017 TAMSI meeting, where we were definitely not aligned, and nor were we kind to each other. And I'm just so pleased that we can now work in a way where we can agree to have a difference of opinion or a different decision, but do so remaining respectful and remaining ultimately with our eyes on the end goal of doing what's right for our community. So personally, thank you.
I got your back, girlfriend.
So having said that, I want to thank also all of the community members who have joined us tonight. All of you who shared your deeply personal stories. You were very vulnerable with us in sharing your personal experiences, and I thank you. Thank you for bringing those to the conversation. They just, I think, underlines the significance and the need for Monterey County collectively to do the right thing and keep our focus on what's right for residents and what's right for our homeless neighbors, rather than you know, what all the politics that can get in the way. I think that we need community human services. We need gatherings for women. We need community homeless services. We need interim. We need Dorothy's. We need the county. We need the city. We need state funding. We need federal funding. We need nonprofit philanthropic funding. There's a need for everyone. And so this, the outcome of this process, I'm hopeful, will bring us additional capacity into our community and will help us continue to build additional capacity, because it's not just this one shared center that needs our attention. There's a lot that needs our attention, and the more partners that we have to help us meet those needs, the more, the better our outcomes, I believe, will be. So with that, I will express my support for the process as has been followed and the staff recommendation. I will move a staff recommendation. I think I have wording for that exactly. Maybe. Do we have wording for that? Do you have wording for that? I thought I had wording for that. Thank you. Oh, we have a different one for the county. Oh, sorry. Got flustered. Well, I will move the county staff recommendation. We could bring it back up on the screen possibly, and look for a second. And just again, I think that the commitment, my commitment in this process is to really work collaboratively with the city and continue to build this relationship so that we can continue making investments of our staff time and our extremely limited resources to have the greatest possible impact on getting people into housing, getting people sheltered, doing so in a respectful and kind way, and moving forward. So okay, right here, right? Thank you. I would like to move to approve and authorize the Director of Social Services to negotiate a service agreement with the Bay Area Community Services to serve as the operator of the Share Center pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Salinas and the County of Monterey, approved on October 9th, 2018.
I would second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. So we have two motions on the table, and we will go with a vote of the City Council first, followed by a roll call vote from the County Clerk.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair SQ. City Clerk Barajas, if you could please do a roll call. Actually, you know what? I'm going to ask you to read back the motion and then do a roll call vote, please.
Motion made by Councilmember Anthony Rocha, second by Councilmember Comings, to approve staff recommendation that Bay Area Community Services be selected as the operator for the Share Center, and that the city manager or his designee be authorized on behalf of the city to negotiate an agreement among the city, Bay Area Community Services, and the County of Monterey to serve as the operator for the Share Center. With that, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Councilmember Barrera?
No.
Councilmember Cromings?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember McShane?
No.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, could I ask Valerie to please, our Clerk of the Board, to please call a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Oh, it looks like he's frozen.
Uh-oh.
I said no.
Supervisor Phillips?
With my locals.
We were trying to freeze them. Aye.
We weren't trying to freeze you, I promise.
Supervisor Lopez?
You know, I'm gonna vote yes, but I'm gonna just reiterate that reluctance based on, you know, the local percentage, and I just want to be clear in any contracts moving forward that again we include that as part of the criteria. We're standing here today over that very issue that could have had a difference in going with somebody local. So I've got to make sure that's on the record.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. With that, the motion carries. And before we adjourn, I would just love to, once again, this is really a big deal kind of tonight to have our city and our City Board of Supervisors and our County Board of Supervisors and our City Council together. So if you wouldn't mind staying on the Zoom so we could just snap a quick photo, I think that would be really nice. If we could have those who are not on City Council or the Board of Supervisors maybe drop off, and we're just going to be adjourning after this. So if we could keep City Council and Board of Supervisors images up on the Zoom screen so we can grab a photo, I think that would be really great. And as soon as we do that, we will, do we have everyone? Anyone who wants to be in our photo, pop your face in. All right. Okay, very good. Okay, hold on here.
Wait.
We're waiting,
Oh.
we're waiting.
I had to go put on my lipstick.
Oh, Mary. No one can see my face here, so, okay.
I was like, I'm smiling, I promise.
We've got the City Council chambers there. Okay, I see a bunch of faces. Okay, I'm going to, smile everyone, cheese. Hold on, cheese. Oh, did I do that wrong? Hold on. Okay, it's good, we're good. Okay, cheese. All right, I got a little picture, so it'll be what it is. But again, thank you everyone for indulging in an evening meeting, to all of our staff who worked overtime today, and to everyone who's still here with us tonight. We appreciate the participation from the community. And with that, we will adjourn the joint meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Salinas City Council.
Job well done.
Thank you, council members. Really appreciate it. Thank you. This is good.